Greetings, Black family. Greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Che and Kruma. We should be joined here shortly with our other host, Lady Che, and our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka San Corey, and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. No, crew, I didn't see any of that. I was doing city council from 3 o'clock till 10 o'clock. So, no, I missed all of that. Thank you for tuning in. There's Lady Che right there. Um, Greetings, Lady Che. You're muted.
Hello. Yeah, I know. Um, I'm only gonna be on here for like an hour or so, and I just a fan and stuff running in the background. So I'm here.
All right. Thank you for joining us.
So I'm here.
Shabaka should be joining us here shortly, too. And on the season 6, episode 4, part 3 of the Frontline Black News, we discussed several topics. The first topic is just pearly things. Failed racist YouTubers still begging for Black people's attention.
Wow.
Feel the wrath of the monster that they created. Ebro responds to being fired from Hot 97 and sends message. They culture vultures. No shit, Sherlock. Funk Flex takes Ebo morning job on Hot 97 after firing and will start immediately. Ebo responds to Funk Flex taking his job on Hot 97 after firing. Entertaining. Charlamagne the fraud responds to
They need to let Cousin C get warm.
Joe Biden saying no money in podcasting and Reed stats 12 billion. Then immigrants come to America unaware Black Americans fought for the rights they enjoy. Messican podcaster calls Blaccs African booty scratchers. Are Somalians more successful than FBAs? And our illegal migrant news, our unhoused neighbor news, and our local in Denver and Aurora news. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. We get the news from a frontline and Black first perspective. We are part of the New Black Media and also the signal boosters of the New Black Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting, and we have several platforms that are part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News is the first one we started back in 2020, 2021. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is based on the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 11 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. And is also part of the Frontline campaign that has recently, within the last 2 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure you like and share the show, the broadcast family. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News, Frontline Black News 2, our backup channel. Just in case they take Frontline Black News down, we have backup. So please sub up to that channel. My personal page, Jesse Paris, aka Chan Kruma. Please sub up to that channel. The Revolutionary Agenda, the RBA Lady Chase channel. Please sub up to that channel. Jay Militants was cracking TV with Jay Militant. Please sub up to his channel. Cool Keezy, our brother who usually does the intro track for this show. His link is in the description. Please sub up to his channel. Our brother out of VA, Virginia, Breeze Omega. Please sub up to his channel as well. His link is in the description. The Church of Black Power, brother out of Watts, California, who's now in Houston, Texas. His link is also in the description. And I don't know why it's vertical. He said he can't watch vertical streams while he's driving. It shouldn't be a vertical stream. Oh, you must be talking about the stream I did earlier for City Council. Black Truth United. I brought out the Midwest. This brother's link is also in the description. He's the one that came up with the B1 Rolodex. That link is also in the description. On the petition for reparations, the change.org petition, that link is also in the description. Eddie Che's GoFundMe link is also in the description. There's Shabaka. Please donate to the GoFundMe that Lady Che has set up. Also, help Greg Marcel Dixon seek justice after 10 years of dedicated teaching. His GoFundMe is in the description. Chicago family whose mom was attacked by students. Their GoFundMe is in the description. And YouTube, we have the copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you. In all 9 areas of human activity, which is economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war, and some say health and nutrition. And that's by the great, or rather, Mr. Nellie Fuller Jr., who passed away in February of this year at the age of 95. ProduceJustice.com. And when you are a Black person or captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court. Also by Nellie Fuller Jr., ProduceJustice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism, white supremacy. It's conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by the great Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, who transitioned back in January of 2016 at the age of 80. And like I said on previous broadcasts, Tariq Nasheed paid for her funeral along with Dick Gregory and several others, Runoko Rashidi, Dr. Ben, the list goes on. So shout out to Tariq for that. So those are the topics. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. Make sure y'all share this show out. All right, greetings, Shabaka from the Mile High incoming illegal migrant flooded city. I just finished up with
greetings from Sand City, you know what I'm saying? I hear, these shipwrecked raiders, I'm saying it again.
Yeah, masqueraders are trash. That's old news, Shabbat.
Get the fuck out. But moving right along.
So the first topic is just pearly things. Failed racist YouTubers still
fitting for a second. Hush, all right, he's back.
What happened?
What happened?
Technical difficulties.
Yeah, you're spinning out.
What?
I have all the bars. I don't understand why I'm spinning out, but okay.
Well, it did, but it's all right now. You're back, so it's okay.
No, but that is. Yeah, they do that shit on purpose.
Yeah, streamer must be acting up again.
No, man, they're doing that bullshit on purpose because of where they're located at.
You sounding distant as hell, Shabaki. You got to stop talking when you're on the headset because you'll be way off in the cut somewhere, and we can barely hear you.
Oh,
okay. So the first topic is just pearly things. A failed racist YouTuber still begging for Black people's attention. You'd think that broad would learn, but she's still on her bullshit. So our brother Street Media TV is going to give us an update on that. My brother out of Philly is going to give us an update on that.
People was tuning in to watch. People even, or Pearl, whatever you want to call herself. I mean, just last year, 2 years ago, she had a thriving channel. People was tuning in to watch. She was had all those people from London on her channel. Was big, was blowing up all over social media. And guess who she had on her channel that was the focal point? Black people. She had Black people. She had a sprinkle of little Arab hair, little white there. She was dating Black men, getting the BBC, getting boat raced all crazy. She was just doing all kinds of stuff,
very clearly.
Now all of a sudden she's fell off. All the Black people have abandoned her, and she switched.
Yeah,
she went into politics, right? Now she's into race bait, and she's being a ultra-right
news.
conservative, and she's spreading these points, and Black people are dumb enough to fall for the bait.
Real quick.
we are attracted to dominant men, and that does come
Yes.
in the form of if a man can kill someone else.
Yes, Lady Tay.
Okay, so this is what really happened, right?
I did.
All right, so
Go ahead.
let me tell you what really happened. She tried to when Kevin Samuels died, right? She thought she would go in and escort some of his followers over to the dark side, acting like she was a speaker of what women should do, and all that extra shit. And she had black people on her staff, but she was mad racist. She and who blew it all up, who made it so ugly for her, was the Black Authority and Mike TV. They were highlighting this bitch for like almost 2 years on this broad's helmet about
Relations too.
And Black Light Revelations, yeah. Was talking shit about this broad for like 2 years, like dedicatedly, repeatedly, cussed her out. She had a motherfucking Nick Fuentes on her channel. He was over there. She was trying to hit on him and shit, and he was obviously being his normal racist self, and she was enlightened by that, but he wasn't feeling none of that. So she was like throwing herself at him basically, and she left the United States, had a whole podcasting thing, whole studio in fucking England, right, where she had black British people working and shit, and one of the British dudes was over there like, she does this and that, and aired her out, remember?
Yes.
And so for almost a year off and on, we would hear little tales about Pearly things, right? And how racist she is, and how much of how like she didn't deny it. She was quoting motherfucking who's it Thomas Sowell.
Yeah.
Yeah, remember?
With his
And we were like,
ass.
yeah, we were like, fuck him. He's a remember that shit was going on heavy. So for like, if it wasn't for TBA, motherfucking Black Light Revelations and Mike TV, she would have came down. They literally brought her down. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't know why it keeps cutting off when I pull up the comments.
Oh, okay. Well, my fault. But go ahead. I'm sorry for interrupting. I just had to remind everybody of what really went down, because a lot of the new people are just coming into the understanding of FBA and B1 and whatnot. They missed this whole chapter that was going on with Pearly things. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's good to just revise, because we were paying attention. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm going on mute again.
We know he could protect us biologically, so that just is what it is.
So you find you equate dominance with, you find a man that can dominate and harm a woman attractive?
That's one way that women do select those men. So I try not to apply morality to this, good or bad, it doesn't matter, because women do pick criminals. Criminals are more men that have committed a violent crime are actually more likely. They are more likely to reproduce than men that haven't. So I didn't make this world. I didn't make women write love letters.
Has that been your experience? Like, are you attracted to criminals?
To be fair, I don't know many criminals. So much. I mean, I've interviewed 1,000 people. A good chunk of them did, procreate and date men with felonies. That's not uncommon. So
okay,
especially in the Black community, if we're going to be honest, that's
well, yeah. Well,
I don't know why you're pretending to not know what I'm talking about.
See, this whole conversation is goofy, right? Because when it comes to the W woman, she dates all kinds of men. Now, we have to look at what is considered a so-called Pookie and Ray Ray or gangster, where they make the black face as the face for all criminality. Yes, where you got blue collar crime, white collar crime, you got all kinds of crimes, right? And all throughout Ohio, Illinois, Western Pennsylvania, Arkansas, West Virginia, Louisville, Kentucky, all these places, right? You got poor W folks right? That's just causing all kinds of havoc across America, where white folks statistically, even by the numbers, lead in all kinds of criminality and crime, right?
Yep.
W women date these thugs, but they're not considered thugs. They're not considered N-words, right? So they don't plaster their faces all over social media and all over the court systems to make them a thug. The black man is the face, but the white woman, she dates W men as thugs and black men as thugs. So she tends to date more thugs than anybody. It's just that the white man is not looked at as a thug, right? The one in Arkansas, the one down, right? They just criminalize us. So those statistics are skewed. She's using these statistics, right? But people are not smart enough to combat that.
Well, you asked me why I brought it up, the Black community, because you're Black, so you would know. Because like I don't.
That is first of all,
Man, this stinking
You brought
bitch
up
wouldn't
the
last
same
5
reason
minutes with me, man.
You brought up the white community because I'm white.
I
I
didn't
have
bring- I
eyes, you know.
If you're done,
This
first of all, that's
broad-
very disrespectful.
That-
I
very
didn't-
disrespectful.
This
No,
was
it's
a
not.
conversation
Like,
about
it is. Like,
no, it's
Hey,
friends.
What were you gonna say, Shabaka?
This
I don't know. Going in and out. Is it going in and out on your end?
Okay, what about now?
just the sharing the visual, yeah. Visual's going in and out on the where I'm watching it. Yeah, it's going in and out.
Okay.
Like,
so
it's
I'm gonna
not
have to leave
sharing
and come back.
Okay. We'll just hold it down. Yeah, Chewbacca, man,
Alright.
fuck this bitch, cuz. Man, fuck this bitch. Every time I fucking
Yeah,
hear her
yeah.
name, fucking see her name, man, fuck this bitch. I hate this fucking type of motherfucking
She would
cracking
last
out
5 minutes with me.
fucking sour ass, fucking ugly ass, fucking white pasty motherfucking glue, fucking eating ass, fucking dirt mongrels.
All
Ugh,
that,
like
all that.
all that. All that,
All
cause
that
they're
to say.
fucking grimy. Like motherfuckers have like they make their own bitches look bad. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they're ashamed to their own motherfucking race, cause or construct or whatever the fuck that is. They're a fucking detriment. They need to be stopped at all costs. Like that kind of shit. Like first of all, she's on a panel, and you see the panel is like maybe 40% black. You see how the men on the
Yeah.
bottom they're black, right? And one sister. You know what I mean? And she just
Right.
let this bitch fly. And I'm like, no, cuz you ain't gonna not at my watch. It couldn't be on my watch, cuz you see I barely even let up that lady that was visiting in the chat yesterday. I didn't even let her on the fucking panel. You know what I mean? And shit, no
Exactly.
white
See,
zone. We gotta have some strict
But-
fucking straightening around here. No white zone. Don't let the shade deflect the motherfucking message. I mean it.
yeah,
I mean it.
exactly.
You gotta come over here and
Exactly.
infest our motherfucking our war spaces with fucking tacky comments and fucking stupidity. The fuck is this about?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Desi. You're back. Okay, Jesse's back. I'm sorry.
No, but everything you said there, Lady
Yeah,
J,
you was
is
right and
correct.
exact in everything you were saying, Lady
And,
Chan.
and then keep in
Yeah,
mind,
man,
like I
I
said, that,
can't stand that motherfucking dirty pie having ass motherfucking Grinch looking
Okay.
ass motherfucking red demons. Fucking old devil princesses, man. Man, fuck them bitches, cuz. They make me fucking mad. They so make me mad. All right, carry on. I'm
And-
sorry. I'm gonna go
okay,
back
and
up.
keep in mind, she wouldn't have lasted 5 minutes with me after I would have gave her the business. You
Right.
know? The
Man, I
first
would have
thing
found
that
out where
would
she
have
was
been,
and kind of slipping outside of Walmart.
okay,
Like, just
the
blah,
first thing I would have, the
Oh.
first thing I would have asked her ass was, how do you feel about Karen, Carolyn Bryant? And as soon as she tells me, I don't know who that is, then I says that there proves my point. Then I tell her about the, the Emmett Till situation. And what is that there you said, Brother Che, they had an arrest warrant for that broad, man, they left sitting in the shelves, man. What was that, about 40,
Yeah.
50 years?
In the basement.
And that little boy Spirit was asking for help, and he got the help. But what was really sad is that our own people slept on that shit. We looking at the like this is what happened. The motherfucking Panthers, they were down there. They were supposed to go hunt this broad down and bring her to justice, which is over there in Mississippi. They acted like they couldn't find her. They were listening to them folk. And if it was me, man, I'd be like, look, let's gather up some gerbs. I got like 500 right here. Run this motherfucker to a nursing home. Give it to any nurse. I'm gonna take Granny out for a motherfucking spin around the block. She ain't coming back. Just note that. I'm taking her right out. Throw her bitch ass in a motherfucking van. Off to Mississippi we go. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
We're on.
they kept
God.
her around. They kept moving her ass around.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Because
South Carolina, then she was in Georgia. She's all
But you
Right.
can hear that, man. I was like, that bitch is like, she
Okay, now
was
ask yourself this here. Doesn't that they have all the elements of what they call the quote unquote federal witness protection program?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Yeah, I was just putting it out there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Now
but
that you said it like
this
that,
girl
Jamal.
to hell with this bra. She's a straight up culture vulture. As our brother Big Ant the spokesman would say, she's a nigga needer.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah. And you see,
She ain't stopped yet.
and
You know, raggedy that bitch looks. She's a little tot thing or whatever. Now look at her. She all fucking all bundled up in a motherfucking sweatshirt. She looks all fucking weird. And she's a weirdo. She's still proper. She's still making money off of the black plight, whatever condition it's in.
Part about it. Well,
Yeah.
didn't
And
she
nobody stopped her.
didn't she get demonetized?
Many
yes,
times.
she did.
Many times has this broad been taken down, dude. But she's still out there. She's like the white Nick Fuentes that just won't stop. You know what I mean?
Yeah, she tried to be like the white.
She was throwing that raggedy ass cold pussy down the hallway, cuz that old boy, and he was not having it. Oh,
Right.
Nick Fuentes was like, you ain't touching my penis. She was throwing it at him. He was like, hell no. All right, I'm done.
Jeskin and the lead.
Now, this woman, she peeped another grift, understood that going in on black people in the black community is very lucrative. You can make a lot of money. And this is why I told you guys, stop fighting and gender warring against each other, because other groups are watching and they're joining in. And then you don't like when somebody else comes in and say the same things that you say about each other, because then you can hear it outside of yourself saying it and it don't sound right, right? So then when you hear Pearl saying stuff like Dr. Martin Luther King was a race hustler, you don't like it. When you don't like when you have this when you have this person saying that black women tend to date thugs. It goes back to what is a thug in America, right? Who's considered a thug, right? Knowing the history of America, how come the W man is not considered a thug or a criminal? So white women date all kinds of men, but the black man is only one considered the thug, right? So the statistics are wrong, but y'all get so emotional when y'all hear them say this. Why would you say that? That's because you hurt that you allowed a W person to come on your platform and now they're hurting your feelings when they ain't got no business being up there in the first place.
So like I said, we were speaking about relationships in general. Nobody said anything about black or white until you brought it up, and for what reason I don't know. It didn't add anything to the conversation. First of all, you're speaking on the nature of women and how we are all naturally attracted to men who are criminals, and then you made a point to say,
yeah.
I mean, no, that is not the case at all for black women. Now, if you're talking about people that are in poverty, people that live in certain situations, and
60% of black men have been arrested by the.
Can you stop cutting her off?
It's just weird that you would even have to bring up a race of people to even have the conversation, which lets me know that you don't really have information on the conversation. You're just spewing points to try to get a rise out of people because that's all you know.
First is that I interviewed 1,000 people. A good chunk of them were black women. And I just noticed that they had a propensity more likely than other races to date criminals. It's not really an insult. As I could go into details about the types of men white women tend to date that are irresponsible. I've just noticed different trends in different communities. And it's kind of backed up by data because 60% of black men have been arrested by the age of 25. So, it's not to be rude, but I think it's more common in that community than it is other communities.
Now, that study was done by Sean Bushwick from the University of Alabama, right? These guys are W supremacists, and it doesn't tell the whole story. Now, what they don't put in is black people also represent 51% of all exonerations in this country, right? So they don't. These studies are skewed because it's based off of W supremacy and it's based off the way you already been imaged. I told you guys already. when you go in front of a judge as a black person, how do you know if that judge ain't calling you the N-word under their breath, whether it's a W, female, or man? You have no way of knowing that in this country. There's never been no recompense or re-education as the way we're viewed in this country. We're going
stop
being
black judges
being a
on that
victim.
for not
We
going
also
to
looked
checks
at
and
as
balances
despite what happened to us, nobody's sympathetic towards our plight as it is to other groups. So those statistics don't make sense, because if we represent 51% of exonerations, it proves that we're being sentenced on preconceived notions, right? Also in those studies, it was from I think it was like 1998 to 2008 or 2007, right? It was just a whole bunch of skewed research in that to say that this many percentage of black people are felons, which is a lie. Which is a record, right? And then on top of that, when you get to the W, man, how do we know that a lot of them are getting off because they're white, based off the numbers and the way the statistics are set up, right? So you can't go by those statistics in this country when you have historical and institutional racism that it still exists. There's been nothing to change that, right? Do we have problems in our community? Absolutely, but every community has problems. Every community has criminality and problems. They just make us the face of it, right? But she wasn't done.
In terms of mass shooters, I think you said white people are the majority of mass shooters. I would say that's true. And I wouldn't crash out on you for saying that. So again, if you want to get offended, that is a choice, and that is your choice, and you have the right to do that. So,
and see, she's being real cocky and condescending, right, towards these black women, because they're not, I'm not gonna say they're not intelligent enough or articulate enough to articulate their points, but they wasn't showing the ability to challenge her in the manner in which they should without being emotional, without beating her up with the information.
They weren't ready to challenge her because they were ready for
information that totally wiped out all that foolishness that she was saying. They wasn't displaying, right? But she made a mistake when she went on to a panel with the lead attorney. The lead attorney just pop the floor with it real quick.
So the topic was if black women date criminals more than other races.
That was not the topic. That's the topic that you introduced.
Right.
Black women date criminals more than other races.
Yeah, and I would say that's true.
Oh shit. Okay.
So and I'm not saying the white women don't do it too. We do, but it's just when I was interviewing and talking to people, that was just more prevalent with black women.
Okay. And in terms of criminals, if we say that black women date more criminals than I say white women, are there more criminals? Are there more black people? Are there more black criminals in the United States, or are there more white criminals in the United States?
Well, I'd say most people date in their race, like most people.
Wow.
There are interracial, but most people do date in their race. And if 1 in 3 black guys have felonies, then that's just going to be more common.
God, yeah, man.
Let me ask the question again. Are there more black criminals in the United States, or are there more white criminals?
Man, get this bitch off the motherfucking thing, man. That's pissing me off.
Total
body looking
at
her. I'm asking
almost total probably white.
There and probably way more white criminals than black criminals, right?
When are we out there committing all this criminality?
But you're
we're
like way more white criminals, but black women.
You got to look at all these white criminals
than
white
women
that are yet to be charged. I mean, look
because
at
most
this
people
motherfucker.
in their race. And so it's like what percent of a third of white men don't have a felony.
We can't hear.
So like if
but
I
there
was
are way more white criminals, though, right?
People watching can't hear.
Right, but I'm talking on like a percentage. So if you talk to like 10 black women versus 10 white women, like if you talk to 10 white women, they're not going to know as many criminals, just like on a balance of probability.
Even though there are millions more white male criminals?
But not per capita.
And I really don't know the 1 in 3. That's surprising to think that 1 in 3 black men have felonies. Where did that come from?
Crew?
You can Google it.
All right, so I think we're kind of seeing a little bit of looseness or shoddiness in these arguments here. I mean, that's a very, and I'm not saying that it's wrong, but that's a very stark that's a very stark argument,
incites it.
a very stark statistic that 1 in 3 Black men have felonies. So it would be good if you're going to put that out there to kind of know where we got it, right? And then it would be good to know the stats for white. It's kind of weird to know the stats for Black men and not know the stats for white men. Is that a little weird? Do you know how many white men are felons?
Not off the top of my head. I know I've looked before.
Do we all see kind of what's going on? Right, and this is what you got to be careful about. Now, if you're just going to be dating on this fatty guy's channel, you don't really have to agree so buttoned up, right?
Note this date.
If you want to present yourself and like, hey, I know what I'm talking about. It's weird to know how many Black men are felons, but not to know how many white men are felons. But then say that white.
Do you want to just Google it? You can Google it if you want.
You're the one making the argument.
You stinking bitch.
Well, I came here to
Google
talk
the
about
motherfucking 47th president of the United States.
See, when you have somebody that had a brain that could challenge her and challenge her foolishness, the ship start leaking oil real quick, and it was going down faster than the Titanic, right? And he asked the specific. If there's millions and millions of more W folks in this country, then that means that there's millions and millions of more criminals. On that side, that means that the W woman will be dating criminals. Right. But again, they don't label their own people as criminals like that. They're not facing criminality. So, but she's not, either she's playing dumb or she's not smart enough to understand that, right? Then on top of that, he asked her, how do you have the numbers for Black men, but not the numbers for W men? But you're making the argument about Black women dating more criminals than other groups, but you don't have the other statistics, right? See, they got too emotional and they didn't answer the specific question. My thing is, what is a criminal in America? What is considered a criminal? What is considered a thug?
Right.
Right? Outside of the face, the face of a Black man, what is a thug in America? Right?
It's the imagery.
When we know how the country was established, you have thugs that wear police uniforms.
It's the image
of
what Hollywood projects.
They're school teachers. They're criminals on the block. They're everywhere. Everywhere. Criminals everywhere. But they have a certain criteria for what a thug is. Right? And then they say not American culture, but Black culture. And they make us the face of these things. Y'all better stop playing with me, man. And then you get people like this that come and spew all that foolishness, man. Knowing this country, man. Some of the biggest thugs wear suits. They sit in the Senate and the Congress, House of Representatives, your judicial branches, everywhere. Yep. Man, but again, the Black man is the face of criminality, and they make up all these fake statistics that they make y'all believe it. Because in the communities where you come from, you see a drive-by or some criminality, and you start believing all the rhetoric that they put out about you, not realizing that all groups do the same thing. And all groups historically have done the same. And in America, we know historically who's done this to us for years. Now we do it to each other, not them. So we already know who the first criminals, listen, we already know who the thugs and criminals are.
Right.
But stop giving this woman the platform. She's leaking oil and she's running out of time, man. She's just trying to find the next grift. She can't wait to find a BBC to sit down on, man. So she's just playing with y'all. Y'all let me know what y'all think, man. If you made it this far in the video, hit that like button, subscribe to Street Media TV, your comment section. Let me know what you guys think. And remember, I love y'all until next time. Peace.
That's all she want. All right, Lady Che, what are your thoughts on just pearly things?
Well, I don't, it's not a big thing to know that I don't care for white women, but I definitely don't care for this broad. I don't care what anybody thinks. I just have seen too much or know too much. It's just too much. So, but this is one of those, the audacity of her calling people race baiters and things like that, when she's doing the same fucking thing. And there's a thing is like, look, there's a point he has where he said we're too emotional, right? And it's because the wounds they may be 500 fucking years old, but they're like fresh.
Go ahead, lady. I was just laughing at Cruz comment. He said she's not even white, she's pink.
All right, facts. So what I'm saying is that the wounds are maybe 500 years old, but they're like freshly picked off scabs every goddamn day. So we never get a chance to heal. We're always in the state of defense. Think about it. We're always defending ourselves. We defend our men. What's up? Who's this?
DSB.
DSB 225.
Okay. Welcome. Sorry.
DSB deuce and a quarter.
Yeah, welcome. So we're constantly in defense. You know that we defend each other, we defend our men, we defend our women, we defend our children, we defend our elders. You know what I mean? And we're constantly in fucking defense of our whatever hue we're in. You know what I mean? Knowing our blackness, we're always in fucking defense of that, trying to always fight against these motherfuckers that don't have any fucking any business speaking on black business.
Right.
You know what I mean? And they don't have no, like, why was she even encouraged into the conversation when there was like so many
invited to that conversation?
Who invited her? Platform. Right. And then
no,
I mean, like,
one of them TikTok platforms, Lady Che, Brother Che. That's a TikTok platform.
The other thing is too, like this.
The framework. Yeah, I tore down my TikTok page, man, because only thing I was doing was cussing out 95% of the idiots that were up there with that bullshit like her.
And that's the thing. He said right. We're emotional. We're still not fragile, but we're tired. And so now we're like, look, when she's talking about, when she's talking about the common, like, well, first of all, we ain't even supposed to be outside right now to commit all these criminalities that she's talking about. And B, how you just gonna point out a whole group of men that say that they're almost every 1 out of every 3 is a criminal? Like, come on, cuz look, don't let the shade deflect the message. My dude ain't no criminal.
Right.
I've been with him for 5 years. If anything, I'm the criminal.
Right.
Or was the criminal. You know what I mean? However you want to look at it.
That could be used against you in the court of law, Lady Che. Not getting on your business, not
no, but
on your wisdom,
right. But in my defense right now, I'm the one that with that past. You know what I mean? I changed. We do believe in reform, right? Reform. So I changed, right? However, that could be, that he's not a criminal. Jess is not a criminal. You understand what I'm saying? If anybody's gonna be doing some old rugged ass shit, it's gonna probably be me, because I'm just built that way. Okay, but I'll say the thing. She's just fucking talking and whooping shit. It's like, and whoever let her on these panels, dude, she was like dead to the world for like what, a year, almost 2 years.
Yep.
And now here's something that is resurrected the beast. You know what I mean? Resurrected a whole Neanderthal just to fuck with us, and then make it a topic. Like,
and Lady Che, not cutting you off, Lady Che. This is why them pink old broads like her. And hey, come out here, sit with me in the sun on June the 21st, which is the longest day of the year, and the temperature would be about a good 121 degrees. You know what I'm saying? And I take great pleasure in watching that clown sit up there and burn up.
Yeah, she gotta leave her copper tone at home.
Yeah, you got to leave. Yeah, you got to leave the copper tone at home.
I'm okay with sunbathing in the light. You hear me? It's only going to add to my honey wheat skin tone. Okay, no biggie. But what is going to happen with that broad is she's going to turn pink and fry the fuck up. So, like, fuck that. Fuck them. I'm so disgusted with them, man. I don't know why they even pick up. Why they even get on platform. I'm so disgusted by them. And just seeing her now, and she's still so cocky and arrogant. Well, just sitting there and you were talking with the fucking what's his name? The lawyer? What's his name?
Yeah, what the hell is his goddamn name? The lead attorney.
The lead attorney is like kind of playing with her, but he's not, because he fucks white women too.
Mm-hmm.
And let's not let it be told. She did have a BBC once before she was even well known, and that motherfucker was a big, fat, ugly dude. That be told. So so she's not above and beyond creeping around with black men. She's trying to act holier than now. Like right now, you mean to tell me right fucking now, if a brother went and tried to holler at her, she would drop the draws? Right. She would. She would.
Says salam to two warrior brothers, many men.
Yeah, that is DSB 225. Is it all right to call you DSB Deuce and a Quarter, or should I refer to you, sir, as DSB 225?
Just call him DSB. He's dark-skinned brother.
Yeah. Well, you know, man, the 225, there used to be a vehicle called the Electra 225, and all the players used to call them a Deuce and a Quarter in the 70s and 80s.
Welcome, brothers. Welcome. Yeah, I'm done with my statement because I'm done with my statement because she's antagonistic, and anytime you see her, she's gonna just antagonize the worst out of people, you know, whether they mean to or not. Like when I seen her on and hearing like 7 words out of her fucking mouth, I was already out of the collar. You did?
Hollered at her. She probably in the bestiality too.
Yeah, dude, she's all crumb, so fuck her. And again, he's not wrong, dude. There's money to be made off of our anger, shames, problems, plight, whatever they could capitalize on, and we're just allowing it because we're not paying attention. And it's all because we and it's truth be told, man, we're still fresh from all these wounds. You know what I mean? We're still fresh. We've been in active war for 500 years. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
we haven't really had a break.
Feel some salt in them wounds. The wounds ain't even healed. The
wounds ain't healed at all. So, right, and keep in mind, like, no, we've been at war since fucking God knows when.
Right.
We're still at war. This is an active fucking war. So we're going to be kind of defensive and little. That's what it really is, defensive, little emotional, because we're trying to protect ourselves.
Bro, that's beyond me. She's not giving no dating advice at all.
Who the fuck is she dating anyway? And I'm telling you, she's one of them ones that hide the fact that she date black people because she did. She did. Doesn't mean that she hasn't since then. I don't believe that. You know what I mean? And I don't believe if a brother tried to holler at her, she would not drop them draws. I believe that thoroughly, with 100% of my fucking little mixed heart. I believe in that. Okay.
Yeah.
She's a hoe like that. I can feel it. I can sense it. I don't want to be around it. That broad is designed to antagonize us. And what's wrong is if you're gonna be a sister and try to debate this bitch, you need to be on your G's and C's because she's right there just to make you look less. Yeah. Right.
Jesus. A whole cracker, she's a crumb. Damn, Lady Che. You cooking, baby.
Yeah. She's a whole crumb, cuz like fuck that bitch. Oh my god, don't even get me started. I was going off with that.
Right, DSB 225. That's exactly what we gotta do. Exactly, man. I've been saying that for the last how long has I been saying that, Brother Che? At least the last 10 years now.
Yeah. Even if I get drunk enough, I won't take my clothes off.
Damn. Now that's bad, crew. You can't even drink or fine, huh? Damn.
All right, what are your thoughts, Charlamagne?
Man, that broad needs to go to 3 places. She needs to go to an insane asylum, number 1. She can go to Napa State Valley Hospital where they got all the crazy motherfuckers in California. Okay. She'd be up there in the Napa Valley. So
what state or city is she in?
Her ass need to stay over there in the UK where she was.
She's in the UK?
She was for a while.
Over there in England.
Yeah, she was over there in the UK. That's when all that shit was cracking off a couple years back.
She was in the UK.
That's what I said about. Yeah, remember I said TBA, the Black Light Revelations, motherfucking Mike TV. I mean, they were running whole exposés for like months at a time. You just go back and rewatch all that shit. That shit was hilarious. I mean, they were just tearing her down. She tried to take she was trying to act like the female version of Kevin Samuels.
Yeah.
Well, that's not gonna happen. First of all, you're not black.
Right.
Just like that. You're not black. So that right there just eliminates you from the playoffs.
Right.
Kevin Samuels is black.
We ain't gonna talk about playoffs, Lady Che.
Especially not with the masqueraders.
Well, I told them to raise up out the neighborhood, man, or change their name. I can't support them.
Right, bro. Yeah. I don't know. As far as she was concerned, she shouldn't be giving out no advice. But motherfucking Kevin Samuels still a god in our eyes. He was still giving out good ass advice to men and women. I told you I got on there one time and had a little 5-minute dialogue with him.
Yeah.
And he got me on the straight and narrow. You know what I mean?
Yeah, she like Nick Fuentes and Tim Pool.
Yeah. Right. She's not even like the way she was acting like that was the new lady of the manosphere, and that wasn't. And motherfucker, what was really a trip was black men was feeding into that.
Yeah, that was
so
the worst.
Really making it bad for us. And the sisters are like, what the fuck do you see in this bitch, cuz?
Right.
Like, if you want to talk about black women issues, go find a nice black woman podcast to listen to.
She's from Chicago.
Not rundowns ones like that.
Cruz, she's from the Chi.
Where is this broad from?
Probably like Indiana.
Said that she's from the Chi.
She is not from no Chi, cuz. She's like look at her, dude. Does she look like one of the corn-fed white girls from like Indiana?
Or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much, Lady Che.
I mean, look at her. She got the flag, the style, her fucking body's limp and square, and fucking her face is all white and pasty and no color to it whatsoever.
He said he Wikipedia. It said she's from Chicago. What?
Yeah, she's from the Chi.
Pearl Davis is from the Chi. She's from Huntley.
She's ass beating Huntley.
She's from Huntley.
I've heard of Illinois.
Ain't that a suburb of Chicago?
I believe it is. Look,
did you see how she's comfortable being a racist, dude?
Yeah, well, shit. Look at Cicero, Illinois. They were comfortable being racist too.
That was the home of Al Capone for many years.
He ain't never seen
Cicero, Illinois
until he was in Cicero, Illinois.
Yeah.
He said he ain't seen a race mob or white mob like that in the South, like he's seen in Cicero, Illinois.
Yeah, and
County, which is right next to Cook County. So yeah, it's a suburb. Chicago.
And then even Martin Luther King had said when he got hit in the head with that brick out there in Morgan Park, crew, he said out of all his years of living in the South, that was the most racist city he ever been in.
Yeah, that white guy was right. Illinois is racist as hell. Like Colorado, just like Nevada, just like any other state.
Like rural California. When you get out of the Bay and get out of Los Angeles. You go up there in them places like Tehama County, man, and up there by Susanville and all that.
He said
Capone had a crib in Chicago Heights out next to Olympia Fields. Okay, tunnel went all the way to the city, 39 miles. Damn. And then also too, crew.
We got 20.
And what's up, 20? And then also too, crew, Al Capone had a hideout too. In Southern California, man, in a place called Two Bunch Palms.
These motherfuckers approved a $70 million stadium for women to play soccer at the old Gates rubber plant, Shabaka. And I was the only one that spoke out against that shit.
Damn. And where's this rubber plant at, Brother Che?
Here in Denver.
Oh, okay.
My medicine be knocking me the hell out, dude. I be sleep for like a whole day and a half.
Yeah, it is, crew. It is the most segregated city in the United States. Yes, sir. That it is.
That is definitely a fact.
Why do you think the Nation of Islam headquartered there, man? You know what I'm saying? Right there on 72nd and Stony Island.
Yep.
All right, let's get to the next topic.
I'm trying to get to the comments. Mac said he never wanted
Oh,
to.
Mac 285, you'll love the shy, man. Just keep your guns on you, man, and just be careful of where you're going. Don't go out nowhere at night, man. Because
Yeah,
people
he came off the Cali crew. He was out in Nevada too.
Man. No, but that's just it though, crew. He did have a hideout, man, near a place called Desert Hot Springs, near Palm Springs. It was called Two Bunch Palms.
Mm-hmm. Yep, the most gangster city as well. It's the Shy.
Hey, yeah, that it is.
Yeah, we got DSB in the building. Salute to DSB. All right, so the next topic is your girl, Candace Owens.
Man, oh Lord, brother, I just finished having some dinner, man. Now you're getting ready to make me regurgitate my meal.
You instigating that. Why you guys gonna say it like we support Candace Owens? Because we don't even like that bitch. So you're just your girl. Okay, that's your girl.
Nah, she ain't my girl. Hey, and I bet you if the dumpster had her up there at the White House, he would do the same shit to her like he did Omarosa the first time. Remember?
Lock her ass out. Lock the doors. Throw her ass out.
Didn't make my topic list.
Conservatives feel the monster that they created. That's the next topic. It's about and our brother Mad Black TV, the most toxic and most dangerous black man on the internet, is gonna give us an update on that.
All right, bet.
Oh, and this is the brother that moved to LA, right?
No, that's a TD media.
What's good, everybody? It's your brother Mad Black, the most dangerous and the most toxic black man on the internet. The brother who told you should not pedestalize or monetize a bed wench, but you did it anyway, and now she's destroying your movement from the inside. And I am Black up in your face again with some more pro-black commentary. So it's been very interesting the last few days or so. I've been seeing a lot of commentators and just people on social media, talking about the basic meltdown that podcaster Tim Pool had, where he just went on a tirade about how Candace Owens is basically destroying the MAGA movement. And he's not the only one, by the way. There's been plenty of these white boys and these MAGA mutants and these right wingers who have gotten on social media. And Tim Pool probably came out the hardest, but there's other ones like Nick Fuentes who have been kind of going in on Candace Owens and talking about how terrible she is for their movement and how she's kind of splintering their movement with a lot of her rhetoric. And there's others like Matt Walsh and even Ben Shapiro. They kind of mention her, but they don't go as hard as some of these other white boys do, right?
I got an 8.
So they're real upset because Candace Owens has just been on. She's been on a roll lately. Where she's basically accused the people at Turning Point USA for killing Charlie Kirk. She's accused his wife of being involved with the assassination of Charlie Kirk. She's gone out and made it seem as if, her life is in danger because, the president of France has sent a hit team after her. She goes, she jumps from a lot of things. She has a lot of conspiracy theories going on simultaneously now. If you haven't listened to Candace Owens, I can understand that because I don't like to listen to her trifling ass either. But some of the shit she's been saying, I just watched like small clips of it. It's hilarious. It's better than what's going on Alex Jones right now. Like Candace Owens has her own conspiracy theories that are all wrapped around and wrapped up basically in herself. Like everything seems to revolve around her. She talks about how there's some secret cult underneath her kids' school, so she had to pull her kids out of school. You know, Charlie Kirk came to her in a dream and told her that there were 6 snakes or something like that were out to get him. And, you know, she predicted his assassination. And, you know, she gets clairvoyant dreams, apparently. She talks about this on her program, where every time she dreams about certain things, it, you know, happens in the future. Like, she's able to predict pregnancies, she's able to predict assassinations, just all this stuff, right? And, you know, she still has a large enough audience where there's still, you know, these MAGA mutants and dingleberries who actually listen to her, right? And now, because of the stuff saying, a lot of these other commentators in the conservative movement are really getting upset because it's destroying a lot of their credibility, and also she's got people looking at them sideways as if they are also. And it's funny seeing these white boys get upset to the point where they're literally getting red in the face. Like Tim Pool, he was getting mad and spitting and cursing and getting red in the face. Like, he's such a little punk though. Like, he reminds me of like my sister's dog. Like, my sister has one of those little Pomeranian dogs that are just really annoying. That, you know, that think they're tough. They think you couldn't tell this little Pomeranian dog that he's not a pit bull, right? That's the way he acts. But, you know, he's really looks like a cute little toy, basically. He looks like a little scruffy toy, to the point where when my sister posts pictures of him with her, they think that she's holding like a little doll and not a real dog, right? But it's funny. That's what Tim Pool reminds me of, like one of these little scruffy dogs that just barks and barks and barks. But when you walk close to them, they run away and go hide behind a couch somewhere. That's what he reminds me of. Just little bitch, just whining and moaning and cursing and getting all red in the face about what this black bedwench is saying, right? And like I said, I've seen others like Nick Fuentes also go in on her and get upset. I've seen other people like Ben Shapiro get mad at her and upset about the stuff that she's saying. Like, he's gone not only on his program, but he's gone on other people's programs talking about what Candace Owens is saying, just sitting there whining and complaining about what this wench is doing. And I have to say that really, you guys can't be mad at Candace Owens because you are the ones that not only built her up, but you legitimized her. This is your monster. You created this monster that is now tearing your asses up. Okay? This is literally MAGA's Frankenstein monster. Well, I can't even say MAGA. I'll say white male conservatives Frankenstein monster, because Candace Owens predates MAGA. You know, she's been around even before, you know, there was a quote unquote MAGA movement. She's been bedwenching and cooning that long, right? And you know, these fools, they propped her up, they platformed her. People like Ben Shapiro gave her a spot on his network, right? They would put her all over mainstream media, all over social media, and they gave her money. They said they would tell all their white buddies, or they would also tell any of us black people who would argue with them. They would say, hey, listen, you need to go listen to this black woman here. She's going to get you straight. I can't tell you how many times I've had a white conservative bigot come to my channel or to my social media and tell me, hey, here's a video by Candace Owens. You need to listen to her. Like, basically saying like, hey, Negro,
tell me about
you need to listen to her because she's a black person that agrees with me, and you need to listen to her so you can agree with me too. She's going to get you straight, right? And they basically were the ones that propped up this negress, this dumbass, buck dancing, boot licking negress. They put her on a pedestal and sent her out there, thinking that the only people she was going to bite were black people. You know, they propped her up. They put the battery in her back. They sharpened her teeth. They let her out the cage, and her sole purpose was
just like the
to
Ebro
attack black people. Anytime a black man got shot by the police, she was there to come out there and dehumanize that black man, and also make it seem as if it's all black people's fault that this black man got shot, and that black people commit crime or whatever. The typical black conservative bullshit rant that they all do. The same script. They all work from the same script. They gave Candace Owens that same script, and they figured because she is a younger black woman. And, how I want to say this. Well, I'll say that there are people that find her attractive. I don't. Okay, I don't. I really never thought Candace was attractive. Not even in the slightest. Okay, it's not even just because of her personality, but just I don't think she's cute at all. I know there's a lot of guys out there that say if she wasn't conservative, they would hit it or whatever. No, okay, there's nothing special or attractive about Candace Owens. Nothing at all. All right. But they like she was a doctor. They put her out there because there are people out there that will find her attractive. I'm sure there's a lot of white guys that find black females like her attractive, ones that don't know how to get their hair done, that always have a messy perm, and spews a lot of garbage where she's basically sucking off white men in her rhetoric, right? And probably literally behind closed doors. They love stuff like that. Mm-hmm. So they were quick to put her out there and thinking that she was only ever going to attack the black community. But now you've got this, basically you got a gutter snipe within your own ranks who's just biting and shooting off and tearing up everything around her. All the people that you thought
she's going to score
were secure and who had put her on a pedestal are now feeling her wrath, and now you're sitting here upset that she's acting this way. You never thought that the monster that you created would ever turn on you and tear up your world. You thought she was only going to be out there as an attack dog for everybody else, not for you personally. And she's messed your whole movement up with the nonsense she's doing, because she's been programmed to do what she's doing right now. This is what she's programmed to do, is to say crazy shit on a regular basis. Right? She can talk trash about Israel. She can talk trash about France. She can talk trash about other people in the conservative movement. She can talk trash about Turning Point USA. Right? And people will give her an ear because you said she was the negress that everyone needs to listen to. She's the one that you put out there as a token. She's the one that you put out there in front of everyone as an idol and as someone that you should, take seriously. So now that you are the ones that gave her all that attention, you are the ones that gave her that credibility, she's using that now against you. And I do think Candace is smart enough to know that that's what she's doing. I don't even think she takes herself seriously anymore, because there was a time when at least Candace Owens had some common sense in the stuff that she was saying, or at least it came off as common sense, right? Now she's just saying anything. It's almost as if she doesn't know what to actually do on her program. She's just saying whatever to get attention. Like I saw she put up a post where I think it was on her social media where she was saying like, yeah, I'm going to talk about something earth-shattering that's going to change everything. Right. And all she did was talk about the same conspiracy nonsense that she's been talking about for the last few months. It was nothing different, but she tried to make it seem as if it was something great. So either she has completely lost her marbles, or she has run out of things to really talk about, and she doesn't have her marching orders from these top conservatives anymore. So she's just spouting off and causing as much controversy as she can to be relevant so she can collect the dollars, right? That's the only thing I can think of that's really going on with her right now, because she doesn't believe the shit that she's saying. It's just it's the same old act she was putting on before, but now there's no direction. There's no one driving. There's no one giving her a script as to what to say, as far as like, attacking black people or attacking the quote unquote libs or the liberals or whatever. She doesn't know what to do. So she's just going out and biting everybody she can, right?
Yeah,
like a wild dog that she is. But these white men that are getting all upset and getting their faces twisted about what she's saying, that's on you.
Feel like Jasmine Crockett.
I don't feel bad for you at all. And I mean, really, I never felt bad for you in the first place because a lot of you guys are scumbags to begin with.
Right.
But, the fact that your own creation, your own bed wench, your own coontress is now attacking you. That is the height of karma. That is the height of irony. And I couldn't be happier that it's happening to you all and it's causing a breakdown of your racist, bigoted, mutant movement.
Mm-hmm.
You folks let me know how you feel about it in the comments section. I would love to hear your opinions on this story. Anyway, Mad Blacc, and I will be back with my foot on a devil's back.
TPSU. We cover for you.
No argument from me, sir. Mad Blacc, reach out to us, man. I would love to have you on the air, man, and we do something together. You know what I'm saying? Because this is I think this is about the third time, Brother Check, that I heard this, brother.
I like his through Professor Black Truth. That's our brother Chris Crazy House.
Yeah,
we got work out of Crew. Where's Chris Crazy House out of? Yeah, she being used as a political stunt, man.
Oh yeah, now Jasmine Crockett shit. Yeah, she is a political stunt. But the thing about old Jasmine Crockett, she trying to get paid. Although she ain't gonna do shit for the black community, we already know this.
She's not gonna win that Senate race in Texas. It's just not going.
No, hell no, because you could best believe them white folk hillbillies, man, going to go out there after they drink their Corona with Ted Cruz and tell each other to kiss their ass, but they're gonna be giving marching orders to them good old boys down there.
She's full of shit and she's a crock of shit.
Yeah, so she's gonna probably lose by a landslide.
Yeah.
Hell, if I had some goddamn money, man, I'd go up there to one of these. I think, wait a minute, it was one of these damn places, man, that you could bet on presidential elections at.
She can't even
or
get
congressional elections.
She can't even get the support of her party. She couldn't even get Bernie Sanders to endorse her. Bernie Sanders. I haven't decided if I'm going to endorse anybody right now.
Man, Bernie Sanders need to take his old retirement ass, man, go straight to a place for mom and hang it.
Chris Crazy House is old like Shabaka almost. I don't know where he's from, Che.
Well, Crew, if you live long enough, youngster, you'll get already been your age. Your test is
old. He's like in his 40s. He's not that old. Jasmine Crockett shit is being used for white supremacy.
She knows exactly what the fuck she did.
See.
Look, she knows exactly what the fuck she's being used for. She knows exactly what she's doing. She knows that they don't have no love for her, and she's gonna end up being a fucking one of those political consultants on fucking MS Now or something like that. And that's what she's getting. She got no love for her, and all the black people in her, and she don't even want to do for the black people that she has. So she's made a big old scene about taking an extra 250,000.
There's nothing up for black people. There's no mention of black people anywhere on her website. She's following Kamala Harris's bullshit ass lead. There's nothing on there about doing anything for black people. There's no mention of black people at all on her website. All she keeps talking about is working families and illegal immigrants.
Right. So yeah, we already know. We already know MWP. Yeah, we already know about that. But what I'm saying is that she's not gonna get anywhere anyway. She wasn't gonna get anywhere. None of these people like Candace Owens, none of these motherfuckers have elevated in any way with all the shenanigans they've been doing for the last 3 years.
Yeah. Not cutting you off, Lady Chair. I agree with Crew right here. I saw that bullshit Bernie on reparations. What does that mean? You old decrepit old ass bastard. Then your ass need to retire.
It's not feasible, Shabaka. It's not feasible.
Well, that motherfucker need to get off that goddamn Geritol or whatever shit they got prescribed on him, man.
Right. Fuck Bernie Sanders.
Exactly.
Jasmine supports immigrants and says nothing of Black Americans. Exactly, crew.
All right. No, that's not good. Okay.
Well, we've
crew.
already known this. This is not unfeathered news. This is something like we've already known, and why we keep discussing it is fucking beyond me. She's not she's not meant for that, and she has no support. She has no support whatsoever. Like not even from any Black constituents in her area, let alone anybody that she serves in the Democratic Party. She hasn't done any shit. She's not gonna do anything. She don't know how to do
what she needs to do, Lady Che, not cutting your wisdom, Lady Che. She needs to take her ass out there to the San Fernando Valley, get tossed up, passed around like they do all them Black females in that porn industry. Can't wait to California get that Harvey Weinstein man.
Her and Kundus need to both go there.
Yeah, exactly. Go out there to the San Fernando. No, ain't nobody saying watch the shit, Lady Che. Lady Che, I ain't saying watch the shit, but she will fit in right in fine out there.
We about to get on punk ass Charlamagne too.
Fuck Charlamagne too. Oh, metrosexual eyebrow. God, man, his eyebrows is too sharp for a regular man. His eyebrows he looks so fucking zesty. It's hard to take him fucking seriously at all.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Exactly. Yeah, there you go, Michael. You're right. No, you're absolutely right, Michael. She will develop a platform after that and singing, "We shall overcome."
It's too late, man. In my version of things, she's too late. It's too late. She has no turn back and come back around. She had plenty of time, dude. From before the election, she had plenty of time to do something for Black people. Instead, she was too busy making high and mighty fucking speeches only in regards to her and her family and calling out bullshit. See where that got her. See where all that money that for the DNC got her. Nowhere. None of them elevating fucking things, and now she's over there doing podcasting from her bedroom. It looked like. And come on, cuz. Stop.
All right. So in other news, punk ass Ebro got fired from Hot 97.
Oh, and also too, Brother Che, we would definitely want to put a shout out there to Word Radio out of Philadelphia.
Yeah. They shot it
because they mentioned us a couple of times.
Right. But in the New York City, they got Hot 97 and they just fired Ebro. And he sends a message saying they're culture vultures. No shit, Ebro.
Oh, geez, now you're finally coming around to that, huh? After you've been taking the butter biscuits and shit. Like, for real? You're so salty because, like, I gotta take these motherfuckers seriously. Oh, they're bow down, kissing fucking feet, and eating butter biscuits, and now they get fired, and now they're like, oh, it's bad racist over there. It's super racist. It's a hard place to work. I mean, my Black soul is getting terrorized every goddamn day. Whatever, cuz. I feel sorry for old boy Ebro.
Right.
But,
I don't even. So our brother UPTV, Big Ant the spokesman, gonna give us an update on that.
I like that. He's my friend.
Yeah, he's cool.
Blaccs, man. They all got to fold up because they all trying to renew their deals, their licenses. They all, well, in this particular situation, we'll get into more specifics another time. Bro just got, bro's a casino owner. You know those 3 licenses that they got here in New York City for the casino?
You talking about 50G?
The guy that owns one of the casinos licenses. He got to raise $500,000, bro. $500 million, excuse me. They need my talking anti-net and Yahoo, anti-government, progressive out the way, bro.
Charlamagne the Coon.
They need me out the way.
The hell with Charlamagne?
They're trying to get to these bags that these VCs got, raise some capital.
You've been putting a battery in his bag.
They don't really care, like, especially for like a Hot 97 and a WBLS. They don't give a hip hop or black music or black community.
There are a lot of people saying that.
None of that. They give a fuck about access.
Yeah, we are the influence crew.
They give a fuck about being able to bring their little nerdy friends to the concerts because that helps them raise money. They've been trying to get to me for years.
No, you're right, Michael.
Years.
No, Michael's right about that.
Yo, it's Big Ant, the spokesman, man. We back. Another edition of Urban Politicians TV, UPTV. Make sure you stay on your pivot at all times, man. Had to come tap in, and we back outside with it. H-Time, Texas streets once again. Get my flip on through the time one time. But I had to pull over here in the cut Friday night and let y'all know what was up with Hot 97 and them fine Ebro and canceling the morning show that they have been dropping for the past 13 years. And I want to make this right here very clear. This is one of them conversations where we need to be straightforward and direct, bro. Ebro, everything that you just said, we knew this 10 years ago. Certain people even before that. As more time came out,
Black American Negro
you ain't come give us no new information. Yeah, you gave us some names. You gave us some things that you said that they might have been doing or might have felt.
Man, that day ain't gonna be nothing but Coon City.
You in the industry. You work for the industry, the radio station. You also work for Apple. So you got to produce. Nobody is waking up listening in the culture as a pocket. Yes, do they have followings? Do they have people that are fans of Ebro and like Ebro? Of course. Everybody on the internet consistently has somebody following them that supports them, no doubt about it. But y'all have no impact up there. That means that y'all are not bringing in the views, which is y'all not bringing in the audience. Y'all are not bringing in the things that would make them overlook your opinions and your feelings. It's all about y'all ain't producing. And he knew that this was coming. They created a YouTube channel back in October. I see it right there. Ebro in the morning. They say they're going to keep the show rolling. But other people been fired at these spots, bro. They pulling back their budgets. Y'all are the ones that take the corporate jobs. Y'all are the ones that got to do what the bosses want y'all to do, which is cool. If that's how you feed your family, that's your game. Go get your job. But they got the final say so. You don't run nothing up there. You like Blue on Players Club. All you do is spin records. You understand? If I raise my neck up, it's going to be trouble. Shot time. Just keeping it all the way 100. Bro, it is what it is. You got to know that. You got to understand that. Y'all are part of the advertising market. The guys that you saying are nerds, let me be clear with you. A lot of people in the culture, not all, but a lot of people where I'm from, they don't watch Ebro Hot 97. They going to look at y'all show and say, this is a show for nerds. So when you call the people that's coming up there to see the shows, the people that's trying to get the people to buy into the advertising and the money, tell us they really don't like hip hop, this ain't new. This is not a news flash. This is not breaking. We've been knew this. You calling them vultures now? You knew that when you signed that paper after a year, but you was cool with it. You accepted it. You played your role. You got paid. Don't think you giving us no type of new information. I got to keep it all the way 1,000, bro. Why do we need to sugarcoat it? Why do we need to lie about it? Ain't nobody waking up saying, hey, I got to go see what they had to say on Ebro in the morning show today. We ain't seen y'all opinions shift nothing in a long time. Y'all ain't turning up. I don't care about the viral, but it's about the consistency. Y'all got to guarantee checks. Y'all ain't building. Y'all on
but how practical is it?
Y'all took a pay. So guess what? Y'all getting paid regardless. Y'all passion ain't going to be the same. Y'all takes and y'all dedication ain't going to be the same. Ebro is very powerful in this game, by the way. And see somebody that's been working with the labels. You're tied into the industry. You're going to play what they tell you to play. Stop acting. Yeah, you had certain times you could go off and do what you want to do. Program director, I get it. Yeah, but at the end of the day, somebody over you, if they tell you, hey, I don't want that song right there played, or I don't want that song right there played.
Yeah.
You gonna do what they say. Same thing with him at Apple right now. You in control of the hip hop part of this thing up there. Bam. Y'all make y'all living. The people that's over you make the living off of dealing directly with the labels. So any playlist you putting together, you might have a few picks here and there, help somebody out or push something you really like. But at the end of the day, they trying to keep them lights on. You gonna pay. You gonna play whoever making the pay. It is what it is, bro. We ain't finna sugarcoat it. We ain't finna let them control this narrative, act like this ain't this and that ain't that. Come on, dog. We been in this game. We been paying attention. We see when Ebro didn't want to really get with the culture. Your stigma in the game was like, I'm this old angry guy. That was your personality. Going in on the younger acts, going in on the new upcoming artists, which you entitled to your opinion about their music. But at certain times, it was kind of like, bro, you purposely just trying to give people a hard time.
Yeah.
And it's like, nah, bro, you not that guy really like that. We ain't seen you like, yeah, you've been working, but you've been working for the corporations.
Right.
Like, I'm pretty sure you might did stuff before you got that job up there. But bro, we not letting you come over here and tell us like, hey, I'm gonna put y'all up on some game. They some culture vultures. Bam, that's the entire industry. Right. We been knew this, man. What we talking about, bro? Ebro, what we talking about? Rosenberg, what we talking about? I ain't even gonna trip with the lady, you know, she part of the show.
Yeah, Michael, that's what Che be saying.
Y'all too. Don't come tell us who's some culture vultures now. Yeah. People been calling out the labels, the industry. All you tell us, man, they don't really care about rap. No, duh. We've been saying this forever. You ain't putting us up on no type of game, bro. So coming out 2025, right. It's like you trying to tell us something that, like, what you really telling us at this point in time? I'm just keeping it all the way 100. No. We're not doing that. Because you played the game, you liked the job, you liked the position, you knew that they was going to cut you off because they've been cutting people off and laying people off. Ebro, the same dude that's sending the messages for them. Hey, man, they going another direction away from rap and hip-hop. They ain't focusing on rap and hip-hop no more. They going to focus on this type of music, that type of music. Where it said? What those artists said, Ebro? You've been doing whatever message they send you down, you send it to the people. Come on. But at the end of the day, the sound of the music with the labels that you would push through all these relationships you got, they dictate the final sound on the mainstream level. We can't, the culture, the people from it, the streets, they can't get on the playlist without the label and the system approving it. They can't get on the radio without the system approving it. So you play that game. Don't try to come over and say, man, they don't care about the culture. After you've been over there for 13 years, man. I'm just keeping it all the way 1,000. Tell me what y'all think. We got more coming, more videos, all that. 1,000%. So stay on your people.
I think you're right, Big Ant. All right, what's your thoughts on Ebro getting fired?
I hope he made his money.
I'll say this. I agree with Big Ant. It's not like he's been telling us anything new. He took the money. He's complicit in the bullshit. Yeah. He's complicit in selling us out. Yep. He's just as bad as all them motherfuckers. 13 fucking years of being a sellout. They'll come crying over here. It's too fucking late. Right. They'll come telling us what we already know. We've been like knowing Larry that.
Elders.
Motherfucker, you ain't doing nothing to better any of these artists that you spin records for. You ain't doing nothing to better their plight, their condition. You got rappers right now on EBT, cuz. So that right there, you got music that's not being evenly distributed. You got white rappers and stuff like that infringing on our culture. You know what I mean? So what you say?
He said, does he get deported too as well as get fired?
Right. But still, like, and they could never show these guys that somebody else got this position. What did he expect? He don't want to play the game now. Now he got 13 years of a conscience following his ass. Like, no, you know what you did. You know how complicit you are. Like, there's no going back for fucking off the people, man.
Right.
You know what I mean? And then going back, they want to make big money, and then yeah, right. No, cuz you fucked up. And you took the money, you took the money for 13 years.
Yeah.
That's 13 years of propaganda and bullshit.
Oh, they're a bunch of culture vultures.
Yeah. You know what kind of motherfuckers you hang out and take pictures with? You know that motherfuckers are culture vultures. You know. Even he was culture appropriating.
Mm-hmm.
So how can this conversation even be taken seriously when you're calling a motherfucker a culture vulture, but you're one too?
Right. That part.
So yeah.
What are your thoughts, Charlamagne? Thank you, Lady Che.
Man, only thing I can say about this motherfucker, man, is opportunist, culture vulture, crook, scum of the earth, con man, bullshit artist. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
All wrapped up into one. I'm mad at him, but I ain't mad at him.
Call ICE. Call him twice.
You see what you said, cool? Call ICE, he might be on a work visa. Damn. Yeah, there's never a dull moment here. You know?
Used and abused. 13
years
used and abused. And now, they're a bunch of culture vultures. They just selling out the culture. Weren't you doing the same thing, Ebro? So he's mad now because Funk Master Flex, who's another sellout, took the spot. So now he want to respond to that. So that's the next clip. Funk Flex takes Ebro's morning job on Hot 97 after firing and will start immediately.
Well, he gave Flex the key to the city. Flex knows what he's doing.
Oh, no, Flex knows what he's doing. He gonna stay. Listen, if that's what you want to be and that's how you want to stay in the game, Flex is gonna play that game. He's always played that game. The new owners here at Hot 97, they can start coming for us real quick because I know they look at this line, they look at the amount of money they paying for this show.
Let me answer this question real quick. I like my boy. What's his damn name? Castaway. I think Castaway got the. It's either Castaway Crew, Kokeezy, or who else did that reparations song? That was somebody else. Oh, FBA. The hell's his damn name? The one that did that FBA song. Oh, what the hell's his damn name? Big FBA or FBAJ or something like that. No, those are my favorite artists that done the reparations, lineage-based cash payment reparation songs. Yeah, you do have. Oh, shit. That's right. FBA Ron did one too. Thank you for reminding me, crew. Yeah, the hell with Pete Rock. Yeah, the hell with Pete Rock. He another damn culture vulture. Yeah.
And then also too, Brother Che, if I may, I'm reaching out to them brothers here on our platform, man. Them cats with that video of "Run, nigga, run."
Oh my God.
Man, that shit, man. Damn.
Yeah, Tether Pete. That's his new name, Tether Pete. Damn Jamaican Tether. To hell with Pete Rock.
Every month. And they trying to figure out a way to get rid of some bodies up here. So keep your hands and feet in the ride. What'd you say, Laura?
He's on the track.
Necessarily love our point of view.
Oh, no, they don't love that. They love Flex shouting, what was he shouting?
Make America, make radio
great again last night. Yo, Flex is such a piece.
Yo, Flex, make radio great again.
Yo, Flex has openly acknowledged his sucker style for years.
Y'all are both.
He knows exactly what he's doing. Because all Flex cares about is being on this radio, being in the clubs. He loves being a DJ. Stuff. What it looks like to me is they cut 2 salaries and whittled it down to 1.
I'm surprised people didn't see that. I guess, no, it's not as exciting to read the time slots, but I'm like, read the times.
Yeah,
Everything just got closer together. That's saving money. That's all. That's the name of the
And by the way, in my 30 plus years in this business, I always remind people, we don't own these microphones. We don't own these broadcast signals. We come up here, they pay us a fee. We provide entertainment for y'all to owe us.
No shit, Sherlock. He act like he's telling us something we don't already know.
It's nothing. We might pop up tomorrow and they playing country music. We have no control over that.
Yep.
Zero control.
Yo, it's Big Ant, the spokesman, man. We back. Another edition of Urban Politicians TV, UPTV. Make sure you stay on your pivot at all times, man. Had to come tap in as it broke into hip-hop media news Friday that Ebro Hot 97 Morning Show had came to an end as him and his co-host had been fired and denied, and they will no longer be over there on that radio station with that situation. And I put that clip right there that we watched together in the beginning to go back to September when it was already moves happening, because I went back and checked that out because I kind of remembered that, but I went back and got re-caught up on that situation going on with Funk Flex, as they were saying already what was coming next, as now Funk Flex has taken over that morning time slot as reports started to hit last night and earlier to this morning, as Ebro has most definitely been doing double talking, now promoting the YouTube himself and saying, come to my YouTube channel, calling them out, but you've been playing this game all along, just keeping it 100. Funkmaster Flex is taking over mornings at New York City's Hot 97 WQHT, at least for now. Following the abrupt end of Ebro in the morning, MediaCo confirmed to Radio Inc. that the hip-hop radio icon will hold the day part down until further notice, starting on Monday, December 15th. Flex has been with Hot 97 for more than 30 years, most recently moving his show to 5 to 10 p.m. in September from its former 7 p.m. start. The decision follows a turbulent Friday for Hot 97 and its crosstown odyssey on rival 94.7 The Blacc WXBK, which each Sunday cut their morning shows. Following the December 12th broadcast, Ebro Dawn, Laura Stiles, and Peter Rosenberg each confirmed Ebro in the morning, a staple of the WQHT lineup since 2012, was no more. Later that day, the Blacc quietly removed morning host Miss Jones and evening personality Ed Lover from its website, leaving many wondering if Jones was headed home to Hot 97, where the veteran air talent got her full-time radio start. But now it's still unclear what's next for the Blacc or where Miss Jones and Ed Lover will land. Darden, meanwhile, is moving to continue Ebro in the morning online, directing fans to follow the show's YouTube channel. Ebro syndicator Super Radio confirmed that it is still working with Darden, Stiles, and Rosenberg on another program currently in the works. And like I said before, they already is. It's so many layers to this conversation. It ain't one just lane with this thing. Of course, the money and the cost. If they looking they can save money, hey, Funk Flex will fill in. They had that go back down there with DJ Enough already. We picked up that extra little hour. Yeah, they was talking about that. Ebro and them as well. And they was saying what they were saying about Funk Flex, so how he moved, because I guess they was having like inner working turmoil up there, Hot 97. But let's keep it all the way 100. What this is, hey fam, they ain't seeing the ratings growing. They said that y'all is having certain type of opinions and y'all having certain things y'all are talking about that they don't agree with. But the thing is with Ebro, you work for them. Let's keep this all the way 100. You was lost in the sauce. How you gonna go get a job somewhere and then think that you're gonna be able to tell them how you want to move and what you want to say and
that part?
What you gonna talk about online? But you part of that industry. You better put the old owners. You have done and know the game of how this go. They gonna gatekeep. They gonna be like, you call them whatever you want to call them, vultures, these investors or anything like that. You was with all that. You the same dude that was on the internet echoing whatever the labels. You talk directly with these playlists because you work for Apple as well. You are a part of this industry and you use this industry to your advantage. And now you saying, hey, check me out on YouTube. I seen he went to his Instagram yesterday and said, hey man, come to the pivot. Let's go come check the pivot. Like we gonna be going pivoting over here. Hey bro, look here, bro. Don't try to take the slang in the game. Just keeping it all the way 100. The word pivot, the words like that, that's for players and hustlers and boys who are ahead of the curve, not the ones who've been taking the whole corporate situation, using it to their advantage, gatekeeping, talking down to the new age era. And even really, if I can remember correctly, I remember Dog kind of talking down on YouTube before, bro. But I'm like, ain't you the dude that worked for the corporations? And then it's crazy because he'll go on now, talk like he the big boss, talk like he calling the shots, tell people, I'll box you out, I'll block this. Hey, you don't come up here if I don't let you come up here. I remember him talking like that back in the day. But then to come back in the end and say, I don't own this, I don't own these microphones, I don't control this. Well, why haven't y'all went and seen the real pivot that boys been knowing what it was? Anybody can create a platform if you want to stay down and grind and be dedicated to it. And that's what y'all should have been doing. But y'all just was cool up there at the radio. And now you've been in the industry this whole time. You've been doing all the industry tactics, no matter what they is, no matter what they wanted you to do. But now all of a sudden it's an issue because it ain't going in your favor. And they making them cuts to save that money. We know how this, and there's several more layers going on with it too. Some things he can be right about, no doubt about it. Multiple things can be right at the same time. But Funk Flex, hey, you think he gonna turn that opportunity down?
No.
If he gonna still have the time slot, he might just say, well, hey, I'll do this one for a little bit, go back to the evening slot. Or he might say, well, they might just need me to fill in right now at the moment, but I'm gonna go back to my 5 p.m. slot. Who knows? Who knows? This is probably how he living his life in his situation. But we shall see what happens next with it. People still listen to radio, no doubt about it. There's documented facts that people are into it. It don't have that cultural impact and cultural shift when it comes to the core of hip hop. It just is what it is. Tell me what y'all think. We got more coming, more videos, all that. 1,000 for shit show. Stay on your pivot.
Oops. Fucked up. Get on with this. All right, what's your thoughts, Lady Che?
I agree. I mean, like, we see
what's up, gang?
When we talk about pivot, that's really Big Ant's word, you know what I mean? That's been his shit for a minute. So like that's that right there is Steph. I mean, look at old boy. Old boy is not like us. Hero's not like us, and he's been over there stealing cultural appropriate. He's been culturally appropriating for a long motherfucking time, and now look, So what are you saying? Ain't shit.
Right.
They did a whole budget. Old boy was cheaper, less problematic, probably. So that's probably what happened. The fact is he's right. We don't know none of this shit. But for a man that knew all that, he sure should have been making ways to show us something different instead of getting canned.
Right.
He got fired. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's not like he said, okay, look, I've been building up my brand, I've been building up my platform, and now we're gonna move over here because now I got the structure, the people, the views, the likes, the whatever, and I got the money, a little bit of money to back up my process, and I'm just ready to start new, and this is how I did it, and he showed us, right? But all he showed us how to be a motherfucking thieving ass motherfucking worker whore. You know what I mean? Like
a corporate
and
whore.
then go over there and talk bad. Yeah, he was a slave to them, and then he got mad because he got canned. And what did you do with that money though?
Right.
You know what I mean? He's worried about the wrong shit. So I'm glad that in my defense, I didn't really listen to that motherfucking radio anyway. So
right.
He's not like somebody I would follow or I would listen to. And I do listen to a lot of fucking music. You see what I'm saying? So no, I'm cool on all that. Like, fuck him. I'm glad he got fired. But it just shows another another person that was making money off the culture.
Yep.
You know what I
Right.
mean? And then even with this new people working and coming in, they're still gonna be making money off of the culture, but not doing it for the culture. Just because you're black in radio doesn't mean you're doing it for the culture.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? I can't
Go
hear
ahead.
you.
We can't hear you. It's off in the cut somewhere.
No. Oh, all right. Sorry. Okay. That's what they would call a parasite.
Yep.
They'll say
Everybody got their hand in the fucking black cookie jar, but don't ever want to replenish the black cookie jar. You dig? That's the problem. That's the major motherfucking problem right there. You take
And
from us,
then-
and you need to give back.
But one thing though, Lady Che, is this is not so much putting back into the cookie jar, but once the cookie jar gets to a significant amount, it's not being reinvested properly, in my opinion. Repeat, in my opinion, meaning I may be wrong, but just from being an old bastard from my observation, man, because I witnessed this bullshit for 50 years.
Yeah.
Okay. Another case in point. Look what they did with Don Cornelius with Soul Train. You know why they canceled Soul Train in the 70s, y'all?
Why, Shabaki?
Because he would not relinquish the control of the creativity of it.
Oh, yep.
They came to him. They wanted him to do all this old kind of crazy ass stupid shit. And Don Cornelius said, no, I ain't doing it.
Yeah, you mean
That's
there's
why he
no
got yanked.
Right. There's no reciprocity. Radio is dead.
Yeah. I mean, like, and I was saying about Soul Train, man. Me and my brother loved watching Soul Train. I was like, Soul Train. Every time
Yeah. Then I used to play the song by MFSB, Mothers, Fathers, Sisters, and Brothers, The Sound of Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Soul Train, Soul Train. Soul Train.
That's right.
Soul Train. Now, one of the cats, now get this here, people, I got to say this, and I'm going to yield. One of the people who was against them was the one and only Dick Clark. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The cat that to American Bandstand.
Yeah.
The dude who used to be up there when they dropped the ball on New Year's Eve in Times Square. That motherfucker.
Oh, yeah. He just celebrated your birthday too. What did Max say?
Was he like 100 now? What birthday?
Yeah.
He like 100.
Dick Clark, man. Dick Clark is dead, man.
Yeah,
no, he is
pushing up daisies. Him and Don Cornelius. Yeah.
Just celebrated a whole year birthday.
No, they both did.
Yeah.
No, it came across my time feed. I just skimmed it. I was like, another white person.
Yeah, he's been dead.
Now, see, Dick Clark used to do what Casper and his boyfriend is up there doing every New Year's now. You know who Casper and his boyfriend is, right?
Oh, my God.
No. Only thing I'm going to say is that he's Gloria Vanderbilt's son, and I'm going to leave it at that.
You're talking about Anderson Cooper, Shabaka. I know who you're talking about.
Right.
Nothing like Soul Train.
Nothing like it.
Lady Che, I grew up on Soul Train.
You tell it, man. Me too. I follow right behind it. Me and my little brother. Soul Train.
And then too, crew, as you know, Don Cornelius was out the shy.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
You had a lot of people out the shy. Jerry Butler, Sam Cooke, Curtis Mayfield.
Yeah, you ever seen that? They do a little storyline about him.
Fire. Maurice White.
Part of Earth, Wind, and Fire, Shabaka, not all of Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Right, that's what I mean by Maurice White. He was the founder of the group, and he formed it because it was like about 12 members, but all of them were not out of the shy. That you are right about. But the Emotions were out of the shy, and they made a big hit in 1975 called "I Don't Want to Lose Your Love."
Was it the Emotions or the Impressions?
Them too. The Emotions and the Impressions were out of the shy.
Yeah, Lady Tay, Dick Clark died in 2012.
Yeah, he been cashed in his chips. But the thing is, though, is that the Black church, man, is because most of the people who made it big in R&B had roots in the Black church. Sam Cooke,
Oh yeah,
The Emotions.
That was a prerequisite.
And I think it's Jay Dizzle had said like about 6 years ago, him and I was on there, is that the Black church was the meeting place for Swing Low, Sweet Chariot, is that we getting ready to get up off the this plantation, get away from this cruel ass master, and we head northbound.
Right, how I'm gonna cut the grass, but she don't make me a sandwich. Yeah, Anderson Cooper, the real CIA agent from CNN. Yep.
He very well could be, crew.
That's him. All the greats are from the Chi, including me. Yeah.
And including me, crew.
I'm one of the few from the Chi that actually was born in the Chi.
I was born in the Chi.
We're both born in the Chi crew.
Yeah. Okay, what's next story?
Right there in Crook County.
It's responding to Funk Master Flex taking his job.
Yeah. Even the Jacksons was born in Gary, right across the street from the Chi, because when you go to Lake Michigan at night, man, you'll see the sparks flying from the steel mills over there in Gary. Joe Jackson worked in the steel mills in Gary.
Yep, he sure did. So Ebro responds to Funk Flex taking his job on Hot 97 after fire. It's pretty entertaining.
Try to lay some bait. Thanks for your participation. You know, when you're dealing with this corporation, you got Laura and Rosa. Ebro, Laura, Rosa. That's the pivot. You know what I'm saying? That's the
pivot. Pretty much.
Listen, this is corporate. It's corporate, man. When you fly like I fly, you talk this shit. Oh, man. Those of us that really know, that really been supporting us, those of y'all that really know that been supporting us, like, you can't act how we act, not know this crazy. You know?
Yo, it's Big Ant, the spokesman, man. We back. Another edition of Urban Politicians TV. Make sure you sell your pivot at all times, man. Had to come tap in. And that clip right there was actually from yesterday, which was the day after the news had broke that Ebro in the morning show with Peter Rosenberg and Lauren Stiles had been canceled. They had been let go, and we wasn't going to see it no more on that platform. And they had said, well, him right there, that he's making the pivot. And I said, oh, yeah, let me include this as we now here today, where it broke news everywhere that Funk Master Flex will be filling in that slot for the early morning hours, I think from 6 to 10. Well, now as it hit several blogs, they both went in the comments on Baller Alert and said this: definitely entertaining. Show them at Funk Flex. Subscribe to Ebro Laura Rosenberg on YouTube. And then Funk Flex came in and responded, I am not taking over the morning show. I'm filling in for one day. So Funk Flex is saying, I'm filling in for one day. Ebro is saying it's definitely entertaining and things like this. Of course, they kind of know what's been going on behind the scenes. It ain't like it just sprung up out of nowhere, even though it kind of seems that way, because they wasn't just dumping up a whole lot of work and building a whole bunch of stuff to put on their YouTube channel that they created a couple months ago. So it's like, if y'all knew this was coming, y'all wouldn't get fully prepared or ready. I don't know what contract obligations they might have had, but I would think if you're going to create a YouTube channel, you're finna go over there and get active and start doing your own stuff if you see what is coming in the near future. But this is this is that. But I tell you like this right here, this ain't that and that ain't this, where he is speaking to this aspect of him saying these things. And yes, Funk Master Flex might be filling in for a day. We'll see if that's what really happens with it. But it was a bunch of turmoil back in September where he took that slot from DJ Enough, and DJ Enough was fired. They was accusing Funk Flex of being a snake, and also even Ebro has said at that same time, in that same area, and I put that in the video earlier, that Funk Flex will do whatever he got to do. He just wanted to be a DJ. That's all he focused on. He was talking about the internal beefs, and they was going at Funk Flex, just keeping it all the way 100.
But he gave Flex the key to the city. Flex knows what he's doing.
Oh, no, Flex knows what he's doing. He gonna stay. Listen, if that's what you want to be and that's how you want to stay in the game, Flex is gonna play that game. He's always played that game. The new owners here at Hot 97, they can start coming for us real quick because I know they look at this line, they look at the amount of money they paying for this show every month, and they trying to figure out a way to get rid of some bodies up here.
Make America, make radio
great again last night. Yo, Flex is such a piece.
Yo, Flex, make radio great again.
Yo, Flex.
Tell y'all like this right here. Ebro is somebody that is not on his pivot, saying, "Oh, this is the pivot." No, you off your pivot. Let's get this overstood. The word pivot for me is not my word or nothing like that. But pivot, if you're from the culture, is reserved for players being ahead of the game, being ahead of the curve, being able to see the storm coming and getting everything lined up in order. In life, you're going to get caught slipping and you're going to travel sometime and get up off your pivot.
Right.
They're going to hit you with a little whistle blow and you're going to get a violation and a turnover. That's a part of life at times. But with him, dog still acting like he got it all figured out. And don't get me wrong. Of course, some of the stuff he's saying about these corporate people can be true, how they don't care and things like that, or they not focused on hip hop or the culture and stuff and their political beliefs and all that. Yeah, we get it. That was the job before you took it. Just you were probably in more favor with the people that got there that you was working for at that point in time as opposed to who you working for now. So you coming and telling us all this stuff that we already know. Politics is a part of radio. Relationships is a part of radio. Gatekeeping is a part of radio. And you have participated in that throughout your whole entire career of 20 to 30 years. And you've talked down on other artists. You trashed other artists, disrespected other artists, put other artists down that was coming on there trying to get up in the game.
Radio. Absolutely, because it's New York. It's the tippy top.
It's good for hip hop in some cases because it teaches the artists.
Y'all can run to where was the place? Schmishmashi, Idaho, and get your play and come back and holler at us in New York.
Say no more, man. New York radio. Mighty Healthy 16. At least we letting the people hear it at some point, man. I just
what else we playing today? I hope it's fire too.
All of it is fire. Trust.
Ebro.
All of it is fire. Y'all sleeping, man. All of it is fire. Trust.
What, man?
It's all good.
I'm wrong. Good.
No, I just don't like your tone right now.
So what, man? It's his
debate.
generation. They used to handouts. You know these 18-year-olds out here waiting for handouts and getting
off from waiting for handouts. I disagree with you. I just,
these young T-ball, man.
Far from waiting for handouts.
What I'm saying? It's winners and losers in this game.
Then you to look down on the other media platforms. Just his verbiage throughout the years has been crazy, bro. So when I hear Ebro come on here now saying in 2025, this is the pivot, go to my YouTube, I'm like, wasn't this the dude that had sentiments that was talking down on YouTube? Wasn't he the one that was kind of like dogging the YouTubers and things like that? I'm just like, I don't know. I'll say this for Funk Flex. At least he'll go up there and do the freestyle situation that he be doing, and he'll have some of those artists out of New York coming up there rapping. That's not the prime time morning that they have. That morning slot, Ebro might not want to do that because you're going to have to come with like reading the news and what's trending in the world. That's a part of the show. Funk Flex probably just like, man, I just want to DJ the music. I don't really got time for that. So he might just be filling in for one day. Who knows? We'll see how it go. But I did want to update with y'all with the pivot. Hey, bro, let's keep this 100. You can blame it on this, blame it on that. They realize they don't have to pay you. They're going to be all right without paying Ebro or them. This is the thing why people would say when you work for somebody, you can't go to work and tell them how you feel. You can what you gonna get paid. It's all about how they feel at the end of the day. You can come with all your political beefs, but if they tell you, hey man, no, we not on that. Oh, we got business. That's when it's time for you to find your new job, and then you have to be building your own platform so you can have your own voice instead of 2025, you live. Wait, off. Even the word pivot shouldn't even be coming out your mouth, right? Tell me what y'all. We got more coming, more bills outlet, 1,000 for shit showing you pivot.
That's right, Big Ant. All right, Lady Trey, what's your thoughts?
Right about it.
I think that.
So okay.
Go ahead, Lady
Sorry.
Trey.
I said he's right about everything he said. He's right about everything he said. And we should
like
feel sorry for his ass. So
I done DoorDash too.
I feel sorry for his ass.
Yeah, I done DoorDash too.
I have delivered Uber Eats orders in a DoorDash bag. A DoorDash bag. Lady Trey has a DoorDash bag.
Yeah, I had one, man. You know what I'm saying? And DoorDash, man. Them gig drivers, man. Now, old stinking ass hiding Biden, right? That bastard.
Mm-hmm.
And we talked about this here on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, Brother Che. Is where that he wanted you to pay taxes, man, of everything you make over $400. Because at first, man, if you didn't make, I think it was $2,000, they wasn't worried about no taxes.
Right.
And I filled out taxes on that shit, man.
If you made over
tax
$200, it wanted you to pay taxes on it.
Yeah, and so I was keeping charts on that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then I was noticing that my sales curve was going down. That motherfucker was going up when I first started, right? But then what happened out here in Las Vegas? You get a lot of these motherfuckers who ain't from here, and you used to be able to call the people up to ask them for directions, right? You know what? All these motherfuckers tell me, man. Oh, well, man, I'm at the Venetian, man. I don't know where to park. I'm not from Las Vegas. Then that's when I had to say, well, I'm burning up gas, losing money, putting wear and tear. Minimize my profits, so I minimize my loss. Any hustler does that. What happened?
I don't know what's going on. StreamYard acting stupid tonight.
Uh-oh. They might be not liking what we talking about. They might not like what we talking about.
Okay, so in other news, Charlamagne the fraud responds to Joe Budden saying no money in podcasting. But the stats show or read 12 billion in podcasting.
Now I'm gonna tell you what he's doing right there, Brother Che. That's his way of doing a preemptive strike on competition. So he's putting that shit out there, man, to discourage people from doing what we do, but we got too much invested in it.
Right. So shout out to Charlamagne the fraud for checking Joe Budden on this madness.
Yeah.
Most of the podcasts are done. I think if you're not a top podcast, you're done.
Bro, yeah. The bubble.
If you're not at the top of the top of the top of the, you're done. Why? People with names, people without names, huh?
Why do you say that?
Exactly, Drew.
Or Mark Lemoyne Shield.
Because where's the money coming from? Where's the money coming from right now? Whoever is looking to pump millions and multi-millions, established podcasts that are impactful.
He was talking about.
Oh no, that's
remember when they gave Obama's a podcast?
Amy Schumer.
Yeah,
those days are over. They only dealing with who is impactful.
You've already been proven in podcasting.
That's it.
It's like
that's who's getting it back.
Yeah,
pretty much. Keep fucking throwing money around.
If you don't got an audience, I'm not giving you a deal.
Or you might have an audience.
But if you go independent, you can keep your costs down and make some money, then you can still win. Like, same thing with music.
Nope. People don't want to go independent. They don't want to spend their own money.
That part.
I've been telling Elliot Wolf to spend his own money for ages. He won't.
Rather take the check.
I told him to come with me to Everyday Struggle. No. He went over there to wherever he went. It wasn't Everyday Struggle. Who knows what he did? That Everyday Struggle, steak. What a mistake. I mean, I told him to his face, so I don't feel bad saying that. What a mistake. They didn't have an extra 4,000 for you. Brand builder. That was a portfolio builder. That was a brand changer.
Radio is beyond powerful. Another thing, even when it comes to podcasting, right? I was laughing at podcasting. For all the people that out there that acting like podcasting is dying. I don't know why they're saying that, but 2025 podcast listening is growing rapidly. More than 584 million people listen to podcasts in 2025, with numbers expected to reach 619 million by next year. Engagement is high. 34% of Americans listen to an average of 8.3 podcast episodes per week, and 83% spend more than 9 hours listening weekly. Video is redefining the podcast landscape. More than half of shows are now posting full video on YouTube. Podcasting is a booming industry. The market is projected to be worth $17.59 billion by 2030. Now I'm gonna tell y'all something else real quick. I want to talk about radio just for 1 second.
Oh, wait a minute.
Ad revenue in radio 2025. You know how much ad revenue radio made in 2025? $12.3 billion for local radio across the country in America. 12.3 billion. Digital ad revenue is 2.3 billion, 2.9 billion for radio. Now, listen to what I said, 12 billion.
They need to donate that.
Podcast ad revenue. I mean, now podcast ad revenue, 3 billion this year. So for all of these people who say things like, podcasting is bigger than radio, radio made 12.3 billion in ad revenue this year. Podcast made 3 billion. I don't think y'all realize how much of a growing industry podcasting it still is.
What is that other around for cuz
13 years, and we were one of the very first podcasts. People like Joe Rogan been around for like what 15? You know what I mean? Like it's still a growing business. So I saw I think it was Academics, maybe Academics and Joe. I don't know. Maybe I'm misquoting them, but I saw them saying how the podcast industry is dying. No, it's not. Not in no way, shape, or form. Now I will say this: you niggas starting your little hip hop shows. Okay, everybody don't want to hear from y'all, but y'all got to be patient. I love the Need to Know podcast. Need to Know should have just been a little bit more patient. How many times have I shouted out Need to Know podcast? What happened?
The other girl. I'll tell you, but it's not.
Yo, it's Big Ant, the spokesman, man. We back. Another edition of Urban Politicians TV. UPTV. Make sure you stay on your pivot at all times, man. Had to come tap in on this podcast financial conversation that I've been seeing getting some circulation and rotation on the timeline for the last few weeks or so. There's a few podcasts been ending, getting canceled, talk shows as well, to my understanding. So different people been insinuating, throwing their opinions out there, or just speaking from their actual factual experience of it. And two of them was Joe Budden and Charlamagne. Now, they clip from the Joe Budden podcast, and I had that link in the description where you could watch that in full. It was from a episode a few weeks ago that I had tuned into, and I understood most depth what Joe Budden was saying. He's somebody that's ended, somebody that did it independent. Now, Charlamagne, as he spoke up on, I saw that clip hit the timeline yesterday from the Breakfast Club, where he was talking about the money that was still in it on the business side. And there's several levels and layers to this combo right here. And when I think you try to just bunch it all in one with a certain quick take, because everything don't apply to everybody in this. So I did just want to come get my own opinion on it as somebody that creates videos, does commentary, also do a podcast, have done hundreds of interviews in the streets. I'm in the YouTube part of this thing right here. But I did want to just give my thought process on it. But first, what Joe Budden had said right there, that one part about you got to put the money up. That's most definitely a fact at this point, because what he getting at, and when you say money as well, it depends on what you look at it as money. Now, if you talk about millions or the big $30, $40 million deal because you already up and rich, then that's over with. Unless you one of them people who is really like got an engagement set already, where those investors or those people that sign those deals, no matter who they are, they already came with it and signed that deal direct. Hey, we looked at your analytics, because Jordan spoke on that. We looked at your audience. We looked at your viewership. viewership, we'll invest in this with this deal right here. Them days is over unless you can provide with that, and you're at the very, very top. Now, when it comes to taking the brands and the advertisement, reading off the commercials for them, that's going to be there regardless and things like that. So Joe was speaking to that aspect, but he also said something real key to, like Elliot Wilson, one of their shows got canceled. He refuses to go put his own money up, go start his own YouTube channel and his own platform where he's dropping his own content and his own product consistently. In 2025, for the God of me, I don't understand why. You was not, we just seen today, and this happened, like, I think Charlamagne said this, he did say this before the news came out that Ebro and them had got kicked off their show from Hot 97. Like, bam, if you're sitting around waiting on them checks, that's what brings me to Charlamagne conversation. Yes, there is billions of dollars of ad revenue being pumped into podcasting and into radio. But let's separate radio first and foremost, because radio ain't got nothing to do with us, dog. If you get a major radio station that's getting them billions of dollars, they finna hire you as an employee and put you on salary, just like they had Ebro on salary. So they can dictate how much you're gonna get paid. You're not getting percentages off of them ad revenues. You're gonna have a set amount, a set contract that you sign, and a set salary. Unless you was like somebody, I guess, like Howard Stern or one of them at one point in time when they was up in the game. And that's far here, few in between, as Joe Budden even himself was talking to the hip-hop demographic. Of course, all those other lanes and other types of podcasts and sports, other things, yeah, they got them type of viewership numbers and that type of stuff going on. But in the hip-hop lane, not so much. It did. Charlamagne kind of said the hip-hop lane as well. And he said he was going to speak about it more on Brilliant Idiots also. But it's just a lot to talk about and cover. And it's so much stuff that got to get broken down if you want to have a real conversation. Unless you just saying, hey, I'm talking big $20, $30 million money, $40, $50 million money, not this type of money. Because to me, it's like, bro, it's bread to make in it. Now, you do got to build it up. You do got to sacrifice. You got to do invest your own bread. You got to go get your own camera, your own microphones, your own space to shoot. It can get costly, no doubt about it. But the money will come if you stay on and build up the audience. Could take some years, but it still can be done. When you're making a lot of money, whether, hey, whatever you consider a lot of money for certain people. Certain people, hey, that ain't no money right there. But certain people, let's be clear. Most people in America ain't making $120,000 a year. Now, that might seem poor to some folks, but a lot of people, it's just, do you want to put that work in? Do you want to grind to get to that point? And you could always level it up, just like they said with the independent artists. Independent artists can do the same thing. You just got to be good at it, work hard, and you build your audience up, and the money going to start coming in return some years down the line. But the podcast market, the advertising that Charlamagne is speaking on, yeah, Charlamagne got Black Effect Network. You got that going on. That's true. People are putting that the ad revenue to y'all and y'all company, and y'all spreading it around however y'all do it, whatever. Don't need to know all that. But, fam, that's not something that a lot of podcasters are going to be having access to. We for sure ain't got access in our culture and dictate that $12 billion that's in the radio industry go to. So even in the podcast format, whether it be YouTube or whatever, we don't even know what they making off of us. We don't know how much money the ad people are paying them to distribute down to us because we're not at the top. That's why, like Joe Budden, he pushes, hey, get directly over there to your audience. That's why get directly over there to a platform or create that audience where you can just do things on your own and make the ROI come back directly to you. And I see certain people, they refuse, like Elliot Wilson, to go get a camera, set up the equipment, get on there directly and engage and build with the audience. It's still some money in podcasting, just that one lane where they was just dumping bread on people at one point in time. That's over. But, man, it's money out here to be made, no doubt about it. You know what I'm saying? You just got to build for it. You got to go for that independent route. You got to sacrifice, grind, and stay on, and you can most definitely come all the way up. You can do it. It's just going to be a lot of work. It's going to be some years. It ain't going to happen overnight at all, but it can happen. People are still doing it. And not just, and yeah, it's other lanes where they are still getting them type of checks at times. Not all the time, though. Like, they ain't doing it no more. They want to see them analytics now. If first they was just coming in the game like just dump a bag, Amy Schumer. Let's just dump a bag over here because it's Obama. That ain't happening no more, bro. They really want to see the analytics. Does it make sense? Certain pockets, certain people, they might be able to do that, but the independent route gonna be the route now. But it's several layers to this conversation. I didn't see what Charlamagne had to say today about it. He said it was gonna be on a Brilliant Idiots as well. Like I said, it's so many levels and layers to this conversation right here, and things can be applied and understood from what both of them said right there. Joe has talked about this more in depth, but it's also really broken down throughout the years with him coming up in the game and going that route as it not, hey, I'm not taking a job, I'm not taking a check, I'm building up the brand and things like that. But I can talk about this all day. It's most stuff that I want to just give my opinion on. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying what's right or wrong with it, just giving my opinion and perspective. I'm gonna talk about it some more on a live, but I think this is a conversation to have, and I can talk about it for hours, bro. Just anything that I done seen in the game, things that I done learned, things that I watched from other people where they went right or wrong at, other mistakes, learning from my mistakes and just others. But tell me what y'all think. We got more coming. I'm gonna talk about it on the live some more. Stay on your pivot for shit show.
I think you're right, Big Ant, as usual.
All right, brother, sound very knowledgeable.
I gotta go, baby. I gotta go. I'm already 2 hours in. I gotta go. I gotta leave. Everybody stay back. It's dangerous. Babe, I sent you a text message. You know, I guess I'll talk to you in the morning or whatever. See you later, Shabaka. Everybody in the chat, Michael, Twin, Mac, Ray, dark skinned brother. Thanks for popping in. Yeah, so I'm gonna go, babe. I have to go now because the phone is overheating and shit. So, all right, see you guys tomorrow.
Shut it off too, Lady Che, because that's all radiation. Yeah, you got to shut it off because my phone's gotten hot so times, like particularly in the summer months, I throw the damn thing in the freezer for about 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah, sure. And I had it on the mattress heating up.
Yeah, so shut it off. Yeah, shut it off with a knife for your safety on it. You know what I'm saying? Because another thing about these phones, not getting off topic, Brother Che, but you know, they got these RF frequencies and stuff like that, and with them putting up all these T's, if you know what I mean, just say, you know, and we ain't gonna talk about, you know, the number 19 dude, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
On that, you know. So so you know, keep your diet together, you know what I'm saying? And one thing I will say, that this stuff, not getting off topic, that they serving inside these grocery stores, man.
Yeah,
because I think the good doctor had told us about that there too, you know. And I am trying to reach out to the good doctor again. And if you're out there, doctor, you know who I'm talking about. Get with me when you can, doctor, because you know, you're doing a good thing and it's taking a lot of your time, energy, and effort. So I respect that. So, Brother Che, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna call it a night, man. You know what I'm saying? Although I did.
Shabaka.
Huh?
I thought you said you had 30 more minutes.
Yeah. I give it 30 more, man, because I don't want to drink another cup of coffee because that shit'll keep me up all night. And I got runs to make in my. Okay, so I'll try to hang, you know, for, you know, to the 2:45 mark that I see here on the live.
All right, so the next topic is these damn immigrants. They come to America.
Yeah.
Unaware that Black Americans fought for the rights that they enjoy.
Yeah, and keep in mind, where were they at when all those fire hoses and nightsticks was gliding gracefully upside the head?
They were in their homeland, Shabaka.
Yeah. They didn't want none of this quote-unquote good trouble, huh?
Nope.
Welcome back to the Apologetic Truth.
Fucking benefits. The professor.
Unhoused, Jason Shine, and today we're going to be going over the civil rights era. As you can see, a lot of immigrants, be they African, Caribbeans, or Asian, Indian, they tend to forget how they got here. And in fact, I don't even think they know how they got here. They don't understand that our ancestors, those who came before us, fought for them. But they have this utter disrespect when we say, hey, if it wasn't for our ancestors, or we can say us in general, you wouldn't be here because they weren't allowing you in. They was only allowing what 8%, 3% of you in.
Yeah,
that's it. And the only person who was actually coming in here was Mexicans. Everybody else was all the way at the bottom. There's a chart that will tell you how it was back then and who was actually coming here. And it was mostly people from Germany, Switzerland, Ireland, Irish, you know. Anybody who will be white passing, that's who came in here. But today, the year is 2025. Soon we'll be entered 2026, and these tethers, because that's what they are tethers, are highly disrespectful when it comes to what our people have worked so hard, fought and died for in the past.
Right.
So before I begin, please like, comment, subscribe. Don't forget the bell notification. We're gonna check out this first video because this is what led up to this discussion.
Yeah, so the truth of the matter is all we have to do is either call 911 or call like triple K. You guys only have one number to call, which is ICE. You guys claim that you brought us here, but you have to go through Trump to get us out of here. You guys have to call a number to get us out of here. Why can't you do it yourselves? I thought you guys were the ones that brought us here. That just shows that you didn't bring us here. Because before the civil rights movement, Africans were already coming here. Ghanaians were coming here. Liberians were coming here. Liberia is the #1 country that doesn't need paperwork to come here because they're part of America. They're connected to America. So Africans were always coming here. Immigrants, Asians were coming prior to the civil rights. A lot of people were coming prior to the civil rights. You guys have no power in your own land. You have no power. Go try to be a president. An African president had to come save y'all.
I don't have her full face yet, but this is the East African who just threatened to call KKK on us. Civil rights are the reason why immigrants are protected in jobs, houses, and public accommodations. Civil rights is the reason why you bitches can come up here and speak y'all language freely. Civil rights is the reason why Asians, Africans, and Latin Americans can bring their ass over to America. Civil rights are the reason why immigrants have a federal agency they can go to if they're discriminated against in a workplace. The civil rights movement opened doors for the Chicano movement, Asian American advocacy against exclusion laws, indigenous struggle rights. Immigrants clearly don't appreciate the civil rights movement. So can we take our civil rights away from them?
Whether you realize you benefited from it or not.
What right is that?
The right to come into this country, to come to school in this country, to become a citizen of this country.
I'm just asking for.
Black people fought for civil rights. You are here because of civil rights.
What is civil rights?
And this is the issue that Black Americans face with immigrants, not just Black immigrants, but immigrants as a whole. Because what do you mean with civil rights? You're the very same person that said Black Americans have no culture.
African Americans in this country are the only groups. They have no culture. It depends on who you meet, where you meet them.
But currently there's not an African American culture?
No.
Yes, there is.
What is it?
So I do want to thank that young woman for speaking up for Black Americans and saying that we do have culture. However, she's of Haitian descent, so she's not the proper representative to fully educate him on Black American culture. Back to him. How can you say that Black Americans have no culture, but you don't know what civil rights is? Right. The very civil rights that led up to your Immigrant and Nationality Act that allowed you access to be a citizen in the United States of America. That's culture. That's something that we built, something that our people and our ancestors fought for.
It's not just about African Americans. They shoehorned absolutely everybody else into it.
African Americans who enacted the civil rights were thinking about other people.
No, we weren't, but that's what the government did with it. That's what I'm trying to get you. So it's not about whether you were extended an invitation or not.
You are trying to make it more.
If I buy you a ticket to the Yankees game, you didn't buy the ticket, or you didn't ask to go to the Yankees game, but you're sitting in the stands.
It's saying you still benefit.
You still benefit from it.
And that's the issue with him and many other immigrants. They do not believe that they benefit from civil rights or anything else that Black Americans accomplished. So much so that when they stated civil rights led up to them being allowed to come into America and become citizens, his argument was that Black Americans don't exist throughout the rest of the world, and these other countries in Asia, Europe, allow immigrants to come into the country. So he's stating if Black Americans don't live in those countries, it can't be simply because Black Americans live in America. That's why they're now able to come to America. But it is. If it weren't for us fighting for the 14th Amendment, the 15th Amendment, and civil rights, you would not get your Immigrant and Nationality Act. You wouldn't be able to become a citizen in the United States of America. White people did not want you guys to come here.
You are an American citizen, right?
Yes.
You are a American citizen.
Naturalized American.
You're a naturalized American citizen. 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment. Like that, you became a naturalized citizen because that amendment was fought for by us.
Oh,
so you benefit.
The Southeast Asians who are here.
Same. Yes. The South Asians, the Germans.
Everybody.
Yes, everybody.
Okay. Well, then I don't have anything to say about that.
Because
I'm not a scholar on why white American government decided to allow immigration to build
because it was of a financial benefit.
There you have it. He finally understands it. But still, he disregards it and says he's not a scholar of white man immigration in America, so it's not his business to know that. However, that is Black American history. That is Black American culture, the same culture that you and all these other immigrants say that we don't have. You guys need to start taking a Black American culture class when you come into America. That has to be like the standard now. It has to be the standard, because you can't continuously disrespect us when we are the ones that put the effort in that allowed you to be in this country in the first place. White people did not want you here.
Everything came off our death. And every time we created something big, it was destroyed, burned down.
Yeah.
Like where? What are you talking about?
Oh, wait. I got this one. Don't worry. Wilmington, North Carolina, Eatonville, Rosewood,
Black Wall Street,
Philadelphia, Chester, Pennsylvania, Wilmington,
Los
North
Angeles,
Carolina,
Chicago,
Blackwood, South Carolina,
in Jersey.
Yeah, you know, there were plenty of places. Anytime we had any infrastructure, two things happened. They decided to integrate it. Look at have you been to Central Park? You know what Central Park is, right?
It's a park.
No, it's not. Central Park was actually a place called Seneca Village.
Once again, proving that you don't know about Black American history and what we have accomplished, because for you to have the audacity to ask, what have we created?
So what? You build, so what? You will give your dignity, your children's dignity, because we built the country. Therefore, we are going to stay in the country where we will be looked down upon. We will be indignified because I built it.
And here he takes issue because as Black Americans, we refuse to leave America, the country we built. And I find that rich coming from him, because later on he goes on to say this.
You said out your own mouth that you didn't want to go back and deal with what you have to deal with in your country. Right.
So right there, he just confirmed he doesn't want to go back to his home country of Benin and deal with the issues that are taking place there. Meaning he doesn't want to build it up. He even says that later on in the podcast. But you have the choice to go to another country and leave your country because you don't want to build it up. But you also say Black Americans shouldn't stay in the United States of America, even though we did build it up.
If anything, I beg the white man whose country I came to, and he gave me the citizenship. Not a Japanese, not a Chinese, not an African American.
Yeah. And there you have
it. And he begged
he can't
the white
acknowledge
man.
his so-called Black American brothers and sisters.
And
he can't thank them, but he can thank the white man, and he can be submissive to the white man. Thank you for letting me into your country, white man.
A cup of coffee.
But let's see what else he has to say.
I think where the benefit lies is that you were able to come here with.
What is here you're talking about? America. Who's America? I didn't think I was going to a black country. I would have gone to Jamaica.
But the reason
I came to a white man's country. When I went to the embassy, I saw the United States of America and read about it.
Wait. But the reason a black man, yourself, can come here is because of what the FBAs did to make it lawfully possible for you to come here with your $100,000 and go to college. That was not a possibility. That was not a possibility a century ago.
There you have it. He didn't believe he was coming to a black country. He thought he was coming to a white country. That's why he came. That was his reasoning. It's because he believed he was coming to a white country. These people have no alliance.
That Negro is a supreme example of what I've been saying,
so
Brother
much so
about a damn
that
neo-colonist.
Voted
He's a
against
damn
their best
feather,
interests.
Shabaki.
There is no more discussion. There is no more saving from Black Americans. At this moment right now, we must focus on ourselves. Plain and simple.
The civil rights movement did not start in America. The fight for black freedom began long before the civil rights movement in the USA, even though they did do a lot, but it is important. I'm just going to list through some of the most important ones. So first, we start off with my country, Jamaica. Now, Jamaica actually influenced key figures in the American civil rights movement, such as Malcolm X. Now, if you know Malcolm X, he wanted Pan-Africanism, and it is said he was influenced by.
Wait a minute, lady, you ain't gonna tell me shit about Malcolm X. I lived through his
long before
you ain't gonna tell me shit about
Malcolm X's father, Earl Little, was a very passionate follower of Marcus Garvey. And also his mother is Caribbean, and she also shared those views with him.
She was from Grenada.
Now, long before slavery ended in Africa, they actually resisted the colonizer. So the Ashanti Empire, from Ghana, they resisted the British Empire. Emperor Menelik II of Ethiopia, he fought against the Italians because the Italians did try to colonize Ethiopia.
He smashed them motherfuckers.
In the Battle of Adwa in 1896. Now later on, don't you forget me, I already talked about the Jamaican slave revolt. The Haitians are legendary, the Caribbeans are legendary. In Zimbabwe, my favorite, who actually achieved liberation with some consequences because of that. So their leader also believed in Pan-Africanism, and they took up arms in the 1960s due to the white rule called Rhodesia, where there was 5% of whites settled a colony, and that colony was they were the minority, but then they controlled the land, the economy, things like that. So they took up arms, and now they got their independence. But then, the leader then slightly became a dictator only because he started to give the land to his friends and stuff like that, only because he owed them back. That is actually a long story which I want to go into as well. Then you had South Africa, which the apartheid system started in 1940s, way before big main civil rights movements in America. In the UK, there was the British Black Panthers, and then there was the Notting Hill riots, which was about racism as well, as there was a lot of racism inside UK, but it is hidden. Then you had in India, people were rebelling against the caste system, and it's called the Dalit movement, and this is from the 1920s onwards. In the UK, in 1919, there was also a revolt or race riot against racial discrimination due to Caribbean soldiers, what they faced. You had in Senegal, there resisted French colonialism, Blaise Diagne. Sorry, man, I'm saying the name wrong. He fought for African rights before World War II. The author of Black Skin, White Mask was from Martinique, and he also was with Algeria, and he also campaigned for political liberation. Now, there is so many to go over. However, what this is trying to just show you is that there can't be any divide. We're all one people, bro. We must all respect our individual traditions. For example, I am Jamaican. I like that I'm Jamaican. My ancestors, they were African. My national hero, Nanny of the Maroons, she's from West Africa. But we have made a culture of our own. But there's a little bit of xenophobia sometimes going on. There can't be, because we are all one people.
Y'all know what I be thinking about, bro? During Jim Crow times, when they first started integrating the schools, and how the first group of black kids who went to white schools the first group of black kids who went to integrated schools were being basically harassed and attacked by full-grown adults, and how there were adults out there throwing rocks at children and people screaming and cursing at kids because the government had just integrated the schools. And I just be thinking damn, parents really did send their kids to school to integrate these schools, knowing that their kids was going to be in danger, and they still did it anyway. And I know that they was doing it for a good cause, but I could have never been one of those parents, bro. Ain't no way in hell I was in an America that was that racist. There's no way I was going to send my kid to school knowing that they were going to be full-grown adults outside the school throwing rocks at my kids. And the same grown-ups who did that stuff are today calling it critical race theory, and they want the education behind it taken out the school system because they don't want their grandkids knowing that they did that stuff.
Blacks. See, this is essentially the problem. And the Republicans
What have we done to the immigrants? We owe black people something. We have a legacy of slavery. Immigrants haven't even been in this country. That's why the Democrats are dropping the blacks and moving on to the Hispanics, because they're a larger group of Hispanics now. But the reason people are concerned about the words they use, the reason Americans care about civil rights, the reason we are sensitive to racism is for one issue and one issue only, and that is how Black Americans were treated in this country. It is because of the legacy of slavery and Jim Crow. Those do not compare. Irish, the new groups, they always get a little bad treatment. Do not compare that to how blacks are treated in this country. You don't get to piggyback on the black experience in America. You do not get to do that just because you are a woman, an immigrant, gay, Hispanic. No, the rest of you can go F yourselves.
Right. I want to talk about this. She said this like this was a flex, and I assure you that it is not. And it was actually a plan. And I would just put a race on it, but I'd rather put a party on it. Okay? But I won't even have to do that. We're not even going to make it racial or political. We're just going to speak the facts of what actually took place. Right. So let me tell you how this happened. The year Martin Luther King passed, the bra burning thing happened. So what happens is we know who they are, but I ain't even gonna say it right now. They took away our leaders, right? And then reallocated the focus of what is even to care about to help someone else other than black people, right? And they created a movement that women ended up in now. It is whatever, that's neither here nor there. But then if we talk about affirmative action, which y'all have now made, and then we gonna walk down the history line. If we talk about affirmative action, we know what that was. But then if we look at the statistics, they say, and I don't know if it's true or not, but I believe it, and I know why it would be true. They say that program helped some other group predominantly more than the people that it was intended to affect. Here's the thing about it. They planned it that way. It's no different than nobody having smoke for Patrice Cullors, who in the name of the black, y'all got more smoke for Candace Owens than y'all do Patrice Cullors. And it's weird to me because all Candace Owens did was tell y'all, hey, listen, hey, the Black Lives Matter movement is a scam. They don't really care about y'all. And y'all called her anti-black. Y'all called her every name you could. But guess what happened? Patrice Cullors and the Black Lives Matter movement stole $90 million and reallocated it over to where? Y'all don't want to talk about it, but it wasn't Black America, right? No, so they planned it this way. It's a party who did. I'm not going to go there because I want y'all to be comfortable. So I don't want to call y'all out and make I feel like I'm talking about y'all. But that's neither here nor there. It's a party who set this up. So they have your support so they don't have to. It's not like I'm just going to do something for black people. Of course not. We know that. You're going to reallocate it. You're going to get the support of black people and reallocate it over to somewhere else. Just like, what did I tell y'all? What have I been saying for the last 2 years? And now everybody knows it's true. Immigrant is the new black. They got you a part of the new play to replace you.
Exactly.
Malcolm X said this in the 60s. I ain't said a race yet, so I'm not going to say one. He said, they need you to decide for them. Guess what? Now you can't decide for them. You could be all the black people in the world could vote one way. Guess what? Y'all would lose, right? So they're planning to get us on their side and tip the scales with just us. That ain't good enough no more. So you want to know what they're going to do? They're doing it. Creating a new you. Bringing you over from another country and giving you benefits to get you to vote with them. You seen that play before? So this is not a flex by Black America. This is not a flex for us. They planned it this way. They wanted it to be like this. They want you to be frontline so someone else can get the benefits. And then y'all still support it. I still see y'all online defending a certain group that is the reason why this is true. This is not a flex, and they made it that way. And I have all the proof, like I said, starting with what happened when Martin Luther King passed. So yeah, this is true. But what happened was they ignored black people and gave the rights to everyone else. They're doing it right now.
They're doing it more so right now, bro.
So you should read this and see this and get pissed off and not act like we're something great for doing this. No, there's something bad because that's why this happened.
Yeah.
So it's chess, not
crazy as hell, man. And y'all Confederate Army soldiers. I will call y'all that. Y'all are fighting in the Confederate Army. Y'all don't realize it. Y'all don't even realize. Y'all might as well make it a thing. Just hijack it like y'all did the word nigga. Y'all might as well take the Confederate flag and start wearing it and make it your thing. Because that's what y'all doing. A fight for democracy. What the hell? I cringe every time I hear that. They lost that last one. That was the Civil War. They were fighting for democracy. Got their heads busted. Now people are free. Now y'all want to fight for democracy some more. You're going to lose again. You better stay safe. So y'all talk about all these men protecting. I'm trying to protect y'all from a political party. And I'm not even going to say their names, but y'all know who they is. I'm trying to make y'all feel comfortable. I'm really talking about a lot of y'all. Real talk. But
I'll say the name, brother.
Come on, man. Like, I'm not name calling here. I'm trying to get y'all to understand. This should piss you the hell off. But it don't. It don't, because y'all don't got no smoke for Patrice Cullors. The last time we seen that, well, no, the immigrant thing. But before this new immigrant thing, the last time we seen this on front left row was the Black Lives Matter movement.
Buying mansions out there in Topanga
That's
Canyon.
the front row it is. They allocated them funds to somebody else's struggle. I'm not going to say whose struggle it is, but y'all know where the money went. If you don't know where the money went, you can look it up. It's another group of people who are online always talking about being oppressed who got them funds, but they not black. Well, some of them black, but not in the name of black did that money go to. So y'all can thank a political party for this happening. They don't care about you. They use you to do stuff for other people. Stop Asian hate. Southeastern this. Hear that and that. And then trans and this, that, and give everybody things. But I'm not just going to do something to help only black people. Who said that?
No.
Why do I log on and see that lady face still? I should never see her again. I thought I was never going to see her again. And y'all putting her in front of me. Stop it. Someone who did a bill for the Asian people. South Asian, whatever, where her daddy from. But we won't even get into that. Y'all don't want to have that conversation. Never mind. So, yeah. This is not a flex. This should piss you off. I'm pissed. I got pissed as soon as I read this. I got triggered. Hit dogs high. I'm pissed right now.
All right, Brother Che.
Men might lead with logic, but they ending with emotion.
Yeah, still here, Shabaka. You got to go.
Hell, man. For real.
Yeah, man. The Sandman is jabbing real tough, man. Okay, so I'll touch bases with you tomorrow, man, after I make my runs.
Okay, sounds good, Shabaka. Thank you for joining us.
All right, thank you for having me. Okay. All right. I'm out. Okay.
B2. This is not no flex. This is not a good thing. This is a bad thing. They made it happen. We got the evidence of who did it. And you still support them. They're going to continue to do this because you letting them. They're doing it right now. They just cut off food stamps in the name of something else. And we had the front line for it. Y'all had the front line for it. Okay, I'm not going to say nothing else about it.
I understand it's a hard pill to swallow. But the civil rights movement was for us and us only. Yeah, it might, ruffle a few feathers here and that, but it wasn't for nobody but Black America. Okay, to prove that point, even the nicknames of the civil rights movement pertain to only us. So help me understand this. We're Japanese, Latins, false natives, Africans, homosexual. Were any of y'all there when that took place? to say that it was for y'all. No. Was y'all getting pushed to back of buses? Nah. Were y'all getting lynched, chased down because you wanted to be free on your own land? Nah. It wasn't about y'all, but y'all made it about y'all. The civil rights movement was only for us and us alone. That's a hard pill to swallow, ain't it?
So here's some Black history that I can almost guarantee that you were never taught in school, especially if you're white like me. This is Booker Wright. Booker was an African-American waiter in the small southern town of Greenwood, Mississippi. And he's almost become a haunting figure, almost a ghost of civil rights history. His candid revelations in the 1966 documentary, Mississippi, A Self-Portrait, laid out for all of us to see the grotesque racism he faced while serving at Lusco's, a white-owned establishment, while simultaneously running his own cafe. It was called Booker's Place, and it was a sanctuary for Black patrons. While working at Lusco's, Wright would sing the menu, a gimmick at the restaurant. This was also because there were no menus, and that was a measure used to discourage African Americans from patronizing the restaurants.
We have fresh shrimp cocktail, lobster shrimp, fresh oyster on a half shell, baked oyster, oyster Rockefeller, oyster Almadine, stewed oyster, fried oyster.
He dropped his mask of civility in the documentary, admitting that he was crying on the inside as he kowtowed to customers who sometimes would deny him tips and utter racial slurs. The meaner the man, the more you smile, he would exclaim. So here he is in his own words. And I warn you now that his message and stories may be uncomfortable for some viewers, but you need to hear it.
Now, that's what my customers, I say my customers, be expecting of me. When I come in, this way wants me dressed. Booker, tell my people what to do with that. Some people are nice, some is not. Some call me Booker, some call me John, some call me Jim, some call me nigga. All that hurts, but you have to smile. If you don't, what's wrong with you? Why you not smiling? Get over there and get me so-and-so and so-and-so. There are some nice people. Don't talk to Booker like that. Now, his name is Booker. Then I got some more people come in real nice. How you do, waiter? What's your name? Then I take care of some so good, and I keep that smile. I always learn to smile. The meaner the man be, the more you smile. Although you're crying on the inside. Or you wonder, what else can I do? Sometimes you tip me. Sometimes you say, I'm not going to tip that nigga. You don't look for no tip. Yes, sir. Thank you. What did you say? I'm back. Take care.
This unbelievably brave act was met with a cruel and merciless backlash. The white community that was completely enraged by his truths unleashed a torrent of violence and hatred upon him. Police would brutally assault him, stripping away all of his dignity. And then his livelihood was taken away as he was unceremoniously dismissed from Lusco's. Then his own cafe, a beacon of hope and a sanctuary in the community, became a target of destruction. Booker Wright stood on the sidelines during the Greenwood movement in 1962-63, but he spoke out when he had the opportunity, and he paid dearly for it. In 1973, he was taken. Booker Wright was shot and killed in his own cafe, and it was a chilling end to a life marked by courage and resilience. The official narrative is strongly believed to be a flat-out lie. Officials claimed a man named Leroy Gibson, a Black patron of Booker's restaurant, murdered him over a money dispute. But everyone in the community, they know the real story, that it was revenge for his powerful words in that documentary that dared to challenge the oppressive status quo. His legacy was later revived in the 2012 documentary Booker's Place, A Mississippi Story. It's directed by Raymond D. Filetta and was co-produced by Booker's own granddaughter, Yvette Johnson. The film delved into the profound impact of his courage on the civil rights movement, a testament to the enduring power of his voice alone in the face of unimaginable adversity. I highly recommend it as a watch. It truly pays homage to a great and unfortunate man and his enduring legacy. Booker Wright.
Night after night, I lay down and I dream about what I had to go through with. I don't want my children to have to go through with this. I want them to be able to get the job that they be qualified. That's what I'm struggling for.
Black people have always been at the forefront of the civil rights fight, not only for themselves, but for other marginalized groups. The civil rights movement of the 1960s, led by figures like Martin Luther King Jr. and countless unnamed activists, dismantled segregation and paved the way for landmark legislation like the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. These victories didn't just benefit Black Americans. They laid the groundwork for expanded rights for women, immigrants, LGBTQ+, and other minorities, from affirmative action to anti-discrimination laws. These gains often started with Black struggle and sacrifice. However, there's an emotional and psychological toll that comes with always being the ones to light the way. Black people are tired of fighting for others who too often fail to reciprocate. When Black people advocate for justice and equality, they are met with resistance or performative allyship from those who later fall silent when Black lives are on the line. This leaves Black people to bear the brunt of systemic oppression, while others enjoy the freedoms of Black-led movements. And now, since we're silent, FAFO, that exhaustion is being misinterpreted. When Black people choose to rest and focus inwardly on their own communities, it's labeled as lack of solidarity. But the truth is, it's not silence, it's survival. Black Americans are drained for generations of giving their voices, their energy, their bodies to movements that frequently exclude them once progress is made. Black Americans have fought for their seat for everyone at the table, only to be left in a corner once the feast begins. Oh, the quietness it's not apathy. It's a demand for recognition, for reciprocity, and rest. It's time for those who benefited from Black struggles to step up and carry the torch. Not just for themselves, but for the community that carried them. Black people deserve more than a seat at the table. They deserve to feast in dignity without being abandoned or betrayed.
You know, it's very hard to say what you want to say when after you've said it, somebody gets some answer like you haven't been talking. But you know what, young white fellow? I got a son in the 101st Airborne that you're going to kill, probably, because he's going to Vietnam. I got a nephew just came back from Korea that was wounded 3 times. The first thing happened, he went home, but a cop beat the hell out of him with a pistol butt. Now, you get this straight. You can kill all the Black folks you want to, baby, but you will not kill the freedom of Black folks. It's coming. We're going to get it. You think you're so indestructible. You think you're so great because you got all these weapons. I remember Mao Zedong once said he wondered where he'd get his weapons from. And then we armed Chiang Kai-shek. And he said, thank you, Jesus. You see? So don't misunderstand us, baby. We're dead serious. This country was founded on revolution. Those little settlers out there in the northeast section of this country had some muskets and some sticks and some stones. And they whipped the mighty professional British Army, baby. And 5,000 of them were Black, and one Black woman disguised herself as a man and fought with you all. And we don't have our freedom yet. We fought in every one of your damn lousy wars, baby, and you give us nothing. Now the war is going to be here because we're going to be free. Now you kill all you want to, but we kill too. And we don't frighten. We don't frighten at all.
I always tell people the day the Latino, African American, Asian, and other communities realize that they share the same oppressor is the day we start winning. Because we are the majority in this country now. We have the ability to take over this country and to do what is needed for everyone and to make things fair. But the problem is our communities are divided. They're completely divided. And I talk about this all the time is that like for Asian Americans and for African Americans, we probably have one of the worst relationships between any community.
Well,
right?
I bet you a lot of Asian Americans too don't, in my experience, don't even realize that if it wasn't for the civil rights movement, if it wasn't for that,
yes,
there would not be 22 million Asian Americans in this country.
Thank you. So, and what I have been trying to teach the Asian community is like, friends, do you understand that your success, your prosperity, your civil rights that you enjoy right now was paid for with Black blood? Yes. Right? And the fact that you don't recognize that shows you how much you take this for granted and how much you don't care about the future. Because
yes,
if you understood this, you would be grateful for their sacrifice and understand what they have gone through for you to have rights. And the second thing along with that is I remind you that liberty and rights don't exist in perpetuity. They exist as long as we say they exist. And if you want it to continue in the future, it's not going to be Black people again. They're not going to go to fight this battle for you again this time. You will have to go fight it.
In the blistering summer of 1965, Lowndes County, Alabama, was a war zone for anyone who dared to fight for Black freedom. And into that storm walked a 26-year-old white Episcopal seminarian named Jonathan Daniels, a man who believed that faith meant action, and action meant standing shoulder to shoulder with Black Alabamians demanding the right to vote. Daniels came to Selma after hearing Dr. King's call. But he didn't just march, he stayed. He lived with Black families, worked alongside SNCC organizers, and protected young activists who were facing daily death threats. To Jonathan, equality wasn't a slogan. It was a mission worth dying for. On August 20th, 1965, Daniels and a group of activists, including 17-year-old Ruby Sales, walked to a small store in Hayneville after being released from jail. Waiting for them was a local deputy and part-time Klan sympathizer, Tom Coleman, armed with a shotgun. When Coleman raised the gun toward Ruby Sales, Jonathan Daniels didn't think. He moved. He pushed Ruby out of the line of fire. A split second later, the blast hit him square in the chest. He died instantly. He died saving a Black teenage girl in a county where Black life was treated as disposable. And the aftermath? Coleman claimed self-defense. An all-white jury took just 1 hour to acquit him. 1 hour. Yet Daniels's death ignited a fire across the nation. Ruby Sales went on to become a towering civil rights voice. And Jonathan Daniels, this young man who chose justice over comfort, became a martyr of the movement, a reminder that the struggle for Black freedom reshaped the conscience of the entire country. His blood is still in the story of Alabama. And his sacrifice still calls out, who will stand now, the way Jonathan Daniels did then? Leave a comment and stay tuned to Black Soil South. Long before the modern civil rights movement, Black Americans were organizing for freedom and equality in plain sight. From the 1830s through the Reconstruction era, thousands gathered at colored conventions across the nation. They debated strategies, demanded suffrage education, and an end to discrimination, publishing powerful manifestos for change. These pioneering activists often overlooked laid foundational groundwork for future generations, showcasing a sustained fight for justice. Did you know that in 1972, Alabama witnessed something it had never seen before? In the city of Pritchard, a place bruised by poverty, corruption, and decades of political exclusion, a young Black Marine veteran named A.J. Cooper stepped forward and shook the state to its core. Cooper wasn't supposed to win. Not in Alabama. Not in a city where Black voters had only recently gained the freedom to vote without fear. But Cooper was bold, sharp, fearless. The son of a Tuskegee airman, shaped by the civil rights movement, he walked into that election refusing to believe the old rules still applied. And he won. A.J. Cooper became the first Black mayor of any major city in Alabama, and instantly the ground shifted. He cleaned out corruption, demanded transparency, and opened City Hall to the very people who had been shut out for generations. Suddenly, elderly Black residents who had never seen a politician listen to them were walking through the doors of power and being heard. Cooper fought for jobs, for fairness in policing, for young people who had never been told they had a future, and every step he took was challenged, sometimes quietly, sometimes violently. But he refused to bend. Election set off a political chain reaction across Alabama, inspiring Black candidates from Tuskegee to the Black Belt to step forward and say, if he can win, so can we. A.J. Cooper didn't just become mayor. He opened a door that had been locked since Reconstruction and dared the whole state to walk through it. Stay tuned to Black Soil South for more historical truth.
Y'all deserve to be here. They're not, but I'm getting sidetracked again, but you that too. But yeah, really don't deserve to be here or amongst us and live amongst our amenities that we designed and we built and things we fought for. Y'all deserve none of it. Yeah, very ungrateful. The difference between Black Americans and other immigrants who come here is that we shake the fucking table, right? Because we was outside. We was outside and all the opportunities was inside the house. We built that house though. So we could knock and demand shit. We go from knocking to kicking the fucking door down. Then from kicking the door down, we go from looting, stealing shit, and burning shit down until these white people say, you know what? Calm down. We give y'all room. Take the basement. Y'all can have the basement. We give y'all some, I'm saying, y'all don't do that. Y'all fine with being outside in the rain as long as it's America rain. Because the rain in your country floods and it makes mud. Nigga, the water's undrinkable. Nigga, our rain here quenches your thirst. The American government can literally kick all y'all out anyway. Because y'all don't have birthrights. They can just erase your birthrights, right? None of y'all are American. No one would care. Because we are the base, we are the voice of this country. We are the righteous litmus. We stand for justice. When we say things are wrong, things get wrong, things get changed. Like I said, we bang on the door. We kick the door down. We shake them fucking tables. We empty the cabinets until we get some negotiation. Ain't none of y'all gonna march to stay here because y'all don't have it in y'all. Ain't none of y'all gonna organize to stay here or fight for your birthright because y'all can't. And about the Mexicans, right? All anchor babies who was here by illegal immigrants are, for one, co-conspirators, right? Anchor babies are co-conspirators and they're accessory after the fact of the crime. They're a living manifestation of accessory after the fact of the crime. So they're here so their families can come here based on their illegal citizenship. There are 36 million Mexicans who don't belong here. Only about 14 of them actually should be citizens. No, I'm lying. Let's say it's supposed to be 100,000 legal Mexicans in this country, but it's 40 fucking million of them. All of them are descendants from illegal immigrants. None of them belongs here. A Mexican is not an American. They're Mexicans. And a lot of you Africans was born here because your parents had visas or something to work here and y'all was born here. A lot of Asians came here. A lot of Asians because y'all come here thinking you're a baby, then go back, then that same baby get privileges and that same baby can bring a whole family over here. All that shit stopping. No, America doesn't want y'all here. America is black and white. Whatever white. Even though white can't delineate, they stick together. So we are fine with just having us blacks, the only blacks, no Caribbeans, no Africans. We get all the white people. You know why? Because that's how America was built. That's how America was built. That's how America was made. And that's all we know. We don't need help to fight no white people. Never did. That ain't gonna help us anyway. So all that unite and do what? Do all the fighting so you can get all the benefits. And then when shit gets back calm again, I want to talk shit again. We are never the same. Like the line's been defined too much now. Thank you for your disrespect because it made us search into ourselves. It made us go and look. Thanks for your ignorance to tell us that we're Africans because it made us prove to y'all that we have lineage here before this country was established. Thank y'all for calling us pretendians. It made us go back and show y'all that we was reclassified. You know what I'm saying? Everything y'all did against us worked in our favor. It made us prove ourselves. And white people in the government are listening. That's why the tides is changing. We don't want y'all. They can't use y'all no more. They can't no longer speak for us. Politically, y'all can't represent us. There's not enough numbers for y'all to get any support individually. Caribbean is not a group, right? Latino is not a group. Those are individual ethnicities and nations and tribes, all that shit. Black American is one group. So when we say that Caribbean will represent us, that's 90% of the black population who don't support them. So a Candace Owens, a Roland Martin, a Joy Reid, Kamala Harris, a Colin Powell, a Obama, a Shirley Chisholm, a Yvette Clarke, Ilma Omar, Kareem Jean-Pierre. A lot of y'all politically don't mean nothing no more. A lot of y'all can't speak no more. So a lot of y'all gonna get fired and laid off and replaced with black Americans. It might be coons, but it won't be no, and a lot of y'all gonna fake y'all lineage. So a lot of y'all gonna pretend, but we always gonna know you're not black American by what you say. What you say, let us know. When you disagree with us, like the collective, we know you're not Black American. We know you're faking. All the Black immigrants who talk about politics will be replaced. They're going to lose their jobs. All these British and African actors, that's going to come to a cease because we're not going to support that. Everybody that's Caribbean and African doing Black American music is going to stop. Everyone who's dressing like us is going to get shamed because we're gatekeeping. We're going to start getting, listen, we're going to get madder and madder, more aggressive and more aggressive. That's just going to happen. Eventually, we're going to start being very fucking aggressive towards you people because you mean us all harm. For 60 years, y'all proved yourself to be enemies, underminers, pawns of white supremacy. Y'all can't use white supremacy against us. Y'all can't call us CIA. CIA let y'all in. Y'all can't say we being divisive. The leech and the host supposed to be divided. Y'all can't say we looking like salt and sugar looks alike. What does that mean? All your talking points is irrelevant. Y'all can't shame us. Y'all can't say, oh, y'all hate yourself. Y'all not us. Y'all can't say we hate being Black because we Black and proud. We are Black power. We are stripping you of your Black cards, of your Black access. Y'all can no longer hide under the cloak and protection of Blackness. Black skin isn't enough. You either American or not. I don't got to say FBA. We are an American. We are the only Americans. Everyone else is an immigrant. We are the only American-made product in this country. We contributed the most. We didn't just get rights. We fought for every right. We have to die and bleed for every right. We didn't just get freedom. We have to fight for our freedom. And the thing about the Haitian motherfuckers who I don't like about y'all niggas is, y'all want to say y'all inspired. Y'all want to say that y'all 1804.
Hey, but I cannot.
Come on.
Huh?
You can see though, right?
I'm legally blind. I can see barely. I ain't do nothing. I don't know what's going on. All I know is my side of the story. I can't tell no other story. I'm innocent. And Mama, I love you. P.O.P. all the time. Right, these all good people squad, baby, for life.
Big shout out to SPI, Spotter Low. You know, I'm in the black box. Had to come through, tap in, show love one time. Yeah, y'all make sure y'all subscribe. Stay tuned, all that.
What's happening to the Black folks in the black box? Shout out to the Viral Way podcast. We finna react to their reaction to this Hispanic podcaster saying some racial things about African booty scratchers and things of that nature, right? They don't often play clips of what they're reacting to, but I'm pretty sure they're going to articulate it well as to what the issue is, hopefully. And they just don't assume that the listeners are aware of what has been said or stated, or maybe they will play a clip. With no further ado, let's see what my partners from Long Beach and these disrespectful SA podcasters have been up to.
We've been getting all the comments, all the DMs, all the requests of the fans, the supporters, the Black community asking us to respond to the racist Hispanic podcasters who've been clout chasing off of Blueface. I know y'all seen the clip. Everybody's seen the clip. And I was going to respond days ago. I actually started to go live and the live started jamming up. So I'm glad that it did, because sometimes you got to use your absence to make your presence felt. Sometimes you got to use your absence to make your presence felt. A lot of people was taking our presence for granted as being the forefront forerunners for the culture, period, point blank. West Coast, East Coast, down South, we are the front runners for the culture as far as speaking up for our people, for sure. There are a lot of other figures who do speak up, but none as stern, real raw, and uncut as us. And the reason we chose not to respond right away is because we wanted to sit back and let y'all see how many of y'all favorites that y'all be bigging up, who be acting like they for the culture, pump faking like they for the culture, and seeing that they was going to speak up. And as the days went by, Lord behold, Adam 22 had to speak up. From the lack of the culture on the West, not speaking up.
Not only that, they trying to throw the blame on Adam.
Which is crazy because all Adam did was call out the hypocrisy that we've been calling out from day.
Vladimir then sat up there and played with the N-word right in front of Brick Babyface with Rosenberg. Vladimir don't get no pass by trying to stir up more controversy by pointing out something that was said. His intentions are not pure. I rock with the homies, but trying to give Adam points, especially in this scenario, not gonna happen.
One. So the same thing we've been saying from day one, the same thing that caused the fans to call us racist from that community, all while the people from our community who have voices and platforms did not say a word. They sat back, watched us get labeled, watched us them try to blackball us and all that.
Nah, you can't say. You gotta be more introspective when you say everybody. That's why I stay away from absolutes. Don't say everybody. You know I'm riding with the movement.
Said nothing. So if y'all ain't heard the clip, I'm not even gonna name this goofy. Go ahead.
And let me say one thing, and I don't want to hear this now because we got all the rhetoric of that's them niggas from Long Beach, and that's the reason why they feel some type of way. And right now the world is unfolding. You see things clear, more and more clear every day. We just been seeing it. And niggas can act like they don't see it.
Man, I don't mind the experience of some Long Beach Keyways having them be more keen to the climate of another culture toward us. Yeah, if they first, I don't want to deny that or say that's not why they more own it. That probably is why they more own it. But there ain't nothing to knock. That's something to be grateful for, that we got some people that have dealt with this so close up that they know what not to ignore, what they know, that they know what to acknowledge, what they know what to react to, they know what to point out, they know what perspective to approach it from without being apologetic. And I appreciate that, because otherwise you'll be seeing the majority of them feel and think toward us.
But I thought stand-up niggas don't ever sit down.
Ooh, and a lot of y'all been sitting down.
And before you play it, I think the whole narrative of trying to start something needs to be put to bed. Like trying to blame Adam for starting drama that was already started by dude for being racist.
And what is the Save Adam campaign about, man? Adam don't give a fuck about black people. We are dealing with a black issue. If Adam happens to burn in the rubble, so what? Who gives a Adam don't even respect your God, sir. He doesn't even believe he exists. So sitting here speaking up on behalf of Adam in a black / Hispanic issue is irrelevant, unnecessary, and I'm not going to call it anything derogatory because I respect the people on this panel. But especially in a moment like this, fuck Adam. Who cares what is thought?
Like, every time it's this black and brown narrative and somebody goes on a podcast or says something and calls out the black community, whenever somebody responds, whether it's y'all, whether it's Adam 22, whoever it is, people jump on that person immediately and be like, yo, why are you starting it? As if somebody didn't already say something and now we are just addressing what was said. So I feel like that narrative surrounding this whole situation needs to be deaded because, again, everybody was minding their business. Let's keep it 100. Nobody gave a fuck about nothing going through their day-to-day. Y'all went on that podcast and brought up the whole Blueface thing because he's cracking one of y'all women. Let's keep it 100. And that's why y'all got mad because...
Remember when Lefty Gunplay did all that, screwing his face up, talking about how much he would not appreciate his daughter messing with one of us and how disgusting it would be. Everybody still welcome him with open arms.
They was talking about this particular podcast was talking about this a couple weeks ago when she linked up with Blueface. So they've been trying to get this out. They've been itching for this. And now that niggas finally say something, or not even niggas, Adam 22 says something, y'all want to jump on him and make it look like he's trying to start a feud or point of...
Here's his only motivation, man. You think Adam 22 has this passion for black people to be treated fairly when he sit right up there talking about the Nickerson Gardens? Come on, man. Adam.
A magnifying glass on something that motherfuckers have been saying for weeks. So that just needs to be deaded.
And this is their tactic, that gaslighting. The same thing when P-Face made the video. And everybody got mad at us for speaking up about it. Oh, he was 13, he was 14, it was a long time ago. Oh, leave him alone, he trying to rap. It's always the gaslighting, making you seem like you the problem when you address the real problem, which is what the fuck keep coming out of their mouths. And it's going unchecked because a lot of these soft-ass niggas out here is using that audience for clickbait. A lot of these niggas is selling their souls for these clicks, for these likes, for these views. Selling your soul ain't just getting fucked in the ass. Selling your soul is also letting your community be disrespected on a major platform for that's disrespecting your community and not using your platform to speak up. And you just keep coming and dancing and smiling and acting like we building these big bridges. And then you got fucking people like Duno on your platform talking about, yeah, without the Mexicans, this shit'll be over with. And niggas don't even say nothing. Like, come on, when are y'all going?
I mean, y'all repeated after Tupac when he said it. It wouldn't be LA without Mexicans. That's where they get that from. I mean, hey, period, point blank.
I'll start calling the niggas out. I'm gonna get to that later though. But let's get to this clip.
Let me say one more thing, and let's keep it 1,000. This is just another form of people attaching themselves to the culture and to everything that we do. If we are not as relevant as y'all say it is, or y'all don't need the Blaccs or people in our culture to get involved in that, then don't use somebody in the rap industry or predominantly a famous person to attach yourself to. If you don't give a fuck and you don't fuck with Blacks or won't fuck a Black, why are you even speaking on it? It makes zero sense outside of you clout chasing, and this is what they wanted.
A great point.
Exactly. And the only reason we're speaking is to raise the awareness and because of the request from the fans. Because really, we all should just ignore their ass, put them on goofy time and let them fade out. Because they not shit without us. Period, point blank. They're not nothing in this culture without us because this is our culture, and I'm saying that.
But Adam don't get no point for saying, hey, you're just going to let those Mexicans talk about you like that? Hey, you going to talk about those Black people like that? He don't get no points for that, bro.
I don't give a fuck how much Chicano rap you would listen to or claim to listen to. But yeah, I'm not even going to name this goofy. Y'all can go look up his name or whatever, but I am going to play the clip.
So Blueface is just like hot right now. Like anything.
But do you think he's a good looking dude? A Black dude? African American? Booty scratcher?
No comment. I don't really.
Come on.
I don't.
Now, somebody would have called him a wetback beaner, little pecker, red body built motherfucker. Would that happen okay?
I don't
There's
really
an
look at
answer.
it.
I mean, do you swing both ways?
No.
No?
Strictly dickly.
Like Black dudes?
No.
No? Why not?
No. Pino code 13.
Oh!
Now, y'all all thought I was joking and trolling when I said I believe racism started because of our dicks and people's insecurity of our dicks. And time again, is always behind a woman liking Blacks. Now, he goes on to ask her, does she like Blueface? Do you think he's a handsome guy? Then he slips in the racist, oh, African booty scratcher. Oh, you like Black guys? You like African Americans, African booty scratchers? Like, we wasn't going to catch that. But that was the rage bait because he knew it was going to get traction. He knew it was going to get responses. On top of that, we know for a fact she'd have been fucked by a couple Black dicks. Just
think, wasn't nobody really tripping. It was rage bait. I mean, it's shell soldier shit. And didn't nobody really react till the white boy said something. Now it's up. Maybe the Blacks was waiting to catch him slipping outside his studio. They wasn't gonna make big noise about it. Now he probably looking every which way when he come out the studio. I don't know. I just consider everything. But if you look at the natural order of things, I know you guys said you were sitting back waiting for the right moment to speak on it. However, the natural progression was nobody really tripped. So his rage bait failed because we really don't give a what he looked like, trying to have all them tattoos on his face like that make him tough, and it really make him look like a Punani. He looks out of shape. He looks harmless, unable to deal with the original man. He seems insecure just by the idea. Remember I was on American Cholo and he said the BBG, the big Black guy, this is a big sloppy motherfucker. And he still is intimidated by the big Black guy with the BBG, with the BBC. But yeah, nobody was even giving him no, he said it, whatever. It didn't really hurt nobody feeling sticks and stones. You know what I'm saying? We already know what it is. Mano y mano, without the numbers overloaded in their favor. They're friendly and over on my mama through the history. It's been the way the system is ran and all that. But can't ignore the white boy got it stirred up, even according to y'all, my niggas.
Fact of how much he was hesitating to answer. And then she said, oh, no. And he said, why? Not because I'm not attracted to black men, not because I ain't never fucked with a black man. She said it's against the penal code of the gang she's from, which is why I kept telling y'all we can't fuck with them until they address the anti-black shit. Because y'all claim black and brown, go to jail, and then you run with the white fucking neo-Nazis. I've been saying this since day one. Now y'all seeing this live. She's telling y'all I can't fuck with them because it's against our rules. But we all know we done all fuck one of them. I done damn near fucked the Chongo bitch before. And they NK. So we know what the fuck go on behind closed doors. They be fucking with niggas, but in public, they people will cast them out for fucking with niggas. We know what's going on by now.
I got a song about it called East Side Story. Oh, mama.
Like, we got to stop pretending and put everything on the table and address everything, or it ain't no forward motion.
Right, because people want to act like it don't exist, but she already committed treason. We know that already. She's been jumped ships. That's, like you said, that's why she hesitated and had to speak on that. And it's clear as day, Cub was rage baiting, but we all know what the fuck is going on. To me, it's just like, at this point, we see it for what it is. We've been seeing it for what it is.
Oh, you got their favorite sport outside of soccer is boxing. You add up the Mayweather record with Gervonta Davis, with Andre Ward, and add Terrence Crawford. They can't with us. That is the most quick reference of mano y mano, us against them. And we know in the system how it go, how we was raised, it take 2 or 3, and we know that's how it played out. That's why Jap got the clip talking about, he asked him, why you put us in there with so many? I have experience being in a riot. I'm pretty sure as long as it wasn't a yellow dollar sign, it still should be up. I told the story a long time ago. Being in a riot with like 64 of them, 18 of us, it was routine. That was in the 90s. Oh, my mama. It's just something about the physicality of the original man when it develops out to its greatest potential. It's unmatched. That's why the NFL is full of us, because it is a constant task of physical strength. Now, acquired skill and training can, eliminate a lot. That's why in the UFC, you see people a lot more effective that are not us, because more of a survival thing, and survival is of nature. And when you're in the process of being eliminated, you can go to extreme realms of, strength, and you tap into energy. But when you're just dominant by nature, the person attempting to survive that has the hard work.
But it's like talking about it. How often is this going to really do something? We understand y'all want people to respond to it and speak up, but at the same time, niggas got to be moving on one accord.
We can't be the only ones.
Yeah, niggas got to be having some type of unison and draw the line. They're going to draw the line on you without even thinking twice about it. The fact
that y'all would shout out Vladimir before your Eastie Keyway, we got to be a little more cold, man. Vladimir has absolutely nothing to do with this conversation other than instigating, antagonizing, and stirring up tension. Just think, if we as a community had gotten to the point where we're going to overlook that buffoonery and not address it, and now we have addressed it because he triggered it or sparked it, I don't see how that can be a positive thing for us to even be aware of. We allow it to happen. Now, if we were going to just have a delayed reaction, that's cool. Then if that's the case, I don't know why Vladimir's name is coming up.
You blatantly, they don't respect you at all. And they feel like there's no type of consequences. There's no repercussions for disrespecting you as a man, as black people in general. To do the African booty scratcher thing and just be like, you slipped that in there. It wasn't a slip up. It was a rage baiting tactic to get us doing what we doing now. Now they going viral and don't give a fuck because niggas are gonna still fuck with them after this. Niggas will probably still go up there and sit with them niggas.
No, they will, man. I don't usually use the homies' whole content. Please go over to the Viral Way catch the rest of their commentary. They have very introspective perspectives on almost everything they talk, man. Got much love for them. And yeah, y'all, we got to quit letting people treat us like whatever and steady smiling in their face. We got to realize there's nothing wrong with having some intimate spaces that only belong to us. Imagine the fool LA Icon was crying about a lack of inclusion at the pop-out, and then his comrade is out here speaking derogatory, talking about African booty scratchers, and no one from their community is being standing in correction of him or telling him he's wrong. They all support that. I even seen Blue Devil from the Hater World react to it without speaking against it. He tried to bring an example of something that happened old and all that. That's fine. If it's like that, it's like that. But just quit crying about not being invited to the pop-up, even when Kendrick gave burnt out, bunk ass, garbage ass Lefty Gunplay a moment to be on one of the biggest albums of our generation. And he used 4 bars from a black artist he stole from Neighborhood Crib. If y'all don't knock it off, I just seen a party, some essays, dodge it up. They getting it in the backyard doing their thing. Guess what they was playing? I'm a dog. Man, we the life of the party, even when we not there, invited or wanted. It's crazy.
Niggas spent all these years on the block. Niggas spent all these years on the block and ain't got nothing to show for it. And then what a nigga do got to show, a nigga got on my own. So what I need you niggas for? Now I start to look at y'all like enemies. So in our reality, like I said, we gotta humble ourselves and we gotta come together, man. We gotta love each other. Cause that's what it's really about. Cause man, black people, if we got the strongest, we the strongest. Like in jail, nigga, on God, they separate us. It's 14 blacks to 72 Mexicans in there. I told the police, I said, why y'all put us in there with all these Mexicans? They said, because that's how it break down. Like that's how y'all can handle them.
Yeah. Snakewood and that pussy. Big shout out to SPR, Spotter Low. You know, I'm in the black box. Had to come through, tap in, show love one time. Yeah, y'all make sure y'all subscribe. Stay tuned, all that.
Family info all week long, but I felt the need to put a bookend on this particular subject, and I think this is the perfect place to do it. Now, before we get started, let me go ahead and preface this by saying there are a good number of on-code Somalians, in fact, a good number of on-code folks from Africa and the Caribbean. This isn't aimed at them, but it needs to be said. The entire reason this is going on is because there is a problem with the attitude of the majority, and that's what needs to be dealt with, because you can't have an alliance with only a few folks. So for the folks out there who keep pretending like they just don't know why the FBA community is delineating, here's yet another example for you.
Most of the people that we meet, especially African Americans, they don't even know their fathers. They don't even know their fathers. It was all of them, most of them were the product of one night stand. One night stand. They would tell you, I don't know my father. But who named you? Whose name are you carrying? Well, my mother chose his name for me. I don't know. Is that what we want for our ummah? No. كلهم أو معظمهم أبناء الزنا. أبناء الزنا. Why? Because man, he has to give up the seed. And because the marriage will limit them, they will go from one to another to a third. You know, subhanAllah, it's one of the African American.
I guess in Somalian circles, this is what qualifies as a man of God. This Somalian imam is laughing and smiling, talking trash about Black Americans. He just gets a giggle out of that. That just tickles him no end. Meanwhile, his own people are suffering. The numbers of Somalian war orphans dwarfs his made-up talking points about Black Americans. But this is what he chose to prioritize in an alleged house of God. This is what the Sunday sermon is at his mosque. Of course, the tethers and foreign flags, they don't dare call this divisive. This kind of talk is not divisive at all, right? But this is how these anti-Black racists are. We made it possible for them to get here. And when they do, they feel insecure about it because we are the most oppressed people on earth, and yet we managed to create a circumstance that they were unable to back home. So they overcompensate for this insecurity by attacking the very people who help them. And does anyone want to talk about the Somalian single mother rate? There's no hard figures on that. Social media throws around 30,000 or so with nothing to back it up. But do you really, really want to dig into that particular can of worms? And this is the cherry on top. Now we suddenly have the same people who spent the last 100 years saying we're not black, don't call us black, and now they're calling themselves the blackest immigrant community.
To President Trump and the base that is attacking our community, we understand that you are here to divide us, to create fear amongst us, and to selectively target the blackest immigrant and Muslim community in this great state.
Individuals like this need to be talking to that imam and checking him and telling him that he's out of line for what the hell he was saying, not just because it's disrespectful, because it's a pack of lies. But then again, as we've already noted, when it comes time to talk about black folks, on the few occasions that some of them actually mention the word black, they're only talking about themselves. And even then, it's not the entire community of Somalians saying it. It's just got this one guy claiming to be black, but only for the cameras and only because the orange man's targeting them. And yes, I have noticed that there are examples of Somalians who have pointed out that, yeah, they're aware of the whole idiots saying that they're not black thing and that they're not down with it. I understand that. That's why I started off by saying it's not everyone who's with the BS. Unfortunately, the majority are.
We are Somalis, not black. There, I said it. All right. Everyone is keep asking, why don't Somalis want to identify as black? It's simple-ish. Somalis had identity before race. All right. Our identity comes from our ancestors, not appearance. Yeah. All right. Blackness is a Western category. Somalia is a civilization. Big difference. We're Somalis.
I honestly think that I'm black. I'm a black Somali man, but my partner over here doesn't agree with me.
Really?
Yeah.
So I'm not black. I'm not black. Pardon?
I said I'm not black.
You're not black?
No.
Interesting. So what exactly are you?
Us Somalis used to get violated in school. You say, oh, you got a big forehead and stuff like that.
That's the reason why this sudden out of the blue declaration that we are the blackest immigrant community, it rings hollow. The reason why is you cannot have 100 years of a particular group saying over and over again, me no black, I'm not black, definitely not like you. And then as soon as you get your butt in the crack, oh, I'm black, we're the blackest of black, we're blackity black over here. Really? Now all of a sudden you want to do a 180 and now you're claiming blackness? This is the entire problem. Somalians in particular deny being black to the point that it's a cliche. We don't even really have to post video examples of it. It's just common knowledge, heck, common sense at this point. But they need to look at the disrespect and the lies that they've trafficked in. You have a corrupt imam in a mosque telling lies about black Americans. Meanwhile, his own people are creating entire generations of orphans. And you've also had others from that same group who have been running around saying, we work harder than you black Americans. We work harder than you do, et cetera, et cetera. We're more successful than you. Really? On Minnesota.gov's website, they have a letter from a group calling itself the Council for Minnesotans of African Heritage. They wrote, quote, the Somali community in Minnesota is currently underemployed in Minnesota and also experiences higher rates of poverty than other groups. The most recent data has the Somali community experiencing a poverty rate of 58%, with 40% of the community unemployed or not in the workforce. Those are the facts and figures as given from an African heritage advocacy group. 58% of Somalians in Minnesota live in poverty, and 40% are unemployed. Now, this is a far cry from what Ilhan Omar was talking. She claimed the Somalians were productive, and while it's true that at least 60% are productive, it's also true that by their own number, nearly half are not in the workforce at all. And when this Minnesotans of African Heritage organization was talking about the Somalian community, they were distinguishing themselves from everyone else, including the foundational Black American community. That's what they meant when they said that these guys experience higher rates of poverty than other groups. They were doing what they've always done, delineating themselves. So be it then, because when we break down the numbers, what we see is in Minnesota, the overall Black poverty rate is 22.5%, which is higher than it is for whites, but still 35 points lower than the Somalian poverty rate. And this is from the same Minnesota.gov website, by the way. And in Minnesota, the Black unemployment rate is only 7.7% as of August of this year. And while that's higher than the 5.2% it was last year, it's still a continent removed from the 40% that it is in the Somalian community in Minnesota. As far as how many Somalians are on public assistance, I can't really say because there's no hard numbers on that, which is ridiculous. As much money as that state spends, and that's been defrauded and stolen, someone should be able to at least give some kind of figures. And yeah, I know the Orange Man said that 80% of Somalians in Minnesota are on some form of public assistance. And I can't really put any stock in that talking point because A, it came from Trump, which means there's an 80% chance it's a lie. And B, the number seems to come from a far right-wing organization called the Center for Immigration Studies. I've told you about these guys before. These guys are part of that whole constellation of white right-wing mouthpieces who you see on Fox News and elsewhere. These guys have billionaire and mega millionaire racist donors who pay them lots of money so they can spew all kinds of far-right talking points and pretend as if it's some sort of scholarship or as if it's somehow hard numbers when it's not. The official and credible poverty and unemployment figures from Minnesota's own government makes it totally reasonable that the number of Somalians on public assistance is significantly higher than other groups in the state. Now, is it 80+% high? Given the so-called source, I wouldn't bet any money on that. But the real question is, why can't the government in Minnesota give its data on that figure? Perhaps that's why they had so much money defrauded from them on public assistance programs. And this matters crucially because every single immigrant group who's ever come to the U.S. knows the rules of racism before they even get here. And in many cases, they come from countries that practice cultures of anti-Black racism. And that includes the Somalians. They too have also gone overboard to push every anti-FBA lie there is to ingratiate themselves to the white power structure. Like 70% of Black Americans don't know who their fathers are. And of course, the other perennial favorite to say that Black Americans are lazy, don't want to work, they're all on welfare. This coming from the group who the Orange Man is attacking, specifically saying that 80% of them are on some form of public assistance. Because the kind of rhetoric that's been spewed by individuals like that imam at the beginning of this video, that kind of talk begs the question, how is it that the group that these Somalians have claimed are so lazy manages to have a poverty rate lower than the Somalians in Minnesota or outside of it, and an unemployment rate that's also 33 percentage points lower than for Somalians in Minnesota? When people like this idiotic imam try to call themselves saying Black Americans aren't hardworking, well, we're harder working than the people trying to smear us. This is government information, by the way, which the government, both Democrat and Republicans, have already known, and yet they went along with the same false narrative that these foundational Black Americans, well, they're just not hard workers. And they've also had their mouthpieces like Thomas Sowell and others selling the soap and pushing the lies and saying, well, you know, these immigrants come here and just work harder than Black Americans do. That's the problem. It's a lack of character, you see. And by the way, on a side note, we as foundational Black Americans have felt for generations that there's a lot of people in the Somalian community and others who have had an unhealthy obsession with us, especially when it comes to lying about us. There's more than a few in the Somalian community who just can't keep our names out of their mouths. But there's a second more important reason that I want to highlight this letter from these Minnesotans of African heritage. First of all, they're not talking about us. And secondly, they're making specific demands for tangibles from the government of Minnesota. They're talking about money. These are foreigners who are demanding the government of American state give them millions for job training and workforce development, but only for them. They specify this is supposed to be for us alone. And you don't see any Democrats doing like Kamala Harris and saying, I'm not going to do something that's only going to benefit Somalians. No. Instead, you have them with a bill in the state legislature to give money, and they're bragging about who's supporting it. Instead of relying on their superior culture and work ethic, they're going straight to the government and saying, give us some money. Why don't they go to the people like that imam and tell him to solve their unemployment problem with his grand wisdom? Come to think of it, maybe that's exactly what they did. Well, that would certainly explain a lot, wouldn't it? So when we tell these immigrants, including the ones from Africa and the Caribbean, that we know full well they're getting money for being immigrants and that they only stick up for themselves, this is what we mean. They're only speaking up for themselves. And then they're the same ones who say, well, Black Americans need to be sticking up for us right now. And Democrats selectively cherry-picked immigrant groups to give money to and to bootstrap their local economies and to select to fund their political campaigns in particular, because this is racial warfare inside domestic borders. This is how these other groups leapfrog over us, because they get tons of money from the government from day one and from these political parties. And then they turn around and say that we're lazy. And they claim to work harder than we do. And worst of all, they claim nobody ever helped them. That's one of their favorite things to say. They see white society telling that lie and they go, well, we're going to go ahead and repeat it so we can ingratiate ourselves. Well, nobody helped us. They all say that they pulled themselves up by their bootstraps. Well, I guess that would be true if bootstraps were woven from checks. And they all claim that their parents came to the U.S. with no money, which makes no sense at all. There's no dinghy raft that can float all the way to the U.S. So if you made it to the U.S., it's because you had the money already, which most of them did, or because the U.S. brought them here, which was the case with the Vietnamese and Somalians after the events in Mogadishu in the 90s. And yet these exact same immigrants claim that they came to the U.S. with no money whatsoever, didn't have a penny to their pockets, and that what they did was nothing but hard work. They relied on themselves. And that's what it is. That's what they keep saying over and over and over again. They say that they didn't have any money, and yet they managed to surpass Black Americans in one generation. Isn't that what trash like Myron Gaines likes to claim? Isn't that the talking point that idiots like him like to spout? Then why is the poverty rate for Somalians 35 points higher than for the lazy foundational Black Americans then? Why is the unemployment rate 33 points higher than it is for the lazy Black Americans? If people are going to be coming from the other side of the world so they can come to the United States and start spouting stuff about Black Americans all being lazy, then you better have something to back that up with. White power will let people tell whatever lie they want to themselves. Hell, white power will even help to signal boost and spread those lies. But white power already knows what the score really is, and when the time comes, they'll pull your card. And the time always comes. Somalians are advocating for themselves. They're not trying to get any tangibles for foundational Black Americans, and yet at the exact same moment they're doing that, they're demanding that Black Americans stand with them and support them, as if they haven't been denying being Black the whole time, and haven't made it a point to denigrate and disrespect FBAs all this time. There are on-code Somalians, but we have to be honest, they're in the minority. Unfortunately, the idiot imam, he's in the majority. And before the climate between our groups can change, what also has to change is the lies and the disrespect that's been going on for so long. That strikes at the very heart of the problem. And also, if we're going to be talking about anything when it comes to policy, we're going to be talking about tangibles. So as long as everybody's deciding, hey, we're just going to be standing for ourselves, which is what everyone's been doing, then fine. Everyone will stand for themselves. And that includes foundational Black Americans. Everybody's got to go ahead and stick up for themselves. Everybody has eaten off of what we've done. Everybody has shown up with their hands out, and they've all gotten things for themselves while Black Americans got nothing at all. We cannot have a situation like that that goes on any longer. And we certainly can't have any sort of relationship with any group who allows their so-called holy men to try to lend the good offices of a deity to anti-Black racism. That's what was really happening when you had that asinine imam standing before his so-called congregation in what's supposed to be a house of worship, a house of truth, and he was spouting nothing but lies and smiling and giggling because to him that was hilarious. Standing in the house of God and he's full of nothing but the devil. Well, we're not. We know what reality is. We know what the truth is, and we're standing on it. And here's the thing. Even if I did have a 2-second attention span and I had a mushy brain that allowed me to do stupid stuff all day long without a pang of regret, I still would not be saying let's stick our necks out for anyone else. And here's the reason why. No matter how much kvetching and wringing of hands is going on, you still got these exact same groups who the orange man said were garbage, and they're waiting to see if they can get their honorary dark-skinned Caucasian card back. It's just like what's been going on with the Hispanic community. Yeah, they're unhappy about what ICE is doing, but at the end of the day, they're still identifying themselves as white on their driver's license forms, on the census forms, on school applications, job applications. So as far as they're concerned, Trump's attitude is the problem, not that there's some underlying fact that they've been lied to and lying to themselves the whole time. That's not the problem. The problem is Trump. This is just a bump in the road. As soon as he's out of there, or as soon as the midterm elections roll around, well, things are going to get back to normal. And what's normal? Well, normal is white power handing them some crumbs and helping them to leapfrog over Black Americans, which cements their place in the society as they see it. That's normal. At least it was for a while. But reality always gets the last word. And if you're not willing to face up to that reality, well, you better pray that whatever deity you answer to takes lies a lot less seriously than we do. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Wesley Monroe, LB, James Green, City Soapbox TV, and Walter Wilborn. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like. Most importantly, please make sure that you are following me on Telegram at TD Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. With the introduction out of the way, let's get into today's news. And today we are headed back on over to Minnesota. Why is that? Well, because we have a Somali student out there who thought it was a bright idea to get out onto social media and threaten ICE. Yep, he thought that this was a brilliant idea to do. So let's get into this clip right now. And just so you know ahead of time, there is profanity in here. I believe he's going to drop the F-bomb. So if you're at work or you have kids around, you know, I'm just letting you guys know now. Let's get into this clip here.
I actually heard you guys pull up to Otana, the big O, and you pulled up when I was not there? Oh, so puss-ass shit, boy. You're going to get popped next time I see you ass. Bring the whole cavalry. Yeah, boy, you guys are scared. Scared of the stingray, baby. Woo!
Let's listen to that one more time.
I actually heard you guys pull up to Otana, the big O, and you pulled up when I was not there? Oh, so puss-ass shit, boy. You're going to get popped next time I see you ass. Bring the whole cavalry. Yeah, boy, you guys are scared. Scared of the stingray, baby. Woo!
I don't know why you guys do this. I don't know why you guys do this. I don't know why you guys set yourself up for failure like this. Because you can go to jail for threatening federal agents. And saying I was just playing or I was just trolling, that doesn't work in a court of law, right? The judge isn't is not gonna take into account that, hey, I was just joking, I was just playing, I was just trolling on the internet, I was just trying to go viral. Yeah, well, you're trying to go viral, now you can go to jail. Like that's how that works. So I don't know why these guys play games like this and then turn around and play victim. You know, you're gonna lose this fight if DHS actually decides to take it to you. So I have no clue why you guys always choose to be stupid in this way. And now all of your information is out there, because look at this here. Let's get into this article. We know what school he goes to. We know his name. It's all public information. Now you're just sitting here exposed. So let's get into this article next. Now look at this here. Somali student in Minnesota threatens to pop ICE agents in expletive-ridden viral rant. Let's get into this here. Goofy looking boy. The article reads, a Somali Minnesota college student has come under fire for threatening to pop ICE agents in an expletive-laden viral social media rant. Hassan Mohammed. Oh, we got your name and everything. Just all your businesses out there in the streets now. Goofy. Hassan Mohammed was blasted after he posted a menacing anti-ICE where he vowed to shoot immigration agents the next time they showed up in his Otana neighborhood. Mohammed, who according to his social media is a student at Minnesota State University, appears to have deleted the video from his TikTok, but not before it started spreading like wildfire. It's too late. It's too late. That's what I'm saying. Like, you guys are so dumb. Why do you do this to yourselves? And then now you want to delete it as if that's how the internet works. You know, that's not how the internet works. You can delete the video if you want to, but once it went viral, that's the end of it. We all have it already, including me. It's too late. Don't get scared now. Once again, don't say I was just trolling, I was just playing. It's too late now. He might mess around and get kicked out of his school for this. Yeah, these guys are just so dumb for no reason. Anyway, let's carry on. After his clip sparked widespread backlash, Mohammed posted a handful of follow-up videos Tuesday apologizing for his lapse in judgment. Oh, really? Don't apologize now. Keep that same energy. He said, I don't expect to be forgiven. I'm just here to apologize.
I made a severe and continuous lapse in my judgment. I don't expect to be forgiven. I'm just here to apologize. You guys saw in that video myself was unfiltered, even traumatizing. I truly did not mean what I meant. I was just trying to be funny. I always try to push the boundaries with my content. I'm always trying to be that guy, you know, but I wasn't that guy. And I wanted to apologize to anybody that was traumatized to the video, that has been affected by stuff like that by my video. I'm truly sorry from the deepest part of my heart. I am sorry. For my fans that are defending my actions, please don't. I don't need to be defended for what I did. I need to own up to my actions. And I messed up. And I don't expect to be forgiven. I'm just here to apologize. I have been very ashamed of myself, and I've also been very disappointed in myself. I promise to be better. Thank you guys. Stingray out.
You see what I'm saying? I didn't even read this article ahead of time, by the way. Normally I do. I didn't even read this article ahead of time. But this is, it's just obvious, right? Where this is going. I was just playing. I was just joking. I was just trolling. But when you're in court, that's you can't use that as a line of defense. That's not going to be respected. You're still going to get found guilty for menacing threats towards a federal agent. And then you could sit in jail for that. You know what I mean? Just because you thought you were being funny. You know, you're not being funny. You're just being stupid. And now you're on the internet trying to apologize. It's too late for all that, buddy. We got all your info out here. It's over with for you. We know who you are. Now you got to suffer the shame and embarrassment that comes with it. Some, however, weren't buying his apologetic tone, arguing that the script bore an eerie similarity to a groveling apology that YouTube star Logan Paul gave in 2018 after he was ripped for posting a dead body online. What? Meanwhile, the fury over Muhammad's video came as ICE vowed to continue its immigration crackdown in the North Star State. Minnesota's weather is cloudy with 100% chance of ice. The agency said on X alongside a video of a recent arrest. And the irony in it and the comedy in all of this is just hilarious. Imagine being arrested and taken down by ICE in the snow. Like you see this guy here. This guy literally got taken down by ICE in the snow. Growing up in Chicago, I've definitely been taken down by ICE in the snow numerous times when I was a kid growing up, but never in the literal sense concerning ICE agents. Never that. But like, you know, as far as slipping and falling into some snow, yeah. I've been taken down by ICE too. So, you know, I guess, you know, I share a little something in common with this guy that's on the ground here being detained. So now as we close this article off, the feds have zeroed in on Minnesota in recent weeks after officials said up to half of Somali migrants have fraudulent immigration paperwork. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is crazy. When half of you guys have false immigration paperwork or fraudulent immigration paperwork, it's time to go home. It's definitely time to go home. But what I want to do next is that I want to get into this clip here, right? I want to get into this clip because, you know, these guys, you get on the internet, you talk crazy, you say, yeah, pull up to Owatonna, I bet you won't come back, and all this goofy, tough talk that you try to say you're just playing after you get busted and things go bad for you. You know, but what I want to do right now, that I want to play this clip here that just goes to show that, you know, you get online and say what you want. You can protest all you want, but immigration enforcement is going to happen. And that's what's going on here in Minnesota. ICE is taking people down in the snow. So let's get into this news clip here.
Shields up and guns drawn, Ring surveillance video shows more than a dozen armed federal agents descending on a Burnsville home on Saturday. A woman who lives there tells Fox 9 multiple Latino people who rent rooms there were arrested by ICE after being followed home from the store. A portion of the video shows one man being taken down in the driveway and another woman running inside to her child. We're told the 4 people taken into custody are now being held in immigration facilities out of state. That includes the parents of a 7-year-old boy.
Fox 9, you got to do better, man. I'm gonna let this play. Obviously, finish it out, but you got to do better. If you guys know me well enough, based off of what they just said twice, that made me pause this. You already know where I'm going with this, because the family separation narrative is the number one narrative that I despise with such a deep passion. I almost broke my pen. That's how much I despise it. I almost snapped it just now. I despise it with such a deep passion. Stop. Why you keep bringing up this child, 7-year-old child? That's irrelevant to the discussion that's being had. It's irrelevant to the discussion that's being had. You're trying to pull for some sort of sympathy. American citizens get arrested, detained, and thrown in jail over numerous crimes on a daily basis, from large crimes to little small scale crimes, but you still have to sit down and serve time for. We get snatched away from our families every day if we commit a crime, and you don't care. You don't care. Nobody cries for American citizens when they go to jail over a crime that was committed. And yes, crossing the border illegally is a crime. And the thing is that you're not even going to jail. You're going to be temporarily detained, and then you're going to get sent home. But if I go to jail, are you going to care about what happens to my 12-year-old son? Absolutely not. You can care less. So miss me. I hate that narrative with such a deep passion. I cannot stand it. Anyways, I'll get off my soapbox now. Let's get back into this news clip here.
Shouldn't be rolling around in unmarked vans. People have the right to.
Rewind it back just a little bit.
Of a 7-year-old boy.
You shouldn't be rolling around in unmarked vans. People have the right to know who's following them, and you can see there's fear in the people that are getting out of the car in that video.
Former state senator and Lakeville Mayor Matt Little is running to represent this district in Congress. He said he's troubled by what he saw in the video and wants people to know their rights.
I love what I'm seeing in this video so far. I'm loving seeing the reinforcement come in. I'm loving how they stormed the building. I'm loving how they took everybody down and, basically sent everybody home, because that's what's happening. Everybody's going to get sent home. You're going back home. I'm loving every minute of it. I don't see anything wrong here. Everything that's happening here is legal. There's nothing unconstitutional going on. And as far as this guy that's talking is concerned, who I guess is getting ready to speak next, as they just said, he's running for Congress, I think they said, right? So, I mean, none of this stuff is genuine on his behalf. He's just trying to score brownie points, with the illegal immigrant community, Somali community, so that he can hopefully win, his election. He doesn't mean anything that he's saying.
They certainly have a right to a hearing. They certainly have a right to a lawyer. They have a right to contact people in their lives that could help them out. You have all these rights, so make sure you're showing up and letting your neighbors know that they have rights.
I hate when they say this stuff, because they do. By and large, these people aren't just getting immediately deported like within 24 hours. That's not what's happening, right? Maybe 72 hours, but not 24 hours. They have time to contact their loved ones. They have time to contact their lawyer. They have time to get whatever situation order that they need to get in order, right? Before they get sent back. So when he's saying that just simply isn't true, right? You're just making up nonsense and talking stupid.
Now, I did reach out to both DHS and ICE for more information about what exactly happened on Saturday, but I have not heard back from either of them yet. In the wake of this raid, the city of Burnsville did release a statement saying that they are aware of the immigration enforcement activities happening within their city, but that federal authorities, they often don't let local authorities know when these enforcement operations are going down, and that their officers do not check people's immigration statuses. Reporting live tonight, Mary McGuire, Fox 9.
And you can't let them know, because you let them know, they're going to tip these folks off, man. So anyways, that's going to do it for today's news. So with all that being said, thank you all for joining me today. please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Share this video on your social media platforms. And please do not forget to follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group. The link to my Telegram is in the description box below and pinned in the comment section as well. Thank you all for your time. Until the next video, peace and have a great afternoon.
Fraud investigators are finding in Minnesota is growing by the day. Kelly Loeffler, who leads the small in the state, they've at least $1 million in PPP fraud just 2 days in. Several of the whistleblowers in Minnesota have also told lawmakers they $8 billion.
Oh my God.
What's the Venezuelan with them in? Why? This is a private property. We live here. Why should let them in? Okay, that's gonna be the biggest administration ever against Charlamagne. I will tell you. I will tell you. Charlamagne associates are doing this to us after 30 years of living here.
These are just families, man.
Charlamagne associates. I live here 27 years, and they're letting ICE into our.
Why are they gonna back for in a building that's not for that? What? Why not letting them? I know. Show your face that you're not saying. Show your face you're not.
We are Muslim? Is that the problem? Yeah? After 30 years of taking our money, we are Muslim.
Circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. And with the introduction out of the way, let's get into today's news. And today we are headed on over to Minnesota. Why is that? Because failed mayoral candidate Omar Fattah, right? Our man right here. You all remember Omar Fattah. He was running for mayor in Minneapolis, and he lost. He is a Democrat socialist. He was Minneapolis' Zoran Mamdani. He didn't do bad in the race at all. He didn't do bad at all. Reality is this. Once Jacob Fry is finished, and I do believe he already stated he's not going to be running for re-election next term. The reality is Omar Fattah is going to be Minneapolis's next mayor, right? Because there isn't so far anybody who seems to be coming close to challenging him once Jacob Fry, I believe the term is the incumbent, retires. So he will be Minneapolis' next mayor. But for now, if I remember correctly, he's a state senator. And what he's getting, how to evade ICE, right? He's going to tell the Somalis in his community how to evade ICE. When you let's just check out what he had to say in terms of how to get away from ICE agents.
Hello, everyone. Fateh here. I'm in the Riverside. I wanted to talk about what we're seeing here in the Twin Cities area as well as the state of Minnesota. President Trump has the full force of the federal government targeting the Somali community.
You're not being targeted. You're not being. You put the target on yourself. You put the target. If Ilhan Omar would just shut up, right, and actually work for her constituents versus acting like Jasmine Crockett and simply only existing for the purposes of antagonizing Trump and speaking negative on Trump and critiquing Trump while offering nothing as far as an alternative is concerned. And that's the biggest thing that you notice with these guys. Trump bad, this, that, and the third, fascist, he's a Nazi, all the above. Okay, so what's your alternative? What policies are you presenting? You're offering up what? Nothing. They never tell you what they're offering up as an alternative. They just talk crazy about Trump all day. So you put that spotlight on you. In between Ilhan Omar talking crazy all day, every day about Trump, and Somalis in your community engaging in the greatest fraud scheme in Minnesota history, and it's looking like it's well past $1 billion at this point. There are reports showing that it's close to $8 billion that some reports are showing. You put the target on yourself. And on top of that, you can't be a target if you're in the country illegally, for those Somalis that are in the country illegally. So there's no target. That means you broke the law. So federal law enforcement is coming to pick you up and send you home. So no one's being targeted. This is just nonsense victim talk. But anyways, I digress. Carry on, Omar.
What we've been seeing is that our neighbors have been detained, at times even American citizens, and families have been torn apart. But I want to let you all know that it does not have to be this way, and that you do have rights, and I want to run them by you. First, when ICE or an ICE agent comes to your door, you have the right not to open and to request information. You can ask for a judicial warrant that's signed by a judge. If they have a judicial warrant and not an administrative warrant. We saw that play out earlier today in the F building, in the towers behind me, in which an ICE agent came saying that they had a warrant to search the premises. We had Representative Mahmoud Noor, who did a great job in speaking with them and saying that, well, not so fast. You need to have a judicial warrant and not an administrative warrant. And of course, they tried to play dumb and act like they didn't know the rules. But in the end, the scene. Right now, we need that. We're having a lot of the boots on the ground organizations do a lot of great work. Folks like MIRAC and Care Minnesota and folks like that have been providing know your rights training about how you can get involved. I had a lot of folks reaching out asking how they can help best support their neighbors, and you can do group chats and on WhatsApp and Signal, things like that, letting folks time to get involved. In times like this, it's going to take an all hands on deck approach, and so please tap in below.
But what I want to do next is this, because these guys are out here working overtime, you know, in order to protect illegals from being deported out of the country. And there's I believe it's Minneapolis City Councilman Khalid A. Mohammed. It was just funny to watch the tables turn on him. I didn't watch all of the video. It's about 5 minutes long. I don't think we'll watch the whole thing right now. But Khalid A. Mohammed, city councilman out of Minneapolis, he was out and about in the streets in the cold like Omar Fattah. And the difference is that he was actually trolling ICE agents, you know, got the camera all in their face, talking crazy to them. And then a reporter from, I believe the news outlet is called American Voices. Is it Great American Voices or American Voices? You all are going to know him when you see him. He just happened to be on the scene and flipped the script on him. So while this city councilman, you know, had his camera on the ICE agent trolling him and speaking negatively to him, the American Voices reporter put his camera out and they got into a little exchange that I found quite entertaining. So let's get into this clip next.
What are you doing here, man? Why are you here? Why are you harassing us?
I was using the restroom.
Why are you harassing us?
Why are you harassing
Why are
me
you
right now?
harassing us?
You harassing
Did you hear what he said? He said, why are you harassing us? He's like, bro, I was using the restroom. This man is trying to use the restroom and you pull up on him with your phone out? What type of funny stuff are you on? Anyways, I'm sorry. Let me let this play a little bit more before I start interrupting. We'll take it from the top. My apologies. Take two.
What are you doing here, man? Why are you here? Why are you harassing us?
I was using the restroom.
Why are you harassing us?
Why are you harassing
Why are
me
you
right now?
harassing us?
You harassing
You're
me
not
right
welcome
now?
here. You're harassing innocent
I didn't
people.
ask you any of that.
You're harassing innocent people who are just living by their life
Do you have an
at
ID
9
with you?
o'clock in the morning.
Do you have an
Don't
ID
give
with
you.
you?
I'm not gonna tell you shit.
Okay.
I ain't gonna
so get
tell
out
you
of my
shit.
way.
I ain't gonna tell you shit. But
Get
don't
out
come
of
to
my
our
way,
neighborhood. You're not welcome. You're not welcome.
We got more whistles. More whistles.
You need to leave. You're not welcome. Get the fuck out of here.
I
Get
thought
the fuck out of here.
welcome.
Get the fuck out of here. You with ICE?
I thought everyone
You with ICE?
There's my man, Real American Voices. That's the name of the news outlet, Real American Voices. Let's get into it. This was very satisfying to watch.
No, I'm not with ICE.
You see how he's being an annoying douche and he's walking behind ICE agents blowing a whistle in their ear. You're blowing whistles in their ear. So it's not even like they're just standing around and about and they're blowing the whistle, which is meant to, Jesus, why am I brain farting? Which is meant to alert other illegal immigrants around that ICE is present. That's what they say it's for. But I feel to some degree this has to be some kind of assault. Am I reaching? Like if I just went in your ear with the whistle and blew it as hard as I can behind you, I mean, that does hurt, right? You could blow my eardrum out. That should be some sort of like assault charge. I don't know. I mean, I've never heard of that being an assault charge before. But anyways, he's being a big douche. And it's just going to turn back around on him.
Bigots! Terrorists! You terrorists! You are terrorizing us! Terrorists! You did this! You fucking did this! It's all on you! It's all on you! You came to my neighborhood! You came to my neighborhood! You came to my neighborhood! With guns? With ICE?
Yeah, he's a law enforcement.
Yeah, he's arresting people. They're all citizens. They're all citizens.
How do you know? How do you know? All right. How do you know? Okay. You said they're all citizens.
Yes, they are.
How do you know they're all
citizens? Get the fuck out of
citizens?
here. Because I know this is my neighborhood. This is my neighborhood. This is my neighborhood.
You're really bold for these guys that are supposed to be Nazis. You know, because if these were really the Gestapo, that whistle would no longer be in your hand, to say the very least. I want to say so much more, but let's carry on.
What are you gonna do? I want to know what you're gonna do. I'm honestly interested in what you're gonna do.
He's trying to bait ICE agents into assaulting him by taunting him, saying, what are you going to do? 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 You're trying to put yourself in a situation to where you can be assaulted. And even if you come on the other side of that, come out on the other side of that, you know, being in the wrong, as long as you got the optic of an ICE agent or any other of these federal agents, you know, whether it's HSI or Border Patrol, as long as we have the optics on camera of you violating me and putting hands and feet on me, that's all that we actually want. And that's what they're attempting to do here. You can't say that that's not what they're attempting to do. When you're walking behind somebody, blowing a whistle as hard as you can in their ear, you're trying to bait me into a physical altercation. That's what you're trying to do. Clearly, it's obvious and clear as day. All of this is pointless. It's futile. And what's obvious at the end of the day, and it's been obvious because this has been the tactic of anti-ICE rioters. I'm not calling them protesters, anti-ICE rioters, as well as, you know, these local politicians. The goal is to bait federal agents into some sort of physical altercation. And you capture it on camera. And once we have those optics, We run that over and over and over again on every news out. You're going to see CNN talking about it, Abby Phillips saying whatever nonsense she's saying. You're going to see this stuff on Hyperloop. And that's the point. And I'm glad to see these ICE agents didn't fall for it, as they typically never do. They never do. They have amazing restraint. So with all that being said, that does it for today's news. So I want to thank you guys for joining me today. Please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Share this video on your social media platform. And please do not forget to follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group. Link to my Telegrams in the description box below and pinned in the comment section as well. Thank you all for your time. Until the next video, peace and have a great afternoon. Okay, what's going on, everybody? We are here. We're live. Thank you all for joining me today. If you're new to the channel, please hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. I said that already. Follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group, and let's get this show going. Okay, I gotta address this first though. Now that my man Saul is in the room, okay. I have something to address with Saul because he had a problem with the last video that I released, right? Where I said nobody goes to Harbor Freight. Saul, I stand on that, okay? Nobody goes to Harbor Freight. Nobody goes there. It's Home Depot or nothing, all right? Nobody goes to Harbor Freight. In my 40 years of existence, the first 20 years of my life was in Chicago. The last 20 years of my life has been here in Los Angeles. I've never heard in 40 years somebody say, I'm going to Harbor Freight. I got family in New York. I got family in Florida. I got friends in Ohio. And I've never heard anybody say, I'm going to Harbor Freight. So no one goes there, Saul. And now that that's out the way, let's get the show started. Okay. Now that I got that out of the way, we can get into things. All right. We can get into it. So let's do this. I want to speak on, a recent statement from Tom Homan, right? That got a lot of people excited. A lot of people have discussed this already. That's why this isn't going to be too long of a stream. I don't want to draw, what's the term I'm looking for? I don't want to make this longer than it needs to be, okay? Because it's been discussed already. But I did want to insert, kind of another side of it that I haven't heard anyone really speak of yet, as it pertains to the possibility of Ilhan Omar getting caught engaging in immigration fraud, to which she will go down the process of being stripped of her citizenship and then inevitably deported, right? If all these things come to fruition in the manner that Tom Homan says it could possibly happen, right? If what he's saying is true and they're able to actually nab her on immigration fraud. I want to take a moment to kind of walk down that path of what it takes to get someone denaturalized. I believe that's what the term is. And more importantly, how long it takes. And that's what I really want to focus on, because I've looked into that once before, and obviously it's concerning and surrounding Ilhan Omar. And I just kind of quickly looked into it once before. And I saw that to get someone denaturalized, right, to get their citizenship stripped from them, it takes years. But when you're talking about someone as high profile as Ilhan Omar, yeah, it's going to be a while. It's going to be a while. And that's if everything pans out how essentially we would like it to, concerning Ilhan Omar and her getting busted for immigration fraud. So what I want to do first, quickly, I want to play what Tom Homan said, and then we're going to walk down that road of denaturalization, right? But first, let's get into what Tom Homan said.
Mentioning the Daily Mail reporting from 2020 that Ilhan Omar married her brother to get into the country. This was last week. Take a listen.
Look at their nation. Look how bad their nation is. It's not even a nation. It's just people walking around killing each other. They've taken billions and billions of dollars. They have a representative, Ilhan Omar, who they say married her brother. It's a fraud.
Calls that a fraud. It's a story that has never been successfully refuted, even though it's now a 5-year-old story. That's clearly a deportable offense. Is there an investigation into that?
I just got advised by a fraud investigator the other day on that. I asked the question, who reviewed the file and says that there was immigration fraud involved. The statute of limitation became an issue in the last 4 years when this was first brought up. Who was president? Who ran DOJ? So pulling the records now, pulling the files, and we're looking at. But this fraud investigator, who I know personally, one of the best fraud investigators in HSI, Homeland Security Investigations, said there's no doubt he reviewed the file. So I'm running that down this week, matter of fact, and we'll see.
So we can stop it there. We don't have to carry on. There's a couple of other things that they talked about, but I want to stop this here because, like I said, I do want to make this relatively quick. So number one, statute of limitations has run out, right? So there's not going to be any criminal charges. And like my man Joel Slack said, too bad Democrats are unindictable. I know, right? It's very annoying. It's very annoying. It just seems like Democrats just can get away with any and everything, and they're just untouchable. It's extremely annoying. So fingers crossed on this one. We'll see where this one goes. But as he stated, statute of limitations have run out, so there's no criminal offenses that she'll be charged with, if it is indeed found that there is immigration fraud. But what can happen is that she can get stripped of her citizenship and she can get deported. If that were to happen, that would be one of the biggest cases, honestly, of the century. If we're being honest, it would be the biggest case of the century, if that was the case, because you do go to court for that, right? You do go to court for that. Getting stripped of your citizenship isn't something that just kind of happens flippantly. And that's what I want to talk about now. And that's the road that I want to go down that I haven't heard anybody really speak on in touch yet. So that's why we're all here today on this channel. That's why you should hit the subscribe button as well. So let's go down that road of how long it would actually take for Ilhan Omar to get stripped of her citizenship and deported if she is indeed found to have engaged in immigration fraud. Okay, so let's start here. All right, let's start here. Well, first things first, it's not a criminal offense. It's a civil case, right? So essentially there would be a case involved, but the judge would just either side with the U.S. government or not side with the U.S. government to strip her of her citizenship, right? But let's get into a timeline of events, right? And this is where it just turns into, wow. That's all I can say. When you're going down the timeline of how long it could actually take, it's just, ooh-wee, ooh-wee. I'll tell you this much. We're going to be a lot older by the time she got deported, theoretically, if this were to actually happen. We're going to be a lot older. So here we go, right? DOJ files denaturalization lawsuit, right? So the case is filed in U.S. District Court under 8 U.S.C. Section 1451. The defendant is served, and the case is assigned to a judge. That can take anywhere from 0 to 3 months. Okay, that's to be expected. No problem there. So now we go to pre-trial litigation, okay? This is the long part. So the phases includes motion to dismiss, discovery, depositions, expert witnesses, records review, often international records, right? Because in the case of Ilhan Omar, they're going to have to get a hold of some international records also, right? And when you're talking about depositions and discovery, that's when, if we can track this guy down, the man that people say is Ilhan Omar's brother, they would have to obviously have a conversation with him. But from my understanding, that man is no longer in the country. He's not in the country anymore, from my understanding. From an article that I read, one of the last articles that I read concerning that situation, and it was an article, I believe it's called the Minnesota Star, I believe it's called, either the Minneapolis Star or the Minnesota Star. And they had covered this story 5 years ago when they were trying to track this man down. He was no longer in the States, right? This man was like somewhere in Africa, apparently. So I don't know if we would even be able to get this guy as a witness or to be able to speak to him. But I don't even think that would be necessary in order to pin her down for immigration fraud. But it would be good to do that. But I'm not sure if we can get him. That part takes 12 to 24 months. 12 to 24 months. Longer if records come from abroad or classifications are involved, right? So high profile figures almost always use every procedural safeguard available. So even that 12 to 24 month long period, Ilhan Omar, as high profile as she is and as high profile as this case would be, she would drag this out significantly, right? So now we come to part C, right? Trial or summary of judgment. Either a bench trial judge only, or the government wins on summary judgment, rare but possible. The trial itself can last days to weeks. The judge issues a ruling, which could be weeks to a few months. So at this point, we're looking at 18 months to 30 months from filing, right? From the moment that we filed, which was point A, it could take 18 to 30 months for all this to go down. And then when you're talking about the denaturalization, right? When denaturalization actually becomes effective, and here's the key thing that many people miss, denaturalization is not, it says it in all caps, it is not instant upon judgment, okay? Once the judgment rules for the government, a final order of denaturalization is entered. Citizenship is legally revoked as of that order. USCIS updates its status. Passport and naturalization certificates are invalidated. Oh my God. Invalidated. That administrative step usually takes a few months after judgment. And then we have the appeals, right? In a case like this, an appeal would be virtually automatic. And you know that that's going to happen, obviously, right? Is this a case that's as high profile as Ilhan Omar? She's going to appeal it, once they say, hey, give me that citizenship, and the appeal path, it can consist of the U.S. Court of Appeals or a possible petition for Supreme Court review. Appeal alone can take 1 to 2 years, sometimes longer, okay? Citizenship status may be stayed pending appeals. So realistically, denaturalization is often not final until the appeals are exhausted. We are already years down the road at this point, years down the road, and she would still have not actually been stripped of her citizenship yet, all right? Still not yet. Honestly, by this point here, the appeals portion, Trump will have already been out of office by now. He will have long been out of office, which is wild when you think about it, right? But we're not done, right? It keeps going. It keeps going, and it gets the time frame, it keeps extending. So allow me to scroll down. Let's get into that. Now look at this here. Deportation comes even later. So even after she's been denaturalized, the deportation is still a ways down the road. Only after denaturalization is final, DHS initiates removal proceedings, new hearings before an immigration judge. So now, we got to go to court and do this stuff all over again, okay? New hearings, new court, new judge. Here we go again. See, a lot of people don't consider this. When you hear, Tom Homan's investigating Ilhan Omar, get her out of here. Like I said, we're going to be a lot older by the time she gets out of here. You know what I mean? And I'm here for it. Obviously we're going to get older regardless, but man, it would be nice for a little bit of media satisfaction. But I digress. Check this out. Only after denaturalization is final, DHS initiates removal proceedings, new hearings before an immigration judge, additional appeals possible, potential asylum / cat claims raised. So can you imagine at this point, we are years down the road, and after all this, Ilhan Omar applies for asylum. She technically could apply for asylum after going through all of this and having her citizenship revoked, and even a judge saying, like, hey, we're putting a order of removal on you. Okay, you got to get out of here. You're getting deported. She can apply for asylum, and you better believe, like I said, once again, at this point, Trump will have long been gone out of office. If a Democrat's in office, you know she's getting TPS status. She's going to be granted asylum. Okay, that's if a Democrat is in office. And as you can see here, at that point, we're looking at the deportation phase can take another 1 to 3 plus years. I repeat, it can take another 1 to 3 plus years. That is crazy. And I would assume the 3+ years is, even after drawing it out, maybe you do get your TPS status. And we got to wait for it to expire. And then she's exhausted it. I don't know. But this is getting crazy now, right? This is getting crazy. But as we bring this report to a close, look at this here. Realistic total timeline, hypothetical end to end, from DOJ filing to final loss of status. Fast, unusually clean case, 2 to 3 years. That's if things go fast. Typical contested case, 4 to 6 years. Okay, that's normal. 4 to 6 years is normal. High profile, heavily litigated case. Let me zoom this in as much as I can, because this is Ilhan Omar's category. Okay, I'm gonna be obnoxious with the zooming right now. Let's get all the way. Can I go? Oh, that's it. That's as much as I can zoom. All right. High profile, heavily litigated case. I'll even take myself off the screen for this one. 7 to 10 plus years. Look at my man's face in the comment section. The dazzling, what a globetrotter. My face exactly. That is my face exactly. The dazzling globetrotter. I'm looking like that too. Like, are you serious right now? Oh my God. That is crazy. This could be a 7 to 10 year plus process. And it indeed would be, and especially if you're factoring in, once again, at this point, as I've stated, look at this. 7 years is the minimum for a high profile, heavily litigated case, which this would obviously be. 7 years is the minimum. At that point, on the minimum, you're not just past Trump, you're past the administration after Trump. You know what I mean? So it's could easily go in a 10 plus year range. It could easily go in a 10 plus year range, especially when you're talking about Democrats coming into office and all their shenanigans that could come with this. You know what I mean? So what does it say here? Bottom line, in plain English, even if hypothetically everything went against her, there is no overnight denaturalization. It takes years, usually many years. Appeals dramatically slow the process, and deportation is separate and later state. Once again, the deportation, that's a whole nother thing, man. That's a whole nother thing. And with all that being said, that does it for today's stream. Oh, this was a quick one. I told you guys I was going to be quick today. I told you this is all that I wanted to do. I just wanted to present this to you guys. This is an old topic, about 48 hours old, which, in a 24-hour news cycle, it's like a lifetime. I just wanted to get to it, boom, 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 and get this point off, because no one has talked about this in the way that I've talked about it. And that's what I wanted to do today. So with all that being said, thank you guys for joining me. All right. Please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel and you appreciate this information. Right. Follow me on Telegram and have a great evening or afternoon, depending on where you are. I'm on the West Coast, so it's still 3 o'clock over here. And I will catch you guys later. Peace.
A U.S. official says that ICE is planning a surge of agents to the Twin Cities.
Right. The AP reports that enforcement operation will focus on Somali immigrants living unlawfully here.
So after canceling the temporary protected status for citizens of several different countries, it looks like President Trump is making new moves to enforce immigration laws, which have allegedly been broken for decades in Minnesota, where sanctuary cities encourage those without lawful permission to reside in America indefinitely until now.
Moments ago, the president doubling down with tough words targeting Minnesota's Somali community. But that community says they're not backing down. Local lawmakers say that they've already heard of a handful of arrests over the past couple of days.
Minnesota, you have an incompetent governor. You have a crooked governor. He's incompetent. He should be ashamed. That beautiful land, that beautiful state, it's a hellhole right now.
We are not backing down. We're not afraid. We're not going anywhere. This is our home. This is our country.
You told me to look into Minnesota and their fraud on visas and their programs. 50% of them are fraudulent, which means that wacko Governor Walz either is an idiot or he did it on purpose.
Some guy's asking me, give me passport, give me a green card. Why?
I've been here since 1994. I was only 3 years old when I came, and this is my home, and this has got to stop.
We have to rebuild our country. You know, our country is at a tipping point. We could go bad. We're at a tipping point. I don't know if people mind me saying that, but I'm saying it. We could go one way or the other.
So opponents of this new operation say it's pointless because they claim it's only targeting people who are already citizens. But nobody's talking about how, if there are not large numbers of people living in Minnesota illegally, this operation is nothing anybody should be concerned about. In fact, it should be a complete waste of the president and ICE's time. And if those against this are correct, it means President Trump is about to send the entire ICE deportation machine on a wild goose chase. And unlike recent successful immigration enforcement operations in sanctuaries like Chicago, the Marines won't find anyone in Minnesota breaking the law, and they'll come up short with nothing. Or the intense resistance to all of this means that there's something else going on here that some people really don't want anyone to know about. But let's ignore that for a second. Let's pretend that they're right. Let's pretend that there's really nothing going on here. What else could that mean? If that's true, wouldn't Minnesota be doing other sanctuaries a huge favor by drawing away ICE and Border Patrol from places like California and New York? After all, if ICE has limited personnel and there's no lawlessness in Minnesota, isn't this a fantastic opportunity to handicap the only law enforcement agency hated by socialists and progressives more than their own police? Well, as you can probably tell by the insane reaction to Law and Order showing up in a city where there is alleged lawlessness, something's going on. People want to keep it hidden, and the real reason this operation's happening is because it has to be uncovered. In fact, this is already happening. ICE has been making arrests in Minnesota for weeks, removing federal fugitives from all across the globe with criminal and gang connections from the streets of this state, while being chased around by the same sanctuary mobs that seem to follow them around no matter where in the country they are. And like a typical sanctuary, the leaders of this place are already lying. They're already lying to their citizens to rile them up and get them to throw themselves at federal agents the second they see them.
I want to be clear to the community. The community should know that if you see something like that, that is legitimate, that you don't know if someone is law enforcement, you should call 911. And you should provide as much information as possible, because let's not forget, we very recently had tragedy in this state by someone who was purporting to be law enforcement. So please, let's be clear. That's something everyone should report, and reminding our officers of their duty to intervene. So if there is anything that is a violation of someone's human rights or civil rights, excessive force or anything like that, they absolutely have a duty to intervene.
Oh, so the sanctuary police here, if they see ICE agents using what could be construed as excessive force, or if they get a call that excessive force is being used, the chief says they have a duty to intervene and go after federal agents who are out there doing their jobs to keep our country safe by getting people who are in our country without permission, regardless of where they're from, off the streets. And now the sanctuary chief here says the police have a duty to resist that. Really? If that happens, we could be talking about the first time in American history where a police force has attempted to use force to stop the federal government, which could be the beginning of a civil war in America, all to protect fugitives and criminals who, according to this very same chief, may be connected to other crimes against actual Minnesotan residents. But it gets even worse.
And obviously, everyone knows that our president is racist.
What?
Xenophobic. And we are
oh my goodness,
gonna fight that. America has a history of fighting and stopping those kind of individuals who continue to divide people.
Everyone knows the president is racist. What a ridiculous statement. That is such a loaded statement, and it's a disgusting smear that we all know isn't true. And it's not going to work because immigration law transcends all of the things this individual just mentioned. The law doesn't care where someone is from as long as they're in the country legally. If they are, ICE can't do anything, which, according to the opponents of this operation, 95% of the people living here have absolutely nothing to worry about because they're already U.S. citizens. This apparently doesn't affect anybody. So why are people so upset? Why is there this need to rile up the masses and tell them that evil is descending upon their neighborhood? In fact, if that's happening, if this horrible operation is about to take place and everyone's at risk, what you're about to see shouldn't have happened at all?
Yes.
What was that about?
I don't know. These guys just randomly take me off. I'm a citizen of this country, and they take me off and they hold me. They detain me here. I don't know what they're doing.
They said they take an interview. I don't know why they take interview here.
Okay, so these gentlemen allegedly just had an encounter with immigration officers who checked their IDs and didn't do anything and left the scene because these guys are citizens. They've got nothing to worry about. Now, I understand that perhaps one could be a little perturbed if they get stopped and they have to identify themselves. But look, if you're not a criminal, what's the big deal? You know something? I've had interactions with police where they've asked me to identify myself. I'm not guilty of committing any crime. No problem. I identify myself. It should be the same thing here. But let's ask another question. Whose fault is it that these gentlemen who are U.S. citizens got stopped on the streets of their own city? Is it the fault of law enforcement who's trying to keep people safe? Or is it the fault of their sanctuary leaders who told criminals this is a great place to live? This is a great place to come and hide from the federal government. Whose fault is this? And how accurate is this 95% citizenship number?
Bombshell ICE sweep in Minneapolis-St. Paul finds 50% of immigrants had committed immigration fraud.
Wow.
50% of immigrants had committed immigration fraud in the city of Minneapolis. The city of Ilhan Omar, the city of Jacob Frey.
That's crazy. It means the 95% number of people being in the city or the state with legal permission is a fraudulent number. And this perfectly explains the outrage machine kicking into overdrive while at the same time telling us there's nothing to see here. There's no crime. There's no fraud. Everybody here is legal. You're wasting your time if you come here, but don't come here. Don't do it. Bad idea. It's wrong. You're a big meanie. It's evil to send ICE into a community. But by the way, there's nothing wrong here. So even if you send them, we don't really care, but don't do it.
No, you told me to look into Minnesota and their fraud on visas and their programs. 50% of them are fraudulent.
Wow.
Which means that wacko Governor Walz either is an idiot or he did it on purpose. And I think he's both, sir. He brought people in there illegally that never should have been in this country, said they were somebody that they're not. They said they were married to somebody who was their brother or somebody else. Fraudulent visa applications, signed up for government programs, took hundreds of billions of dollars from the taxpayers. And we're going to remove them and we're going to get our money back. And we're going to, this next year, make sure that we only put people in leadership positions in this country that love this country.
So if there's people who are living in a place and committed a crime in order to stay and got fraudulent paperwork that legitimizes their fraudulent activity, that's something that should be looked into. That is theft. If you're going to do that, it's not only wrong, but you can only do that at the expense of everybody who's done things the right way. And I feel like that's what a lot of people miss about illegal immigration. It is an indefensible position to say that you're going to stick up for people who are in the country illegally, because the benefits that they're getting from their local government are limited. Money does not grow on trees, and that means there are less resources for people who are not criminals. But on top of that, apparently the fraud in Minnesota gets much worse because under the governor's watch, $1 billion scheme allowed money meant for children in need, for people who are hungry, and for other various assistance programs. It was all sent to groups who then transferred it out of the country without doing anything good with it. Poof, the money's gone. And it's $1 billion that we're talking about here. A whole bunch of people have already been convicted. And while there is something big happening here that it looks like many people are trying to hide, the regular folks who live in Minnesota, well, they're wondering what's going to happen next. They got their leaders telling them one thing, they hear another thing from the media. What is their life going to be like?
More safe, business booming, you know?
For some, the president's recent rhetoric isn't moving them.
I'm not worried about anything, I'll be honest with you. We're part of this country. We don't care what the people
if you're here
say.
legally, no big deal.
The pressure is real.
I've been here since 1994. I was only 3 years old when I came, and this is my home, and this has got to stop.
So, okay, if people are here with permission, there's nothing to worry about. If somebody's here without permission and they've been here for a long time, or their status is questionable at best, perhaps they need to figure that out. And what this could mean is that people like the business owner who we just saw, they don't have anything to worry about, but other people who aren't supposed to be here, well, if they're breaking the law and law enforcement comes knocking, they will be on their way out of America. Regardless, the idea that legal residents or people in any American community have something to worry about is absolutely fraudulent. If you're here and you're obeying our laws and you didn't commit fraud or a crime to come here and get fake paperwork, you didn't lie and say your name was somebody else's name, what is ICE going to do to you? This whole idea that we've been experiencing for the last year, this narrative that ICE is out there kidnapping people and harming people and going after Americans, every single one of these stories is absolutely fake. The Americans who get arrested by ICE, they're part of these sanctuary mobs. The people who get taken off the streets and detained, they weren't kidnapped, they were arrested. And they faced due process, got that due process, and it ended with them leaving the country.
You came here to arrest us? A few people here say they even noticed what they believe to be federal agents circling around the property today, but authorities haven't confirmed that. Still, the mall hasn't skipped a beat. And while we were speaking to business owners, the city's top leaders arrived.
We love you. We love you.
Yeah, I know,
We're gonna
I
stand
know,
with you, okay?
I know.
What does that mean? How can you say that you're going to stand with legal residents and illegal residents at the exact same time? That is impossible. And if you stand with people who are here committing a crime, again, that crime only happens at the expense of the law abiding. But there's another part of this I want to get into. When that next clip started, we saw people go up to a van full of federal agents and accuse them of harassing them. What is that about? When you see police and they're out there doing their job, keeping communities safe, they are not harassing people. No, they're doing what they need to do to tamp down on crime. And I myself have been a victim of what some people could say is police harassment. About 10 years ago, somebody committed a crime in front of my office. We had security cameras outside, and you know what? The police came into my business without my permission, and they said, "Hey, sir, we noticed you have some security cameras here. Did you see anything happen in the neighborhood?" They started asking me questions, and I asked them what it was about, and they said a crime took place. And you know what? I don't like crime because I'm not a criminal. And you know what? They said, "Can we have your security footage?" I said, "Take it. Take it, because I didn't do anything wrong. And if you're out here trying to catch a criminal, why would I stand against that? Why would I stop that from happening unless I myself benefit from crime in some way?" And that is not harassment. That's just police doing their job. They've got to go out in the community. They've got to ask questions. And the idea that if you see police or if you see ICE, they're automatically harassing people, that is just a totally hostile idea right there.
And to say those use his own words, we're terrorizing the community. Are you kidding me?
Get out of here.
I mean, we're out there looking for illegal aliens and illegal alien criminals.
Right.
And look, we've done operations in Twin Cities, but you know what? The uncoverings of criminal activity that Secretary Nolan just talked about just elevated their priority status. So,
right.
Yes, there's going to be an increase of activity up there. And so
that's the reason why ICE is on the way. They've already done operations in Minnesota. They've already had investigations into people being in the country illegally. But now that these fraud rings have been uncovered and that this is such a massive problem with billions of dollars leaving America to fund interests that are potentially dangerous for citizens, not just here, but all across the world. I mean, like the Border Czar just said, that has elevated the priority of immigration enforcement in this place. If you've got sanctuary cities all across the country, and you have one area where it's not only a sanctuary city, but billions of dollars are just vanishing, I mean, how can you say that that doesn't need to be looked at? And how can you accuse the people of looking into that and say, oh, they've got something against a certain group of people? No, they've got something against a certain group of people who happen to be criminals and are sending money out of the country. It doesn't matter where you're from. If you're going to do that, that's like top priority right there.
If you get them with a gun, you got ATF right there to prosecute the case before we deport them. But I can tell you, focus is there. It's coming. But I don't want to give a lot. I can't tell you how many people on the ground now, how many people are going to be on the ground. I'll leave that to the Secretary of Homeland Security. But focus is on those Twin Cities more because of the criminal activities been uncovered by DOJ and DHS.
Right.
And Tom, the minute.
Right. Criminal activity is not something that anybody should be okay with. Criminal activity shouldn't be defended as if the law enforcement agency looking into it has something against a particular neighborhood or street. No, it has nothing to do with that. This is about people committing crime at the highest levels, and it needs to stop. We can't have this in America, because if it's happening in one part of America, there's going to be criminals in other parts of the country that figure out how to do this stuff too. And you know what? That may already be happening. Once we see what's really going on here in Minnesota with visa fraud and financial fraud and all of this money that's just getting sucked out of the wallets of the taxpayers. What are similar investigations going to uncover in other sanctuaries? What are they going to find in New York? What are they going to find in California? I don't even want to know the answer to that. Well, actually, I do, because I'm sure there's something going on.
I am proud to say I'm a Somali American. This country welcomed me, my family, 26 years ago. It has provided me a life that I did not have in Somalia. We came here and we are thankful to be here. I've been educated here, got the opportunity to serve my community, to be a council member.
So then why would you have something against law enforcement maintaining all of the things that have allowed America to help and protect its legal residents? Why would you have something against an enforcement operation that seeks to remove people from America who broke the law to come here, continue breaking the law once they stay here, and maybe breaking other laws as well? How do lawbreakers make America the great place that so many people love? So many people from all across the world who've come here and come here legally and now call this their home and are proud to be citizens and have been educated and protected and have been given a better life here than they would get anywhere else in the world. The thinking of these sanctuary politicians really makes no sense. How can you say that stuff on one hand and then at the other end say that ICE and law enforcement are wrong? I mean, without those things, none of the great things about America will be here for much longer. And the only way you can get out there and get a microphone in your hand and say two things at once is if you benefit in some way from criminal activity. And I don't think Tim Walz is the only politician here that lets stuff slide for reasons that we're about to learn about. What do you think's going on here? Thank you for watching. See you soon.
We want to talk about how these determinations are often being made. We hear rhetoric about gang tattoos. Let's look at this gang tattoo here. 666 on the forehead of an illegal alien, Antonio Israel Lazo Quintanilla. I simply do not want an illegal alien with 666 tattooed on his forehead in my country, and I don't think that most Americans would disagree with me there.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, and most importantly, please make sure that you are following me on Telegram at TD Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. With the introduction out of the way, let's get into today's news. And today we are headed on over to Louisiana. Why is that? Because the ICE raids are going down over there. And great news that I love hearing out of Louisiana that we're going to get into, you know, once we get away from this Home Depot situation is that, you know, in Louisiana, they're getting assistance from the local authorities, as you would assume, right, in a red state like Louisiana. But also, too, most importantly, they're not really dealing with the level of hostility that they would normally deal with in a blue state like Illinois or California or New York, you know, because the people down in Louisiana, I mean, they're out there cooking gumbo okay, for the ICE agents as they're doing their work, you know, keeping America safe, which is great to hear. So we're going to get all into that in a moment as well. But first, let's jump into like, you know, this little Home Depot situation here that some people are upset about. But look at this guy here. Look at him here. Like, these are the kind of DNC lunatics that people are trying to protect. This man's name is Darlin Perdomo, I guess, Rodriguez, a criminal illegal alien from Honduras who has twice entered the country illegally and previously arrested for, get this, battery, strangulation, and domestic abuse of a child. Once again, it's people like this, horrible people like this, that DNC lunatics are trying to protect. But I mean, for the most part, as we're going to get into shortly, not the people of Louisiana. And Louisiana, they're like, hey, we got some gumbo for you ICE agents if you get these guys out of here. And that's what's going down. Let's shift over to the Home Depot video very quickly, though. Like, as I said, there are some people that are upset about this. Obviously, they're DNC lunatics. There's a protest video that was put out where we have this guy that's giving alternatives to Home Depot that I just found humorous because he's wearing a big dumb hat that says woke on it. But first, let's get into the Home Depot clip. I'm gonna jump into that one right now.
Oh my God.
Told you. God damn. Come on, don't cry, baby. You good, you good. They just running after people.
Back up. I'm allowed to film. Back up. I'm allowed to film. Fully allowed to film. I'm fully allowed to film. I'm fully allowed to film from this.
You got a certain distance you got to be at.
10 feet.
You got to back up.
10 feet, sir.
Back up. It's further. Back up.
No, it ain't. Explain it to me then. How far is it?
I'm over here. Don't stay here. All right, back up.
I ain't doing shit. What you doing there, bud?
We got a 25-foot zone. Back up.
I don't consent to you touching me.
Back up.
I do not consent to you touching me.
Leave me. You're going to jail.
Absolute fascists.
Come here.
Citizen
You're not
in this country.
You're not allowed to.
I'm absolutely allowed. You can't even. You're messing up your words, buddy. You cannot arrest me, sir.
The way he pulled the zip ties out and said, "Come here," that like reminded me of my dad getting the belt.
Leave me. You're going to jail.
Absolute fascists.
Come here.
I promise you. I had like a flashback just now, like PTSD or whatever. He grabbed that zip tie and said, "Come here." It's like my dad grabbed the belt and said, "Come here." Like, oh my God, no, I'm sorry. But, you know, that's what's happening over there. That's a little Home Depot situation that's going on, you know. And then you have goofies like this that are putting out videos about, I guess, protesting Home Depot. You know, nobody's doing that, bro. Like, we're not protesting Home Depot. Nobody's going to Lowe's. Like, who goes to Lowe's? Nobody does that. But I just want to play this video for you guys first before we get into some other stuff concerning the people of Louisiana making gumbo and just treating ICE agents the way that they're supposed to. But concerning this Home Depot situation here, let's just laugh at this guy, you know, while he's talking, trying to convince us to go to Lowe's and other places other than Home Depot.
With so many people realizing they shouldn't support the home of deportations, aka Home Depot, a lot of people have been asking me, what are the alternatives? So let's run through the different home improvement stores. When it comes to Ace Hardware, they're independently owned and operated. That means you have to investigate each of the franchisees to determine whether or not they support progressive issues. Menards doesn't give to politics as a company. However, their employees, including their founder, are very Republican. In fact, John Menard Jr. and Trump are close friends.
I had no idea Menards was even still around. Save big money at Menards. I remember that commercial, hearing that over and over again when I was a kid growing up in Chicago. I thought they all went out of business, you know, but shout out to Menards. You know, they're on the right side of history, politically speaking.
When it comes to Lowe's, they actually give more to the Democratic platform on paper. However, we have a little beef with Lowe's after they abandoned DEI before Trump even got in office and pressured them to do so. Which leaves us with our best option by far, which is Harbor Freight. Harbor Freight doesn't give to politics as a company, however, their senior leadership and employees do. They give to the Democratic platform at nearly 100%.
Nobody goes to Harbor Freight. Like, who does that? Nobody. I've never heard anybody say, I'm going to Harbor Freight. I don't even know where a Harbor Freight is here in Los Angeles, and I'm sure you don't know where there's a Harbor Freight is either in whatever city and state you live in. Nobody goes to Harbor Freight. You know what I mean? But anyway, let's shift over, because you have the wokies and liberal DNC lunatics like him that are upset, and they want us to boycott the home of deportation. They want us to do that. But like I said, down there in Louisiana, those people are actually treating ICE agents right. That's a good thing, and I want to get into that. So let's jump into this Fox News article here very quickly. Now look at this here. The article reads, Louisiana intensifies immigration crackdown as border chief warns far-left rhetoric endangers agents. And the article reads as such: red states are stepping up to support the Trump administration's crackdown on illegal immigration. Border Patrol officials have launched Operation Catalua Crunch in Louisiana with significant backing from local law enforcement. Round of applause to Louisiana. Border Patrol says the sweep has led to about 150 arrests so far, aided by more than 20 Louisiana law enforcement agencies. You love to hear it. Officials argue that operations show what's possible when local leaders actively support immigration enforcement. Border Chief Greg Bravino highlighted the difference in cooperation during this operation. He said past anti-law enforcement rhetoric from Democrat leaders put agents at risk. And honestly, that's the point, right? That's what they're going for. They want to put you at risk because they want a situation to occur to which they can flip that around and say, oh my God, we're victims because look at what ICE did to us. When in fact, you, the DNC lunatic, are the one that's instigating these situations and altercations, right? So now as we bring this article to a close, the Department of Homeland Security has released information of many illegal immigrants arrested as part of the crackdown. Those taken into custody have included migrants convicted of violating women, RAPE is what I call it, violating women, human smuggling, strangulation, domestic abuse, and other crimes. Let's get into some of these fellas, right? Let's get into some of these fine folks that DNC lunatics so desperately want to keep in the country. Look at this man here. Officials detained Vietnamese national, let me try this out, Bin Van Tu, all right, who has been convicted of kidnapping, homicide, aggravated assault, robbery, and aggravated robbery with a deadly weapon. Why was Bin Van Tu in this country for so long? That's crazy. That's the guy on my left wearing the hat and the sunglasses. Bin Van Tu is kind of wild. What about my man over here on the right, the older looking gentleman? I think his name is Hung Ngoc Tran. Okay, Hung Ngoc Tran, another Vietnamese national, was convicted of SA, violating a woman, essentially, larceny, and fondling a young one, we'll say, somebody under the age of 18. All right, fondling someone under the age of 18. DHS said that's what this guy was doing here. And as you see, they're both Vietnamese. So let's please put this narrative to bed that they're only going after Latinos. That's just a lie. It's not true. That's nonsense. But here are some right here. DHS said Carlos Roberto Gordo Ramirez from Honduras was arrested for battery, domestic abuse, child endangerment, resisting an officer, and driving while intoxicated. That's the guy looking really silly and sad right now in the black hoodie, right? And we have Jose Raul Lopez Serrano, also Honduran national, who was convicted of marijuana possession and previously arrested for disturbing the peace. And as we bring these criminals to a close, we have Luis Fernando Maldonado Vasquez, right? A Guatemalan who has an immigration warrant, has previously been arrested for suspected vehicle theft and forging and altering documents, DHS said. And to round it out, we have Freddy Caldero Caraballo, I think, who is from the Dominican Republic and was reportedly arrested for suspected possession of cocaine. Oh, no. little nose candy, public intoxication, and driving while intoxicated, putting us all at risk. I want to get into this video clip next because once again, I keep talking about, the people of Louisiana making gumbo for ICE agents. Let's get into this as we bring this video to a close. Like I said, what's happening in Louisiana is drastically different from what we've been seeing, in these blue states like Illinois, California, New York, so on and so forth, right? They're actually supported over there in Louisiana, making their job a lot easier. And that's a good thing to hear. So let's jump into this clip next as we bring things to a close.
As they've received unprecedented support here from those local law enforcement agencies and also local leaders, which, as you know, this is really night and day from what we've seen in blue cities. So Bavino says in the first week, they've arrested about 150 illegal migrants under Operation Catahoula Crunch, and more than 20 law enforcement agencies, like you mentioned, across the state, including Louisiana State Police, are working with Border Patrol and supporting their immigration enforcement efforts. We even saw community support. An illegal migrant bolted after a traffic stop, ditched this car, and ran into a neighborhood near a school, sparking a manhunt. Neighbors pitched in, they checked their backyards, even showed off some Southern hospitality and offered agents gumbo. Chief Bavino says agents are able to focus on making arrests because of support from law enforcement.
If you look at places like California, that's Governor Newsom, Chicago, that's Governor Pritzker, Mayor Johnson, and then in North Carolina, Governor Steen. They said some very vile and contemptible things about the Border Patrol, about ICE agents, and our allied law enforcement teams. And what that does is that empowers their weaker-minded constituents to perhaps take up violence against us when normally, otherwise, they wouldn't do that.
In a video shared by Vice President J.D. Vance on X, one construction company owner says he's seeing a difference ever since Border Patrol has been in Louisiana.
And I love what Gregory Bavino said about their weak-minded constituents, because they are. You have to be weak-minded to be so foolish as to allow Brandon Johnson out of Chicago, Pritzker out of Illinois, Newsom out of California, Kathy Hochul out of New York, to let these dummies, AOC, Jasmine Crockett, pump your head up full of nonsense, so much so to the point that you actually think that you're freedom fighting when you go out and attack ICE, and all you end up doing is catching a Fed charge, and you're looking at years in prison just for these people to not come to your defense at the very end of it. All those people that I name, all those politicians, they're not going to make mention of you. They're not going to say free you. They don't even know who you are. But now you're hemmed up and arrested, facing federal time. I mean, you got to be weak-minded and just kind of really stupid, to say the least. And with all that being said, that does it for today's news. So I want to thank you guys for joining me today. Please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Share this video on your social media platforms. And please do not forget to follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group. The link to my Telegram is in the description box below and pinned in the comment section as well. Thank you all for your time. Until the next video, peace and have a great afternoon.
I'm sorry. Have y'all been seeing that the Cubans in Miami say the N-word? Is that really a thing? The way people are really getting on this app and proudly saying, yeah, I'm from Miami and I'm Cuban. We say the N-word. That's part of the culture.
So you have the Cubans down in Miami being racist, man. And I know this is all in my wheelhouse, man. Down there, they try their best to get away from any form of blackness, right? And they've taken over Miami. And they're down there, they're being more racist than the American W men. Now, mind you, majority of them are white Cubans, right? And down there, they discriminate against everybody. But now, since Trump has come in, they've gotten their wake-up call. Now, remember, they was down there dancing for Trump. I will vote for Trump. They was going all crazy, right? And I've been telling y'all that these W Latinos don't like black folks for the most part. Especially Afro Latinos go through all kinds of stuff. But now it's really starting to really show us ugly face in Miami, right? People are really coming out and they're talking. Even Cubans are calling out other Cubans.
I want to ask a question to all of the Cubans in Miami. Most of y'all look like me.
if not lighter, with green eyes or blue eyes. With that being said, when I visited Havana, something that I noticed was that most people living in Havana are unambiguously Black, darker than me, and I mean unambiguously Black. So when y'all are advocating for the free use of the N-word, are y'all also advocating for sanctions to be lifted on the people who are actively living in Cuba now? Or are y'all only using the privilege that you genuinely have to advocate for the free use of the N-word? Like I said, I've seen you guys drop a ton of excuses, but I really want to know, what are you actively doing with your American privilege and your white privilege for the people in Cuba, besides perpetuating anti-Blackness and then falling victim and claiming victimhood for the justification to use an awful word?
And see, this Afro-Latino woman was basically saying, y'all go out of y'all way to want to use the N-word, but when you go down to Havana, right, and you see the majority of folk look like me. And are you advocating for them? Are you advocating for them to be treated fairly? Are you or you just want to just use the word freely while being racist, while discriminating against the ones that look like me, right? So yeah, listen, she's calling us out, right? And a lot of times people really don't understand, right, what people go through until they see it play out in real life. Check it out.
Are you Black?
Me?
Yeah.
Nah, I'm Cuban.
Oh.
Good. Let's go to Bear.
I just heard you said my like.
Nah, Guichi, bye-bye.
Huh?
Guichi, Cuban, born and raised in Cuba.
No, you said though.
Yeah, I say that word. Yeah, I say. Yeah.
Why though?
You're not from me? That's how. Are you recording me? That's crazy. You're weird as hell for that.
Yeah.
But all right, in Miami, I'll explain this. In Miami, every Cuban, so we don't get heat with it.
I'm gonna tell you something though. You should not say that word though.
No. I mean, bro, our
grandma's full Black.
But y'all not Black though.
Nah.
So you shouldn't say it. Like if there was a Cuban slang or slur, I would never say
That's
that.
how Cubans say it. We say it was.
But it's
You guys have Instagram? Nah, he got one.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
Wait, what did they say?
He was like, I'm just telling you, it's not cool.
I mean, it's not about I'm not being cool. Like nobody tells me.
I'm just saying,
about
it's disrespectful though.
To who?
To Black people.
So why do the Black people
Who
say
else
it?
is Black?
No, not here. I'm saying wherever I say it. Oh, so everyone else is stupid, but you're not. That's what I'm hearing.
The Black people
so
who
you
think
sound
it's
racist.
okay
So
for you.
no, because you're saying the Black people that say it's okay when you say it.
I'm Black.
Okay, but the Black people here say it's okay when I say it.
They can't give you a
I come
pass.
from a minority, actually a bigger minority than you.
They can't give you a pass.
But I'm a bigger minority.
What's a
than
bigger
you.
minority?
Cubans? This big. We're a little island this big.
Y'all run Miami. Y'all the majority.
Don't matter.
Miami is 70%
Minority.
Spanish.
Yeah,
We're the
not
minority.
Cuban. There's more Blacks than Cubans in
Just
Miami.
don't say the word. That's all
I'm
I'm
gonna say
saying.
the word and nothing you gonna do about it. If you want, you could do something about it. Because nobody else got an issue with it.
I have an issue with it.
It's just you.
Yeah, but
You're not
we're
even
friends with
Black.
Black
To
people.
be honest, you're like a light skin. You coming
It's
into my
not- it's
spot,
not
you
a-
telling me
it's-
what I
it's
can and
light
can't
skin's
say.
not Black?
God, I hope people
It's
say
not.
this,
It's
like,
not.
Why do you feel comfortable saying?
because I'm a bigger minority than you. I'm Hispanic. I do a lot of business with Black.
That's the whole
dark.
point I'm trying to
Like,
make.
what are you talking about? Like,
He's
like,
not
it's
Black,
crazy.
bro.
I don't
Like,
need to
no,
be
no,
Black.
no, we're just trying to make you understand. Like,
I don't need to be
Not
Black.
Black
Yeah, but you
unless
don't-
you're
but
Afro-Cuban.
you're not-
You're
but like-
definitely not Afro-Cuban.
Okay,
We're
fine.
Afro-Cuban.
We're Afro-Cuban. We're Afro-Cuban.
No,
We're
wait,
Afro-Cuban.
wait,
You're saying I
hold
can't
on,
say
my great grandfather's.
I'm saying just don't say the word.
Yeah, but I'm Afro-Cuban. I like all half of my friends.
Yo, you don't get to say the word because
No.
you're
Because
you're
not Black, bro.
Yes, yeah, but like that's.
Are you the guy
I'm
on
the guy.
TikTok?
Wealth.
I like this.
As you can see, this guy was really racist, and he said some real. He lucky it wasn't me because I'd have punched him in his eye. But he said, "We a bigger minority group, and if you don't like it, you could do something about it. I'm gonna use it anyway." People around here don't have a problem with us saying that, but this is the thing: they know who to say that around and who not to say it around, right? And like I said, my family comes from the culture, so I already know. He would have known not to use that around us because I would have put it on him, right? Knocked him clean out. Oh, when he say, well, what you gonna do about it? Oh, what I'm gonna do? Oh, that's where we going? What I'm gonna do about it? Check this out, right? But you have, like I said, you have a lot of Cubans that are starting to wake up and call this stuff out and hold people accountable.
Yo, as a Cuban living in Miami, I want to apologize on behalf of the rest of us that just don't see it. I don't know what it is that we don't see. The Department of Homeland Security is telling us what it is, and a lot of y'all are acting completely oblivious to the situation. So the Department of Homeland Security tweeted out, the stakes have never been higher and the goal has never been more clear. Remigration now. What is remigration, you might ask? Remigration is a European far-right concept of ethnic cleansing via the mass deportation of non-white minority populations, especially immigrants, and sometimes including those born in Europe and holding European citizenship. See, now that term has a very long history. Go ahead, look it up, but that is the gist of it, is the ethnic cleansing part. Mind you, these are the same people that came out with the Pokemon Gotta Catch 'Em All ICE deportation video. That Pokemon themselves had to come out and say like, yo, we had no part in that. And I don't know if y'all have seen the deportation videos, but they're not going around asking y'all for documents if you can't speak English. And what's even crazier is that it's like 43% of Miami doesn't speak English. Y'all think ICE isn't gonna make its way down here? They're letting us cool out for a bit because they know that a large majority of Miami is Republican. A lot of the Hispanics are Republican, but you think they're not going to plan to come down here at some point in these next 3 years? But listen, man, all I'm saying is if you got family that doesn't speak any sort of English, look out for them. That's all. That's because they are playing games, man. They don't care. If you don't look the part, if you don't sound the part, they will take you, and we will see you later, man. We'll see you when we see you because we don't know.
So you got this Miami guy. He's sending warning to other Cubans, and he said he want to apologize to everybody, right? Because they already know that without our help, and we sitting this one out, they're going to be helpless, right? So then you even have former porn stars, Cuban porn stars coming out, right? And they're telling the truth, and they're telling you who built Miami and how Miami was established.
Miami doesn't belong to the Cuban. Miami was built by African slaves and one or two Bahamians. Miami is owned by Russians. Let's just be realistic. Cubans have the fake idea that Miami is owned by them. Cubans helped a lot with the Miami growth. Yes, we do have power in when it comes to the government because we do have a lot of Cubans in the government, but that doesn't mean Miami is owned by Cubans. We are the loudest ones and the one that scream the most. I can understand how that might seem like that, but we are not the power of Miami anymore.
And this is why I keep telling you guys that we don't have no friends. We don't have no friends. We haven't had no friends for a while. And one thing that's for certain, two things for sure. We've been here with the W man for a while, and of course he's racist, but the W man is still hire you and give you a job. When you're dealing with these Latinos and you don't speak Spanish, they're going to discriminate against you way more than the W man have. They won't give, man, listen, they wouldn't pee on you if you was on fire. They can't stand you because they don't want to be associated with anything black, anything blackness. Listen to Uncle George. I know what I'm talking about. They don't want to be associated with nothing like that. They are worse, right? They want to be accepted into their Spaniard side so much that they're willing to be their mascots and their bulldogs to go after us. That's why they're getting them, allowing them to get their numbers up so much so they can identify as European, right? It's all a system set in place, man. So the sister was down there that's living down there in South Florida. She was calling us out. She was asking questions.
Okay, I have a question for everyone who lives in Miami, South Florida area. If you do not live in the South Florida area, keep swirling. Okay, now that they're gone, I want to know what happened. Why do the Cubans and Colombians here hate the Blacks so much and make it blatant obvious? Like, I do not understand. When I'm in Cali, different Latinos, but me and the Mexicans, great. New York, Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, Blacks, great. In South Florida, oh my God, the Cubans and Colombians go out their way to be rude, nasty, and racist to us, and I don't understand it. And of course, I'm not saying all. Don't ever get it confused. I'm never saying all. I have some really close friends that are Cuban, love them to death. But the majority is wild. Like, it's so weird to me. And there's so many Afro-Cubans. So I'm like, do you guys see the Afro-Cubans like this in Cuba? Like, how is this going? Like, they go out their way to be rude, nasty, and racist and let you know in their face. They're damn near worse than the white people that are racist. I'm like, what are we doing here? Like, I have a homegirl, love her down. She's Cuban. She looks more like a lighter complexion Cuban, but she has like 4C hair. And she even tells me how hard it is for her family. Like, oh my God, it's embarrassing. Straighten. And I'm like, why? But like the other day, I was staying like an hour away from my house in South Florida, so I decided to get a hotel because I didn't feel like driving an hour was going to be at night. Guy at the front desk, so rude, nasty. Me check-in's at 3. It's like 2:50. I see a Latino woman in front of me check in, and after me, let somebody check in. Nope, you better wait. Blah, 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 blah. And you can't lay on the couch. You can't do this on the couch. I'm like, sir, and I literally just like lean on the couch on the pillow to wait, like on the armrest. I'm like, okay. Then in the middle of the night, I come down to buy something from the store in the hotel. He's like, the store's closed. I'm doing inventory. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I can wait. How long would it be? All night. You mean to tell me the store's closed all night? Really? 10 minutes later, I'm in the hallway getting some ice. I see a Hispanic man and woman coming in with drinks. So where'd you guys get it from? Oh, the store downstairs. I said, he said it was closed. Oh, yeah. He just took the rope off and opened it for me because it was just a rope. I'm like, what? Like, and that's just a small thing. I mean, it happens every day. The other day, I'm in Walmart, self-checkout, bringing out stuff. And mind you, I'm bringing out stuff for work. So I got like a lot of little candies and gum, little cheap stuff, like $1 or $2. And the lady's watching me. I can feel her burning into my back. Mind you, it's like eight self-checkout. She don't think anybody else. I'm the only Black person there, though. Next thing I know, she runs to the door. I want to check your bag. I said, no, why? Let me check. So she's trying to count every little thing. And I have like 30 little things. All of them are $2 or less. She's counting them. I think you missed one. I'm like, nope, it's right here. And I did 2 separate transactions. So I know she's pissed now. But I'm like, and then another lady comes to the door, another Spanish lady, and she's like, no, you're not doing this to her. You guys kill me every time I come in the store. You guys treat Black people bad. My baby's father is Black. We're not doing this. And they start arguing in Spanish. So I appreciate her standing up for me, but why do you have to? Mind you, it's a lady to the right of me, a Hispanic lady. Dead ass, I seen her stealing. I ain't dead, I ain't my business. But you so busy watching me, not even watching Shorty over here. Like, I don't know. I just want answers. I just want to know if anyone knows the reason why it's so much division in what the hate is about. Because I don't like that. Like, what are we doing? You know what I'm saying? We're all minorities. Let's love each other. Like, what's the problem? You guys let me know. Y'all have a blessed.
And see, I want to say this because then we get to Lance Alonso, right? The actor. Now, he's Cuban also. And he's not a tether because he doesn't come here and try to undermine Black Americans or speak down on Black Americans. What Pan-African was supposed to represent, but it doesn't. And that's why we're not rocking with Pan-Africanism no more. But he said something that was interesting because I come from Philadelphia and I have a lot of friends that's from the Caribbean, that's from Africa, FBA. Me, you know, I'm half and half. I'm both, right? So I understand both sides of the argument. Right, but what Lance says something that was real, right? And he can't be a tether because he's a person he's speaking the real. He's talking about unity. He's rocking with us. He's not trying to undermine us, right? So he gave an explanation on, you know, he's not here as an immigrant talking down on Black Americans or trying to undermine Black Americans. Check it out.
Because you keep saying we, you know, and it's like your kind of connection with the Black community, but you're Cuban. Like
I'm Black first.
Yeah,
I'm Black first.
So
what I always
ask,
tell
like,
people,
how you identify yourself.
Are you full Cuban? I'm full Cuban. I thought he was Black too.
I know,
but I am Black.
No, everyone thinks that you are like the Black lineage.
All right,
like,
so
you know, like
let me explain how it works. You know, this is another thing that I feel like we as Black people get caught up in that
semantics
that separates us as opposed to uniting us. We get caught up in where the ship dropped us off versus where the ship picked us up.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? We all come from the same root. It's just a tree with different branches. The same boat that picked up your ancestors picked up my ancestors. Only they dropped yours off here. They made a pit stop in the Caribbean and dropped mine off.
Mm-hmm.
But my ancestors still dealt with slavery.
Mm-hmm.
You know, still dealt with being, you know, having their family and their lives ripped from them and having to come back from colonialism and slavery.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so and it's not just African Americans, it's Afro-Cubans, it's Afro-Dominicans, it's Afro-Puerto Ricans. Like all these people got to get out of their colonialized minds and stop thinking, oh, I'm not this, I'm this. Okay, yeah, you can be Latin,
and
but you're Black first.
And the separatism that takes us apart when we all have the same struggle. We all experience
100%.
the same struggle.
Because when I walk into a room, they ain't thinking, oh, we're going to give him a pass because he's Latin.
Yeah.
Or if a cop pulls me over, he's not like, oh, okay, I'm not going to shoot him or I'm not going to beat his ass because he's Cuban. Mm-hmm. No, I'm Black.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And I'm dealing with the same struggle. So we all gotta unite and fight for the struggle together because we're all dealing with the exact same struggle.
And see, this is the conversations in the way it's supposed to be. We're not supposed to be undermining each other. And I keep telling everybody, Afro-Cubans don't have a problem with saying that they're Black. That's that Dominican and these other groups, I know Black. No, Afro-Cubans know that they're Black. They identify with their Blackness, right? So you have tether groups that come here and tether off of us. But then you have some that's from the Caribbean, a place that's 10 toes down, right? That's 10 toes down and understand who we are. We all should be unified. Jamaica, Trinidad, Haitians, they should have their own reparations claims, right? And we should in a perfect world, we should be sticking together. We should all identify under our blackness and as one, the same way the European does. One thing about the European, they'll fight amongst each other, but they'll come together to fight us and uphold W supremacy, right? So everybody that's from the Caribbean or from Africa is not a tether, but you have a lot that come here to tether on us. But I like what Laz Alonso said, because he understands his blackness, and when he comes here amongst us, he knows who he is, and he ingratiates himself into the culture, and he rocks with us. He don't try to undermine us. So those are the people that our grandparents fought to come into this country, the ones that come and unify with us, the ones that come and want to make things stronger, like the Stokely Carmichaels, the Farrakhans, and the other groups that came here and ingratiated themselves into Black American culture, and we all became one and formed like Voltron. Not the ones that come here and get a W wife or a W husband. They start talking about our reparations and talk about I know Black and all that. We ain't rocking with them. Those are the tethers, right? So I put this clip in the video to show that there are a lot that do have knowledge, that understand our plight, our story, and they have a similar story. When they come in, they combine the stories together and we become one, right? And they understand they're not talking about our reparations claim. They're not talking down on us, right? But then you got the groups that do. So now you have these Cubans, right? You have the white Cubans, and then you have the ones that look like me, right? And these people, we don't have no allies and no friends with them people, man. So we got to unify and get ourselves together as FBA. If not, we're going to be in trouble, man. We're going to be in trouble. We're going to be in serious trouble. But y'all let me know what y'all think, man. If you made it this far in the video, hit that like button, subscribe to Street Media TV. Leave your comments in the comment section. Let me know what you guys think. Remember, I love y'all. Till the next time. Peace.
Okay, what's going on, everybody? We are here. We're live. Thank you all for joining me today. Please, if you're new to the channel, hit the subscribe button. Follow me on Telegram, because that's extremely important to circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. And make sure you hit the like button as well. And with the introduction out of the way, let's get into today's show, man. I got a very interesting and fun show. At least it's going to be a little fun for me. We're going to give the news, but with a sprinkle of ridicule on top of it. Why is that? Because today we're heading on over to the People's Republic of Chicago to speak on the man formerly known as Emperor Brandon Johnson. Why do I say that, right, to start this off? It's about time for me to change his nickname. I've been calling him the Emperor of the People's Republic of Chicago for, I guess, like close up to 2 years now. But I think Emperor Brandon Johnson has run his course. Last video I did about Chicago, I referred to him as Mr. Slavery for obvious reasons that I'm going to explain once again. And I think it's about that time, right? The Emperor of Chicago is out. Mr. Slavery is in. That is Brandon Johnson's new name. Why do I say that? Because this is a man who, if you ask him anything, there is no question on this planet that you can ask him where he will not, in some way, shape, form, or fashion, find a way to bring up slavery, segregation, Jim Crow. He loves to talk the pro-Black talk. While at the same time, this is the very man that's pushing the Black people that he pretends to care so much about out of their neighborhoods. They swore up and down to you that Trump was your enemy and that he was the one that you need to be on the lookout for, that he was going to bring back slavery. Mr. Slavery, Brandon Johnson, he told you that Donald Trump wanted to relitigate the Civil War. He told you that Donald Trump wanted a rematch of the Civil War because he didn't like the outcome. But lo and behold, as I'm going to show and prove to you today, it's Brandon Johnson, the very man that talks foolishness to you like this that I'm getting ready to play is the same man that's kicking you out of your neighborhood. Shame on you for falling for this nonsense. Look at it. Let's listen to some of the nonsense of Brandon Johnson before we get into the facts of him kicking you guys out of your neighborhood. Look at this here. Let me play this.
Transformation that this city is looking for, but make no mistake about it, there are those who are intimidated by this level of power, right? Because in some instances, those who held the power before are living in their own guilt and shame. And so they are intimidated by this sight. But we have to demonstrate to the rest of the world what it means not just to come together for our people, but how our liberation benefits all.
You fell for that, huh? You fell for that. That's crazy. Shame on you for falling for that, because he's the same guy that's kicking you out of your homes right now. This is the same man that increased your property taxes up to 200% while not increasing the taxes of those in the white liberal communities on the north side. He didn't increase the taxes up that much. Their property tax went up below 10%, but yours went up 200%. That's crazy work. That is crazy work. And I don't feel bad for you. And the reason I don't feel bad for you is because Brandon Johnson, just like Zoran Mamdani, Brandon Johnson told you he was going to do all of this. This is what he told you. He promised two things when he was running for mayor. He told you that he was going to prioritize illegal immigrants and their well-being and making sure that they have everything that they need. Remember, I used to religiously cite these articles here. Look at this. Mayoral challenger Brandon Johnson unveils plan to help migrants, refugees, and immigrants. Remember this article here? I used to talk about it all the time. Chicago mayoral candidate Brandon Johnson unveils plan to support migrants. He promised you he was going to take care of illegal immigrants by any means necessary, no matter the cost. And he promised to tax the rich, which always turns into taxing you. And I knew it was over when Bernie Sanders endorsed him way back then. Because for those of you who don't know, I've been covering Brandon Johnson since the moment he came into office. I literally did a show about his inauguration ball. When Bernie Sanders endorsed him way back in March of 2023, I knew it was over. And what's crazy is that when you listen to Paul Valles and his surrogates talk, as we're getting ready to do right now, he told you everything that Brandon Johnson is going to do. And we're all seeing it coming to fruition. So I know I don't feel bad for you. You brought this on yourself. That's what you get for voting blue no matter who. Let's watch this video clip here. Check this out and smash the like button if you haven't already.
Senator Bernie Sanders, who came to Chicago last year for a rally for progressive congressional candidates, will be returning next Thursday for a Get Out the Vote rally with Brandon Johnson.
Anytime you get a popular national political figure like Bernie Sanders out for your campaign, it's a big plus. He's going to bring media attention. He's going to bring energy. He's going to bring credibility.
Sanders could motivate progressives along with young voters who are part of his base, but who largely stayed home for the February election.
So a rally like this with the Bernie Sanders could help energize those voters and perhaps make the difference in the final result.
Today, Paul Valles joined with Alderman Roberto Maldonado along with members of the Illinois Hispanic Chamber of Commerce who endorsed him in the race for mayor.
We need to support candidates that have a record and will continue to support local businesses and promote economic growth. Paul Valles' opponent backs a number of new and expanded taxes on businesses and middle-class workers.
Valles downplayed.
Is that not what's going on right now? Is that not what's happening right now? Everything that she just said is playing out exactly how she articulated it and exactly how Brandon Johnson said he was going to do things. And understand, in New York City with Zoran Mamdani, you guys are next. You guys are next. You're the next Chicago. Mark my words. And now all of you who voted for Brandon Johnson are crying crocodile tears, specifically the Black citizens of Chicago. Now you're crying because you're being forced out of your home from the very man that pretended to care about you so much. Let me get into this clip next. Check this one out right here. Look at this. Let's listen to this.
Right now, community leaders on Chicago's West Side are sounding the alarm over what they call an immoral and orchestrated land grab.
So skyrocketing property taxes that we have covered, including some that have more than doubled, could lead to longtime homeowners and businesses losing everything here. Christian Farr is joining us with what these leaders want done right now and why they say time is running out here. Christian?
Yeah, they have been fighting for some time now. Now, last night there was an emergency town hall where hundreds of outraged West Side residents demanded relief from rising Cook County property taxes. There was a big increase in the South and West Sides, but other more affluent communities were not hit as hard.
There was a huge increase on South and West Sides, poor Black neighborhoods, but that same increase didn't occur in more affluent neighborhoods. The white liberal neighborhoods, they also pretend to care about Black folks a lot. Though they pretend to care about you so much. But in the end, Brandon Johnson, who's doing their bidding, he didn't tax them like how he taxed you while giving you a pro-Black speech that he himself doesn't actually believe. Let's look at how high these property taxes have actually risen. Let me fast forward just a little bit because this is crazy. This is completely out of control. But then again, this is what you guys voted for over there. This is what you wanted, right? You wanted Brandon Johnson, and you got him. Check this out here.
With West Garfield Park seeing a 133.
Rewind it back just a little bit more.
Taxes went up.
The Cook County Treasurer's Office says the South and West Sides were hit the hardest, with West Garfield Park seeing a 133% increase in property taxes and Inglewood seeing an 82% increase. But 17 North and Northwest Side communities saw increases under 10%, and more specifically, affluent Lincoln Park was hit with only a 5.9% increase.
For those of you who don't know, those are affluent white liberal neighborhoods. Those are the same people that are at ICE facilities fighting to get illegal immigrants, released into the interior of the United States. Those are the same white liberals that are fighting for open borders while at the same time benefiting from putting Brandon Johnson in office and hiking taxes on, the poor folks of the South and West Side so that they don't have to have their taxes raised in their neighborhood. Diabolical. Diabolical. But once again, because you fall for foolishness like this, what I'm going to play for you next, this is why this happened. I want to play another clip of Brandon Johnson, right, Mr. Slavery, speaking nonsense about Black businesses. Once again, stuff that he doesn't believe, right? Stuff that you say to get votes and to, keep the confidence of those who voted for you while taking the taxes and moving them in other places, primarily his pocket and for illegal immigrants. Look at this nonsense here. Let me play this for you very quickly. Look at this.
That there's this claim that somehow having $18 million that we would secure from the community safety surcharge to go back into smaller businesses and particularly Black-owned businesses is some sort of nefarious operation. That's their claim. They are immoral, they are wicked, and it's well past time that the people of Chicago actually know and see who these individuals are. Know who they are. They do not mean us well.
No, you don't mean the people of Chicago well. You don't mean the people of Chicago well at all. You're actually destroying the city. You're running businesses out of the city. You're getting people kicked out of their homes intentionally. And what's even more diabolical when we're talking about Mr. Slavery here, Brandon Johnson, is that the practice that he's using is so dirty. It's so dirty, right? Because either these poor residents, right, the poor citizens in the South and West Side, you have one of two options. Either you can lose your home outright, or you're going to be forced to sell your home way beneath the actual value of it, just so you don't lose it. So either way, you're getting hosed. Either you get nothing or you get close to nothing. And then they're going to redo that neighborhood in whatever image that they want to create it in. I mean, primarily, most likely, it looks like with the Venezuelan migrants that they moved into your community. Because remember, the Venezuelan migrants, Biden's migrants, that is, right? They gave them free housing. Remember? I used to talk about this stuff all the time last year and the year prior to that. They gave them free housing. They set them up with free furniture, free everything. So while they gave illegal immigrants free housing, literally in the South and West Side, that's what they did. They gave it to them there in your neighborhoods. They're simultaneously raising property taxes to kick you out. Diabolical, man. But once again, it's what you voted for. It's what you wanted. So now what I want to do next is that I want to get into the crocodile tears, right? I want to get into some of the crocodile tears right now. And I see, shout out to, who's that? Lisa. I'll just say Lisa. I won't try to pronounce the last name. You said not all the South Side of Chicago are minority neighborhoods, but they're the only ones crying. They're the only ones crying. Why is that? That's what I want to know. Why is that? They're the only, and we're going to get into that right now. Let's get into the crocodile tears, as the wailing and gnashing of teeth is loud due to their actions of voting for this lunatic. Check this out next.
Chicago's West Side.
Rewind this back just a little bit and take two. And if you haven't already, please hit the like button. I'd really appreciate that. If you're new to the channel, subscribe to the channel. And don't forget to follow me on Telegram. It's extremely important that you do that so you get to keep the notifications flowing, minus the nonsense of YouTube.
Now to Chicago's West Side. Pastors and homeowners there say they're being hit with property tax increases so steep they could push families out of their homes. Bills have doubled, even tripled, with the West Garfield Park neighborhood seeing a 133% spike.
And just to pay my property tax.
Many West Side residents.
I don't mean to be bogus and just laugh while he's talking, but I mean, like I said, man, I'm just being so honest with you. I don't feel anything. I just don't, because there's no, you're a vote blue no matter who. There's no reasoning with you. There's no reasoning with you. I tell you anything about a non-Black politician or a conservative politician or whatever, you immediately default to something about racism and white supremacy, and due to Brandon Johnson, start talking about slavery and Jim Crow for no reason. So there's no reasoning with you. Therefore, here you are. Now you're crying about what Brandon Johnson is doing to you. That's why I can't help but to chuckle, because you did it to yourself and you refuse to listen to reason.
Spike. NBC5's Christian Farr has their story.
I've had to go out and hustle, put my life on the line, drive an Uber just to pay my property tax.
Many West Side residents and clergy gathered outside of the Cook County Assessor's office to express outrage after their property tax bills skyrocketed. Business owner Malcolm Crawford said his bill more than doubled.
It's just a few bills that I got. And this one is $11,000. This one is $12,000. The other ones are $7,000, and I have more. And with these, and I'm supposed to come up with this money by the 15th. You have.
Oh my God. Brandon Johnson is expecting that man to come up with $100,000 by the 15th. That's in what, 3 days? Okay, well, let's listen to that again. Wow. Mr. Slavery is destroying you guys right now. But Trump is racist, right? Some way, somehow, when this is brought up to Brandon Johnson at a press conference, he'll find some way to blame Trump. He always does. He'll find some way to do it, even though it's Brandon Johnson that's doing it to you.
Outrage after their property tax bills skyrocketed. Business owner Malcolm Crawford said his bill more than doubled.
It's just a few bills that I got. And this one is 11,000. This one is 12,000. The other ones are 7,000. And I have more. And with these, and I'm supposed to come up with this money by the 15th.
You have the poorest people in the poorest neighborhoods with the largest increase.
The Reverend Marshall.
Can you say that one more time, please? I thought Brandon Johnson said that they weren't going to balance the budget on the back of working people. He likes to say that a lot. We're not going to balance our budget on the back of working people. That's why we have to keep putting investments in the community, and investments and investments and investments and more investments. These magical investments, these non-tangible investments that apparently he's sprinkling all over the community that you don't know where it is, you know, what it's doing, what's happening, but he's sprinkling these magical investments all over Chicago that you never see the fruit of. It's amazing how this man is able to BS you guys to this degree in Chicago. And you'll vote blue no matter who next mayoral election. You'll do it again. You'll do it again. You'll do it again. At this point, to be honest with you, I wouldn't even be surprised if you guys put Brandon Johnson back in office. I wouldn't be surprised, to be quite honest with you. But let's carry on.
I have more. And with these, and I'm supposed to come up with this money by the 15th.
You have the poorest people in the poorest neighborhoods with the largest increase.
The Reverend Marshall Hatch and others say communities like West Garfield Park face a 133% increase in their property taxes.
Pause. Thank you very much, Letitia, for pointing this out. She said Pastor Hatch, who you just saw holding all those bills in his hand. I had some envelopes somewhere as a prop. I don't have it now. But he had all those envelopes in his hand saying, I got $10,000 and $17,000 and $15,000 bills and over $100,000 in bills, and I got to find a way to pay all this off by the 15th. And according to Letitia, she said Pastor Hatch is flip-flopping because he was standing for the influx of immigrants. This is what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Goofy for no reason. Just goofy for no reason. I'm sure he was one of those many pastors that Brandon Johnson would have when he was during, you know, when Biden was in office, and he was trying to justify all the hundreds of millions of dollars that he was raining down on illegal immigrants coming into Chicago. When he would justify this stuff, he would always have a whole bunch of other black people behind him, black pastors. And according to Letitia, the same pastor that's now complaining, Pastor Hatch, the same pastor that endorsed Brandon Johnson, that stood behind Brandon Johnson, that justified the influx of illegal immigration into Chicago for Brandon Johnson, is now the same one that's sitting here holding $100,000 worth of bills, getting ready to lose his business because he can't afford to pay that by the 15th, which is in the next 3 days. Diabolical, but that's what you get. That's what you get.
Last month, the Cook County Treasurer's Office confirmed that this would be the largest property tax increase in 30 years.
We are just as upset and believe that it's unjust that the Board of Review continues to shift on the burden to homeowners in particular by giving large reductions and breaks to commercial businesses in the loop.
The assessor's office.
No. Don't. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. They're not getting. She wants to try to do the whole business owner. You see, she's doing the whole socialist because they're not taxing the rich. The common man is getting taxed. No. They're not taxing the white liberals that are your friend, the friend of people of color. They're not taxing them either, okay? They're not taxing their property. The affluent white liberal, right, who loves illegal immigrants, their housing, their property taxes went up no more than 10% at the most, while yours went up 133%, some even 200%. So we're not going to do that. We're not going to do this whole socialist thing she's trying to do, where she's talking, well, the problem is that we're not taxing the rich. The problem is that they're giving tax break to businesses in the loops. No, the problem is that you're taxing people of color that you pretend to care so much about out of existence. That's what the problem is. But carry on.
Office is pointing the finger at the Cook County Board of Review, which
I'm going to wind it back just a little bit, and I'm going to try not to interrupt it anymore.
In the loop.
The assessor's office is pointing the finger at the Cook County Board of Review, which hears property tax appeals. But at least one of its commissioners says the assessor's recent increases are overreaching.
He's over-assessed those properties, and he can lower them. He's done it for the northern suburbs, and he can do it for West Garfield Park, Lawndale, and other African-American communities.
No, he can't, because he's trying to get you out of there. He's trying to get you out. Well, he's trying to kick you out, okay? That's the point. That's the purpose. So no, it's not going to happen.
Lawndale and other African-American communities.
The people who review those assessments, they need to come together and give blanket relief for the communities that are being disabused the most.
On the west side, Christian Farr, NBC 5 News.
I don't believe that they should get blanket relief. I believe that you should get precisely what you voted for. This man, Brandon Johnson, told you everything that he was going to do. And he's doing it to the T, to the T. And some of them that are complaining, like Pastor Hatch, you stood behind him, validating Brandon Johnson. And now he's turned on you. And now you're crying. The wailing and gnashing of teeth is strong. Yet, Chris, it's shameful. It's shameful, Chris. It is shameful what we're seeing here. Shame on you for flip-flopping. Stand next to Brandon Johnson. Don't cry now. And look at this here. It gets worse or funnier, depending on how you look at it, or more comedic. It's kind of more comedic to me, to be quite honest. If I'm being completely honest with you. Do you remember the South Shore apartments, right? The South Shore apartments in Chicago was those are an apartment complex over there that was largely filled with Venezuelan migrants that were placed there by Brandon Johnson, right? It used to be a predominantly Black like apartment complex, but like they push all Black folks out and put, Venezuelan illegal immigrants in there. Remember, Trump and Holman and the gang, they removed the worst of the worst out of that building. But then people like Brandon Johnson were peddling lies, right? Peddling lies, saying that, ICE was taking out, Black children in zip ties, you know what I mean? And throwing them in the back of vans, and, Black men were in chains with their shirt off, and all type of craziness that he was saying that just wasn't true. Well, I would like to update you guys on what's happening at the South Shore apartments now, because the Venezuelan illegal immigrants are gone, right? Tom Holman and the gang got them up out of here. It's only the very few Black residents that are left. And what we're going to see here is that they're being kicked out of the apartment complex. You can't make this stuff up. They're getting kicked out and on the verge of being homeless. Shout out to Brandon Johnson. Can I play this one more time before I play the South Shore clip? Let me play this. Let me play this. I want to play this one more time.
The transformation that this city is looking for, but make no mistake about it, there are those who are intimidated by this level of power, right? Because in some instances, those who held the power before are living in their own guilt and shame. And so they are intimidated by this sight. But we have to demonstrate to the rest of the world what it means not just to come together for our people, but how our liberation benefits all.
Y'all fell for that garbage over there, what? Y'all fell for that. Exactly, Monique. Stop voting blue. They won't. They won't. They won't. They're going to keep doing it. Once again, everybody that you see standing there around Brandon Johnson, you can't lie to me. You voted for Brandon Johnson solely because he's Black. That's why you voted for him. I played the clip already earlier of Paul Valles and his team and his surrogates when they were talking. And to the T, they mapped out and told you everything that Brandon Johnson was going to do. And it wasn't that hard to do because they were just citing his policy points that he was running on. And here we are, and he's doing everything that he said he's going to do. And now those same people that are standing here with him while he's sitting here talking about some all liberation, they scared of all liberation because the people that were once in power now have guilt. And they see how our people can turn this around and make it Wakanda. While he's talking this nonsense to you, those same people that voted for him are now getting kicked out of their neighborhoods because of that serpent that they're standing in front of. Diabolical, man. Brandon Johnson is a serpent. This man is the snake of all snakes. But Donald Trump's a racist. Never forget that, right? There's some way, somehow, this is Trump's fault. But let's get into South Shore apartment complex, okay? Let's get into this next.
A judge denied allowing tenants more time to move out of 7500 South Shore Drive. She called the building a fire trap for numerous safety issues. She says she's trying to protect the tenants by getting them out of a dangerous situation. Some residents tell us they don't have anywhere to go.
We are in an emergency situation. Some of us are still stuck in this building. Some of us have been stuck in this building. Friday is our last day.
Tenants of 7500 South Shore Drive have 4 days to move out. They are being evicted after weeks of legal action over dangerous conditions reported in the building. Some of those conditions allegedly left after federal agents raided the building in September. The Trump administration released a highly produced video of the incident.
It took a military invasion to get the city to pay attention. We did not cause this building to deteriorate. And yet we have to live with the consequences of it.
Can we stop and listen to what he just said? He said it took a military intervention, the ICE raid, to get the illegal immigrant Venezuelan gang members out. He said it took a military intervention to get the city to pay attention. Bars. I'm rapping. That's what he said. I guess he was rapping, right? It took a military intervention to get the city to pay attention. And the irony in all this is that once the city started paying attention, they said, oh, okay, so get out. Let this sit on your mind for a moment. Once the Venezuelan illegal immigrants were removed from that building, and all that was left were the handful of Black residents that were still living there, that Brandon Johnson said were getting dragged out in chains. Now he's kicking them out of that building. Let me tell you something. There is not a man alive who can shame me for wearing this. Okay? Let me tell you something. Y'all are crazy over there. Y'all crazy. Y'all crazy. Y'all fell for the okie doke so bad. You fell for the okie doke so bad. And what's crazy is the same okie doke that they've been playing on you for years and years and years. Post-civil rights movement. The same okie doke. It's not like it changed. They keep hitting you with the same move, and you go for it every time. And now here you are, getting ready to get kicked out of your apartment complex. Brandon Johnson's literally pushing all of the Black folks out of the South and West side of Chicago. He's kicking you all out. But this guy's the racist, right? He's the racist. He's the one that was going to bring back slavery, right? This is the guy who's going to bring back Jim Crow, right? This is the guy who's going to put you back on the plantation, right? It was him, right? That's what you guys told me, right? No. The entire time, it was Brandon Johnson. The entire time. And I can't even imagine what it would have been like if Kamala Harris got in office. You know? Let's get this super chat here. The very first one. I appreciate you, Ross, for always showing love via super chat, and you're a channel member. Thank you so much. Ross said, check out my DM. I got Ross goes hard to pay for Chicago Flips Red. I'm gonna check it as soon as I get out. She said, check out my DM, interview Chicago Flips Red. Zoe and Danielle are my colleagues in Chicago, Chicago W. I'm sure maybe Chicago West Side. Chicago Flips Red. Okay, I got you, Ross. I'm gonna check out your DM. I'm gonna check it out. I got you. Okay, I got you. I got you. And you know, man, with all that being said, that's gonna do it for today's stream. I mean, what more can I say? What more can I say? Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Share this video on your social media platform. My Telegram's in the description box below and pinned in the comment section at TD Media Group. That's extremely important as well. Thank you all for your time. Until the next video, peace. Have a great afternoon. And remember, this guy right here apparently is racist. Not Brandon Johnson. This guy doesn't like black people. Brandon Johnson loves black people. That's why he's kicking you all out of your homes and your apartment complexes. Diabolical, man. It's crazy. That's why I don't feel bad for you.
Top story tonight, Governor Polis puts local governments on notice. Either they comply with state housing laws or they risk
faith-based partners, build housing. We need housing. I don't care. But look, at the end of the day, it's more about what government does. How can we be smart? How can we be efficient?
Denver apartment complex completely collapse. And Governor Jared Polis is scrambling to contain a crisis that's spreading across the entire Colorado housing market. On November 6th, 2025, the Waterford Rhino apartment building in Denver's trendiest neighborhood was surrendered back to lenders in what industry insiders are calling one of the most spectacular real estate failures in Colorado history. But this isn't just about one builder. This is about a massive oversupply of luxury units that nobody can afford and a perfect storm of regulations, economic pressure, and institutional investor panic that's threatening to drag down the entire Denver market. In Denver cities across America, and the consequences are to be devastating for landlords, tenants, and the local economy. Let's start with the Waterford Rhino disaster, because it's the canary in the coal mine. This luxury apartment building sits in the River North Art District, which everyone calls Rhino, one of the hottest neighborhoods in Denver. Rhino transformed over the past decade from industrial warehouses into trendy breweries, art galleries, restaurants, and high-end apartments. Young professionals flocked there for the urban lifestyle, the walkability, and the cool factor. Developers saw gold and started building luxury apartment complexes as fast as they could get permits. The Waterford Rhino was supposed to be the crown jewel, a premium building with all the amenities that would command top-dollar rents from tech workers, remote professionals, and young couples who wanted the Denver experience. The building sold for $123 million, and the new owners promised upgrades, improved management, and a better living experience for residents. That promise lasted about as long as it took for the ink to dry on the purchase agreement. Within months of the purchase, tenants at Waterford Rhino started reporting serious problems. Online reviews paint a picture of complete management failure. Residents complained about mold growing in units that wasn't being addressed. Amenities that were advertised as premium perks were constantly broken or closed for maintenance. The parking garage became a hunting ground for car thieves, with break-ins happening so frequently that residents were afraid to park there. The surrounding area, which was supposed to be a vibrant urban neighborhood, had a growing homeless population that made residents feel unsafe. Package theft became routine. Maintenance requests went unanswered for weeks or months. The elevators broke down regularly, forcing residents in high-rise units to climb multiple flights of stairs with groceries and children. And through it all, the rent kept coming due every month, with increases that seemed completely disconnected from the declining quality of life in the building.
In Colorado, we say yes to more housing. We say yes to unlock prosperity. We say yes to opportunity for Coloradans at every budget level.
The owners of Waterford Rhino were caught in an impossible situation that's now playing out across Denver's apartment market. They had purchased the building at the peak of the market, when everyone believed that Denver's population growth and strong economy would support endless demand for luxury apartments. They financed the purchase with significant debt, banking on rental income to cover their mortgage payments, property taxes, insurance, maintenance, and still generate profit. But several things went wrong simultaneously. First, Denver's apartment vacancy rate hit 7% in the first quarter of 2025, the highest it's been since 2010. That 15-year high in vacancy means there are too many apartments and not enough renters to fill them. When vacancies, landlords lose pricing power. They can't raise rents. In fact, they have to lower rents and offer concessions just to attract tenants. And that's exactly what happened across Denver. Rents fell 3.7% year over year, the steepest decline since 2022. Landlords started offering insane concessions to fill units. 6 weeks of free rent became standard. Some buildings offered 8 weeks free, 2 months free, or other incentives like application fees or gift cards. When you're giving away 6 weeks of rent on a 12-month lease, you've just cut your annual revenue by more than 11% before the tenant even moves in. For a building like Waterford Rhino that's already dealing with high debt service and rising operating costs, those concessions are catastrophic. The math simply doesn't work anymore. Revenue is falling, expenses are rising, and the debt payments stay the same. Eventually, you run out of cash, and that's exactly necessary repairs and maintenance, and couldn't see any path back to profitability. So they did the only thing they could do. They surrendered the building to their lenders and walked away from their entire $123 million investment. The Waterford Rhino collapse is terrifying because it's not an isolated incident. It's a symptom of a much larger crisis in Denver's apartment market that's been building for years. In 2024 alone, Denver added more than 20,000 new apartment units to the market. 20,000 amount of new supply hitting the market in a single year. Developers had been planning these projects for years, securing financing when interest completed and ready to lease. The market had changed completely. The work-from-home revolution that started during the pandemic had stabilized, meaning people weren't moving to Denver in the same numbers they had been. Tech companies that had been hiring aggressively started doing layoffs. Interest rates had risen dramatically, making it more expensive for people to borrow money for anything, which dampened economic activity. And most importantly, all of those apartment buildings were competing with each other for the same pool of renters, driving vacancy up and rents down. The controversy around Denver's apartment crisis is the political dimension. And this is where Governor Polis is absolutely furious at what they call unprecedented government overreach in the rental housing market. Over the past few years, Colorado and Denver have passed a wave of new regulations and laws governing rental properties. These include inclusionary housing ordinances that force developers to include affordable units, renters in some circumstances, just cause eviction requirements that limit landlords mandatory relocation assistance if landlords want to redevelop property, stricter limitations on security deposits and fees that landlords can charge. The real estate industry argues that these regulations are crushing investment, making it financially impossible to operate rental properties profitably out of Colorado entirely. The Apartment Association of Metro Denver has been vocal about this, claiming that the overwhelming volume of new regulations is directly responsible for the crisis we're seeing now. Their argument goes like this. Investors buy apartment buildings expecting certain returns based on their ability to reasonable flexibility. When government steps in and restricts all of those things, the expected returns disappear. Buildings that were profitable under the old rules become money-losing operations under the new rules. Investors who might have kept operating despite current market challenges decide it's not worth the hassle and sell at a loss, or like Waterford Reno, simply surrender the property. The reduction in investor interest means less capital flowing into apartment construction and maintenance, which means the housing shortage gets worse even as vacancy rates rise, because the housing being built isn't the housing people actually need and can afford. But tenants and housing advocates completely differently, and this is where the controversy gets really heated. From their perspective, landlords and investors have been extracting wealth from Colorado renters for years through excessive rent increases, poor maintenance, illegal fees, and aggressive eviction practices. The regulations that the industry complains about are simply basic protections that renters in other states have had for decades. Things like requiring landlords to fix mold problems quickly, or preventing them from evicting tenants without cause, or limiting how much they can charge for a security deposit. These aren't radical ideas. They're common-sense consumer protections in a market where tenants have very little power and landlords have almost all of it. Housing advocates point to buildings like Waterford Reno as proof that investors don't care about providing quality housing. They buy buildings with massive amounts of debt, cut corners on maintenance and management to maximize profit, squeeze tenants with rent increases and fees, and then abandon the property when they can't make their numbers work. The fact that these investors lost their entire $123 million investment doesn't generate much sympathy from tenants who have been living with mold, broken elevators, and car break-ins while paying $2,000 a month in rent. The reality is that both sides have valid points, which is what makes this crisis so difficult to solve. Investors are correct that regulations add costs and reduce flexibility, which can make projects less viable financially. But tenants are also correct that without regulations, many landlords provide substandard housing and engage in exploitative practices. It's clear that balance has lost. We have thousands of empty luxury apartments that nobody can afford. We have investors walking away from properties because they can't make the economics work. And we have tenants struggling to find decent, affordable housing, even though vacancy rates are at a 15-year high. That's a market failure on every level. Let's dig deeper into the numbers, because they tell a story that should concern everyone. Denver's apartment vacancy rate of 7% in the first quarter of 2025 represents approximately 15,000 empty units across the metro area. 15,000 apartments sitting vacant while people struggle to afford housing. The vast majority of those vacant units are in luxury buildings charging rents above $2,000 per month for a one-bedroom apartment. These buildings were designed and built for high-income renters, young professionals making six-figure salaries who work in tech, finance, healthcare, or other well-paying industries. But there simply aren't enough of those people to fill all of these units. Meanwhile, the affordable housing that working-class families, service workers, teachers, retail employees, and others actually need is in desperately short supply. The vacancy rate for apartments renting below $1,500 per month is close to zero. Those units get snapped up immediately because that's what people can actually afford. The market has produced massive oversupply at the top end and severe shortage at the bottom end, which is the worst possible outcome for everyone. The concessions that landlords are offering reveal just how desperate the situation has become. 6 weeks of free rent on a 12 means if you're renting a 2-bedroom apartment for $2,500 per month, 6 weeks free rent saves you $3,750. That sounds great for you as a tenant, but it's a nightmare for the landlord. That landlord is rent instead of $30,000. Their expenses haven't gone down by 12.5%. Property taxes are the same. Insurance premiums have actually gone up significantly. Utility costs for common areas haven't changed. Maintenance costs are rising with inflation. And most importantly, if they have a mortgage on the property, that debt service payment is exactly those concessions that seem like great deals for tenants are actually signs of financial distress for landlords who can't fill their buildings at any price that makes economic sense. This brings us to the institutional investor dimension of this. Wasn't owned by a local landlord trying to make a living. It was owned by an institutional investor, likely a real estate investment trust or a private equity firm that had borrowed heavily to acquire the property. These institutional investors have dominated apartment building purchases in Denver over the past decade, outbidding smaller local investors, driving up prices to levels that only make sense with heavy leverage and optimistic growth projections. When those projections don't pan out, these property and no local reputation to protect. They simply walk away, leaving the lenders holding a distressed asset in a falling market. The lenders now own an apartment building with declining rents, deferred maintenance, unhappy tenants, and unclear prospects for recovery. They'll eventually try to turn it around. Limbo. Maintenance continues to be neglected, existing tenants suffer, and the neighborhood deals with the blight of a distressed property. The commercial real estate connection to Denver's apartment crisis is something most people aren't talking about, but it's absolutely crucial to understanding what's happening. The Waterford Rhino surrender happened just 1 month after the office market in downtown Denver hit its own crisis point. Office vacancy rates in Denver have exploded since the pandemic as remote work became permanent for many companies. Major employers have either given up their office space entirely or drastically reduced their square footage needs. Class B and Class C office buildings are seeing vacancy rates above 30% in some cases. Some office buildings have defaulted on their loans, with owners walking away just like the Waterford Rhino owners did. The connection between office and apartment distress is direct. When office buildings sit empty, the surrounding neighborhood dies. Restaurants, coffee shops, gyms, dry cleaners, and other service businesses that depended on office workers lose their customer base. Those businesses close or move, leaving vacant storefronts that make the area feel dead and unsafe. Young professionals who might have wanted to live in a trendy urban apartment building near downtown start thinking twice when the neighborhood around them is full of empty buildings and closed businesses. The Rhino neighborhood, where Waterford sits, is particularly vulnerable to this because it's adjacent to Denver's downtown office core, and that as that core hollows out, Rhino loses its appeal. The demographic shifts in Denver are also working against luxury apartment owners. For years, Denver was one of the hottest destination cities for young professionals and remote workers. People fleeing expensive coastal cities like San Francisco, Los Angeles, Seattle, and New York saw Denver as an affordable alternative with great weather, outdoor recreation, and a vibrant cultural scene. That migration drove enormous demand for apartments and pushed rents higher year after year. But several things have changed. First, other cities have become competitive with Denver on price. As Denver became more expensive, places like Austin, Nashville, Boise, and Salt Lake City started looking like better deals. Second, the remote work phenomenon that made it possible to live anywhere has stabilized. Companies have either brought workers back to offices, gone to hybrid schedules, or adjusted salaries for remote workers based on their location. The unlimited freedom to live anywhere that existed in 2021 and 2022 has been curtailed. Third, Denver's own cost of living has risen so much that it's no longer the affordable escape it used to be. When a one-bedroom apartment in a decent neighborhood costs $2,000 or more per month, and you need a car to get around because Denver's public transit is limited and food prices are high and entertainment is expensive, the total cost of living in Denver starts to look uncomfortably similar to the expensive cities people were fleeing. The impact on actual Denver residents is where this crisis gets personal and painful. If you're a current tenant in a building like Waterford Rhino, you're living in a nightmare scenario. Your building is in financial distress, which means maintenance is being deferred or eliminated entirely. Problems don't get fixed. The property management company may be understaffed or incompetent. Your neighbors are moving out as leases expire, leaving the building emptier and eerier. You hear rumors about foreclosure or sale, and you don't know if you'll be able to stay or if new owners will force everyone out for renovations. Your rent might not be going up, but that's small comfort when you're living in a building with mold, broken amenities, and security problems. And if you decide to move, you have to deal with the fact that your building's reputation is terrible, so your rental history might actually work against you when trying to lease somewhere else. If you're trying to rent an apartment in Denver right now and you have limited income, you're discovering that the abundance of vacant apartments doesn't help you at all. All of those empty units are in luxury buildings that cost far more than you can afford. The affordable apartments that match your income are still incredibly competitive, with dozens of applications for every available unit. Landlords can still be extremely selective because they have so many qualified applicants. So you end up in a bizarre situation where the overall vacancy rate is 7% and rising, but your personal experience is that you can't find anything affordable and landlords won't even respond to your applications. That disconnect between the macro statistics and the micro reality is one of the most frustrating aspects of Denver's housing market right now. The construction pipeline in Denver is also creating future problems that nobody seems to be addressing. There are thousands of apartment units currently under construction that will be delivered to the market over the next 12 to 18 months. These projects were started 2 or 3 years ago when the market looked completely different. Developers can't stop construction at this point because they've already invested tens or hundreds of millions of dollars. So these buildings will be completed and will add even more supply to an already oversaturated luxury apartment market. That means vacancy rates will continue rising, rents will continue falling, and more buildings will end up in financial distress like Waterford Rhino. The wave of apartment deliveries coming in 2025 and 2026 could push vacancy rates above 10%, which would be catastrophic for landlords and investors across Denver. The financing environment for apartment buildings has also become extremely difficult, which compounds the crisis. Interest rates on commercial real estate loans have risen dramatically over the past few years. A building that could be financed at 3% interest in 2021 now requires 6 or 7% interest rates in 2025. That difference in interest rate makes an enormous impact on cash flow. A property that was profitable at 3% interest might be deeply unprofitable at 7% interest, even with no other changes to revenue or expenses. Many apartment building owners in Denver are facing loan maturities over the next few years where they'll need to refinance their debt at these much higher rates. If they can't make the numbers work with the new interest rate, they have 3 choices. Inject more cash into the property, like Waterford Rhino did. Based on current market conditions, we should expect to see more buildings following the Waterford Rhino playbook in the coming months. The insurance crisis in real estate is hitting Denver apartment buildings particularly hard. Property insurance premiums have skyrocketed across the country due to climate change-related disasters, rising construction costs, and insurance company losses. For apartment buildings, those premium increases can be enormous, sometimes doubling or tripling year over year, when insurance owners have to either raise rents to cover it, cut costs elsewhere, or accept lower profits or higher losses. In a market where rents are already falling, so owners cut maintenance, defer capital improvements, and reduce staffing, which leads to declining property conditions and unhappy tenants. It's a vicious cycle that's extremely difficult to break. Property taxes in Denver are another pressure point that doesn't get enough attention. As property values rose dramatically over the past decade, property tax assessments increased correspondingly. Apartment building owners saw their annual climb year after year. Now that property values are declining or stagnant, tax assessments are lagging behind, meaning owners are paying taxes based on values that no longer reflect reality. They can appeal their assessments, but that process takes time and doesn't guarantee relief. In the meantime, they're stuck paying property taxes calculated on the old higher valuation is falling. That squeeze between rising expenses and falling revenue is forcing owners into impossible choices. Denver also needs to address the mismatch between the housing it's building and the housing people need. The market has produced thousands of luxury apartments because that's where developers can make the most money. But the actual demand is for affordable units for working families, seniors on fixed incomes, people with disabilities, single parents, service workers, and others who make up the backbone of Denver's economy. These people can't afford $2,000 apartments, and no amount of concessions or rent decreases will make luxury housing affordable to them. The city needs direct intervention to ensure that the housing being built matches the actual income distribution of Denver residents. The Waterford Rhino collapse should be a wake-up call that the current investment fails completely when vacancy hits 15-year highs, when rents are falling but people still can't afford housing, and when tenants are living in deteriorating conditions while landlords are losing money. Everyone is losing. This isn't a functioning market. It's a market failure that requires honest acknowledgement and bold action to fix. Governor Polis has the authority to convene stakeholders, push for legislative solutions, and direct state resources toward addressing this crisis. Whether he has the political will to do so remains to be seen. For Denver residents facing this crisis right now, the practical advice is limited but important. If you're a tenant in a distressed building, document everything. Take photos and videos of maintenance problems. Keep copies of all correspondence with management. If the building goes into foreclosure, you still have rights as a tenant, and the new owner can't just throw you out without following legal eviction procedures. Know your rights under Colorado's tenant protection laws. If you're looking for an apartment, use this moment of high vacancy to negotiate aggressively. Landlords are desperate to fill units, so ask for multiple months of free rent, reduced security deposits, flexible lease terms, and other concessions. Don't accept the listed price as final. Everything is negotiable right now. The long-term trajectory of Denver's apartment market depends entirely on factors that are largely outside local control. If the national economy stays strong and interest rates come down, refinancing distressed properties here, and the market could stabilize. If there's a recession, unemployment rises, and demand falls further, we could see a cascade of failures that dwarfs the Waterford Rhino situation. If political leaders can find common ground on housing policy that balances investor interests with tenant protections while massively increasing affordable housing supply, Denver could emerge stronger. But if the political paralysis continues and the crisis deepens, Denver risks becoming a cautionary tale of how not to manage an urban housing market. The hottest controversy right now is whether the Waterford Rhino collapse is an isolated incident or the first domino in a chain reaction that will take down multiple buildings across Denver. Real estate analysts are divided. Some argue that most building owners have stronger balance sheets and better management than Waterford, so they'll weather this downturn without surrendering properties. Others argue that the same factors that killed Waterford, high debt, rising vacancy, falling rents, increasing regulations, and soaring operating costs, are affecting every apartment building in Denver to varying degrees. The next few months will tell us which view is correct. If more buildings follow Waterford into surrender or foreclosure, Denver's apartment market will be in full crisis mode. If Waterford remains an outlier, the market might stabilize and begin recovering. Either way, the $123 million collapse of a luxury apartment building in Denver's trendiest neighborhood is a warning that Governor Polis and city leaders ignore at their own peril.
All right, here we go, downtown Fresno. Oh, yeah, this is bad. They have downtown. Oh, my God. Look, these people have a living room set up right here. What is happening, California? That was the last time I was here. It was a mess. And I came back 4 years later to see what it looks like now. In case you didn't hear, this isn't allowed here anymore. For now, I think. All right, so I am standing on a street right now in downtown Fresno that looks completely different from what I saw the last time I was here 4 or 5 years ago. Actually, I know it was exactly 4 years ago. I came through Fresno and the place just looked an absolute wreck. I'm showing you on camera what this looked like then. And this is what it looks like now. I've been driving around here for 5 minutes going, what in the damn hell? Now, a lot has changed since the last time I was in California. 50 cities in this state have made camping in public illegal, some sort of enforcement on homelessness, including Fresno. They were the first city to do it. And that's why I came to see what's it look like. Let's go find out. Oh. What's all your...
All because you want to play. They're fighting over here.
They're fighting.
You're trying to throw them out.
Oh, there's a fight? What are they fighting for?
That's how you throw people out.
They're throwing people out? Wait, they're throwing him out?
Yeah.
And so the nonprofit resource center place is throwing somebody out, and there's a bunch of people yelling and screaming.
What they do, these people don't have to be homeless. These things they put on the homeless people. A lot of these people draw checks, and they still stay down here in the streets. They got addresses and stuff where they draw their checks and get their stuff. They don't have to be homeless. They want to. A lot of these people have money. They have money. They don't hustle money. They don't want to hustle nobody for money. Go, they draw their checks. I guess they don't want the responsibility of a household.
OMG, there's a lot of drama happening in Fresno right now. A lot of. Just, you need to stick around and watch this whole video. It was crazy. Forever now, California's been the center of all the unhoused. That's what they call them here. There's almost 1 million homeless people in America now, and 187,084 of them are in California. Nope, 187,085. Somebody just showed up on a bus. California spent 4 times more than any other state to fix their homeless crisis, but it's double than where it was when the spending spree started. $24 billion in homeless spending, and nobody knows where it went or what it did. Look at this motel here. He's just passed out, just chilling. Like, this looks third world. We're in Haiti or some Caribbean third world country. Nope, Fresno, 5th biggest city in the 5th biggest economy state. Now, they say the problem here is affordability, and some say, no, it's drugs. Now, here's what's happening to those people, which is crazy, because forever they've been saying you can't remove tents and stop people from sleeping on sidewalks. That's mean. It's illegal. Well, in 2024, the Supreme Court said, no, you can make public camping illegal. And shockingly, right, California was the first state to do that. And Fresno is the first city to try it. Everybody in Fresno was like, what's happening? This is wonderful. They're actually cleaning up the homeless camps. There's somebody just on the ground, probably asleep, right outside of Wendy's. And it's just a normal afternoon in Fresno. Nobody's even paying attention to it. Gavin Newsom stood up and said, hey, I always wanted to enforce homeless camping laws. You guys, but my hands were tied. Yeah, all right. Nobody really believes that. I know, that's just downright pathetic. Anyways, Fresno's the first case study on what happens when you enforce public homelessness. And you keep watching, because I don't think they got it figured out at all. All of this was a homeless camp. And I'm showing the footage right now of what it used to look like here. This is what it looks like today. There's probably, I don't know, 5 people down here instead of 500. All of this was a complete disaster last time I was here. All right, so I've been driving around for a couple hours, and there's a couple that what they're doing right now is not allowing people to settle. So you can stop, you can hang out for a while, you cannot camp, you can't linger for, but they're all over, and I feel like I'm seeing what I thought I was going to see, which is basically instead of them allowing everybody to just hang out in one spot, right, like one giant homeless camp, they're just like scattering them all over the place. So they're in neighborhoods and all over in the strip malls and just kind of everywhere. People in Fresno call all the time whenever a new tent pops up. They're like, there's one over here on the corner of Dakota and Blackstone. Come down here. And they do. They come down and get it. I think people in Fresno are like, hell yeah, they're actually doing something about it. I've been complaining about this forever. Nobody did anything. Of course, they do sweeps. They try to put people in shelters and put them on buses or just shoo them away. They don't really care where they go. You just can't camp here, damn it. There's a bunch of cops flying out of here. What is going on here? Oh, we got a homeless camp. Got to go get them. Hardly anybody actually takes the city up on their offer to accept housing and get help. 10% at the most. But it's hard, I guess. They're going to prosecute homeless people who violate the homeless ban. Damn it. Well, that's not really working. They don't really do that. Most of them actually never even show up to court. The first case Fresno tried versus this guy, Wiki Two Hands, the court just threw the case out, said, go back to the streets. We're not going to get you in trouble. So all the other homeless people were like, yay, they're not going to enforce the law. We knew it. It's complicated, though. President Trump has threatened to pull homeless funds from California, which would mean less free money for free housing and less money for the nonprofits. They're like, boo. And then Democratic State Senator Sasha Renee Perez introduced State Bill 634, which would make it against the law to enforce the new homeless law, meaning all of this might be gone if she gets her way. If you live in California, you should write her office. Her email's right there. We've seen at least 3 people just on the highway, walking on the side of the freeway, on the off-ramps. There's another one. Welcome to California. It's been a long time since I've been here. Yeah, it is all over out here. That dude's just peeing. I missed it. He was just peeing on the side of the wall. Oh, he's not done peeing. You got homeless people right here. Let's just call them drug addicts. He doesn't even notice I'm even here. What a wonderful day. What's up? Hey. She's like, he just woke up. What's good? I'm on YouTube. What? And she is just having herself a morning. It's very frustrating. YouTube is now restricting content that it says is controversial. So sadly, I had to hide some of this content, which people need to see. This is documenting America and our problems, right? But there's a lot of great stuff on that membership page. It's not just uncensored content like this. You can join for as little as $2 a month. Sorry, I have to do that, but that's the way things are going right now with YouTube. And then you got this guy who is battling with a golf club. I'm not sure. No, is that a golf club? Something. It's like gunshots. I don't even know what that was. I'm going to put the price of this motel on the bottom of the screen just so you have perspective. I think the biggest proponent to homeless camps is a guy who runs the Blackstone Business District. I'm on Blackstone Street right now. He's been harassing the mayor for a long time about the homeless problem, so much so that I think the mayor blocked him from emailing the mayor's office or something. We're about to find out.
And when we remove the encampment, the businesses in that shopping center within 30 days, they tell me, the break into our business went down to zero and our revenue went up 30, 40, and 50%.
When they moved the homeless people away, the businesses
revenue goes.
Of course.
So imagine you have a shopping center, you have a store, and you have an encampment in front of your business. Do you think people come in? Do they feel comfortable coming in?
No.
And what the city bought? They bought multiple hotels here on Blackstone. The Blackstone is the artery of Fresno. It's 8.5 miles long. It's the highest tax generating corridor for the city. Yet they put homeless people, they purchased properties on Blackstone. They brought people from out of the area, from different areas in Blackstone, and they house them over here within 1,000 feet of schools, of parks, of businesses, of residents. We had last year 4 kids that I know of from middle school close by. They were recruited into gangs because they walk into school, they're meeting with these people. Let's run out Fresno.
So by taking down the homeless camps and saying you cannot camp here, they spread out and it ruins more of the city. Yeah. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
That they were living in under the bridge.
They're removed.
They were moved. So
yes,
would you consider that a safe zone that you would have been? So you'd rather have them all back in one area than wandering around?
Yes.
That building burned because of homeless people in it?
Yes.
That was like an old Pizza Hut.
About 60 vacant buildings this year got burned.
In Fresno?
In Fresno, 60 vacant buildings.
From homelessness?
Yes.
All right, so I'm driving around this former homeless camp area. A lot of it's just gone. But I'm gonna try to talk to somebody that maybe runs a business on this street and see if I can get some opinion from someone that had to live through that hell. So the gentleman inside of Central Fish, Fresno, his name's Morgan. He's been pretty vocal about how the homelessness has affected his business downtown. So I'm gonna go in here and talk to him. So Morgan, how do you feel about the new laws that Fresno's passed? How has it affected your business?
There's no encampments that are here for a long time, which is great. I don't see how a business owner could disapprove of that. I mean, they used to be camped out here constantly, and you can't do that anymore. So it's good.
How did it impact your business and your customers and your way of life before?
You know, we were kind of ground zero of the homeless problem in Fresno, and at a certain point, you know, you rather than go insane, you just have to accept it at a certain point. So that's kind of what we just always had to deal with. Having, I guess, you know, in a strange way, homelessness spread to places where they weren't before, and that NIMBY attitude, and they finally get a dose of what it feels like to just accept it. And now they're doing something about it because it affects them. So it actually took the homeless going to these places other than ground zero and showing like this is a problem. And should we accept this, or should we do something to kind of help the situation? And be doing now and kind of, I guess, aggressively attacking the problem with these encampments should have been done a long time ago, in my opinion.
So I know a lot of them down there don't need to be down there, don't have to be down there. Their families, they got families, but they don't want to go home to their families. And that's the biggest problem with people. What did people do years ago? There was no homeless. They all had a family, so the homeless took off because I guess federal government just give them everything they need. Anytime they go to sign up for stuff, they get money, food stamps, and everything. So they don't have to be homeless.
What's up, man?
Hey, what's going on? Yeah,
Hey.
YouTube thing?
Yeah. You want to be on it?
Yeah, let him talk.
We're talking about how the area is cleaned up.
No, they have a facility at the old VMC, Valley Medical Center. That should be addressed, should be for mental health. It's a large old hospital. So therefore, why are you just mental health over there? Because it's really a problem. You know, drugs and mental health and, you know, a whole bunch of host of issues just line their pockets and their own special interests, but they're not worried about the small people. That's what I see, you know.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you
Go ahead.
tell me, brother. So this used to all be homeless stuff.
Yeah.
How do you feel now that it's out of here?
Not to worry about it. Maybe in the back. In the back, they used to jump the fence. They're back there, start fires and stuff. And, you know what I mean? It's not good. You know? People stuff, you know? It's pretty much it right there.
It took forever for him to get him out of here, huh?
Little by little. But I don't think they should be put in jail for it, though. You know what I'm saying? Just maybe help. They're closing down a bunch of homeless shelters. So that's going to mess things up, too. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand why, but that helped out a lot of people. Got them off the streets, got them jobs, got a place to live. They should have kept it up. But that's pretty much it, you know? Other than that, I think it's better now.
It's way better.
Yeah, a lot cleaner.
Yeah, man. All right, thanks, man. What,
All right.
what is this a bar?
It's a roofing company.
Okay, all right. All right, so I've been walking around in what was ground zero of all this crap here. I talked to a couple of business owners. Really bug us very much. They need help, but they want to be on the streets. I don't feel bad for them. It's their own decision. And the guy over here that runs the roofing company just said, hell, yeah, they're out of here. Hell yeah. I feel bad that most other people are probably going to be happy that they're not here. I don't think anybody's going to be sad to see them go. I'm going to run up and check on some other stuff that I got to do right now, but there you go. Give the mic to regular people and let them talk. So I drove around Fresno. There's homeless people all over. It's bad to you. Trust me, it's still way better than it used to be, which is shocking. These people aren't even paying attention. Don't know what's going on there. Somebody's under that. I think long-term California wants to put these people in housing or force them into rehab. They're even talking about institutionalizing people. Hopefully, maybe start to rehab them towards a better life. It's all the way down the street. They haven't really. These people have lost their minds. But this is becoming a thing. So California was the first state to do this, and now 7 other states, some sort of a homeless ban or a plan for that. They say as California goes, so goes the rest of the country. So I think a lot of states are looking at what's going on in California to say, like, is this going to actually work? Can we enforce it? Can we legally enforce it? What's going to happen? What are the repercussions? So President Trump's been really pushing hard on this. He said states that don't kick homeless people out of camps, basically states that enforce homeless. So there's a billboard for Poverello House is a homeless shelter here in town. I don't very often see a billboard for a homeless shelter. Here today, Miss Des.
So this is the POV, is what they call it. They call it the POV because we have a Unhoused here called the Poverilla House.
Yeah.
So we call this the POV, even though we have Fresno Rescue Mission and the Poverilla House, it's just been known as the POV. So this is the POV. We used to have about 181 people. What's that? We used to have 181 people. I had during COVID. I think the max that I had on the street was about 215 and COVID time. 6 months went by. 6 months went by and they didn't pick up trash. It was awful. I mean, it was like a third world country down here, you know? It was sad. I mean, it's getting cleaned up a lot, but we still have a lot of people that 10 years ago I met down here on this street, and they're still on the street. And that's a sad thing, but go ahead, brother.
People out there. They're not, this job is hard, right?
There's a bunch of stuff to talk about with Des Martinez. Wonderful lady. She's out here trying to fight for the homeless people, just in the middle of, as the city's trying to sweep them all away and enforce the law. She's been trying to point out the new homeless ban here is making the problem worse, damn it.
This is the sanction camp.
Okay.
Jerry Dyer, the mayor here of Fresno. This is the only place where they tell you can come to camp.
Okay.
So they say
you can camp out here on the street outside of the house, but that's the only place in town.
Yeah, this is where they bring everybody. So when police will pick them up and bring them down here and drop them off. So here in Fresno, we have an ordinance called 102101A, which is no person shall stand, sleep, or sit on public property. Right? No, it's lie, sleep, or sit on public property. And with that ordinance, what happens is a lot of people get arrested, right? So you're breaking the ordinance right now. Like if we were to sit down on the sidewalk and the police come by, we should be under arrest because we're violating the law. Just by sitting on the sidewalk. Everybody right now is violating the law. They can all be arrested. So because they're violating the law, the police can pull up and detain you immediately, which means they can run you for warrant checks. So it's not against your rights because you're detained because you're violating the law. Yeah. So that's their way of detaining individuals, running them for warrants and stuff. Once they run them for warrants, like say we're away from here, they'll pick them up and they'll say, you got two choices, jail or go to program. We don't have any beds in the program. So people are like, oh, take me to a program. So they arrest you, put you in the car, they bring you down here and they drop you off outside the gate, right?
Yeah, even people that's mentally challenged.
So how has that affected the homeless population, that they scattered them instead of trying to treat them and find a problem, right? Is that what you feel they're doing? It's just harassing and scattering?
Yeah, in 2008, when they tore up Tent City, that was the worst thing they could have done. Everybody was in one spot. Everybody in the whole city and county knew where they can go, and it was just right over here.
Yeah.
But they came in and they tore up the whole thing, and they got some money, and they built this and said they spent $10 million on this, and this was all that was given. You know, when they did that, everybody left and went all over the city, right? So now we have over 5,000 people on the streets that are just scattered now. Now we have them in alleys and on the front porch, in the street, on the sidewalk. It doesn't matter. We're everywhere. There's nowhere to go, so we're everywhere. We're going to go where people are going to leave us alone until something bothers us, and then we're going to move. That's just how it is right now. That made it worse.
For example, over here, we have a grocery outlet out of business.
Okay.
Went out of business because all the homeless issues over here.
This grocery store went out of business because of homeless problems.
Yeah. We have Rite Aid went out of business. We have Walgreens went out of business.
Oh, look at right here. Rite Aid and Walgreens both went out
of business
on Blackstone.
On Blackstone.
How many businesses total were lost because of the homeless problem? You just named like 5.
Yeah, so I don't know how many, but
okay, a lot.
Basically, when one closes, most likely it doesn't reopen. Yes, so we have, and I've met a lot of people from Florida, from Seattle, from out of state. They came here because they're homeless, because they get more services over here. So people are sending, out of states, out of cities are sending the people here. From San Francisco, from LA, they're just dropping people over here.
Well, California needs a bus and back.
Yeah.
So,
this one
okay.
closed over here for these. We never reopen. This the dealership. There's one dealership closed over here.
Yeah.
We never reopen.
Were they like living in between the cars?
They're
On the
stealing from the cars a lot.
Stealing?
But the point is, people in Fresno, when you ask a lot of people in Fresno, would you go to this area? They tell you, no, I don't go to that area.
Yeah.
I don't go. This is a slum. I've heard the word slum so many times.
Why do you think most people in Fresno are homeless?
So from what the mayor said a few months ago, I heard him, he said, we only build 26% of the homes that we need every year, 26%. So it's supply and demand.
But the people that I see out here don't even have a job. They can't afford a house.
It's addiction.
It's just drugs.
It's addiction.
Okay,
Yes,
it's just
addiction.
drugs.
So what happened, the policy of the city for years was if you have homeless on your property, you call the city and say, oh, this is not priority for us. We have more priority. And if you call them multiple times and they come every time to help you resolve the homeless issues on your property, which are trespass on your property, then they will send you a notice that you called us so many times.
Yeah, you called too many times. Here's a $50 ticket.
Yeah, it's more than that.
How much is it?
I don't know.
But why did they lose funding on that shelter?
But I want to say the police are doing the job.
The police are. Yeah, they try.
We have the best police.
It's never the police fault. It's the cities telling them.
It's a policy that comes from above.
Stand down, don't enforce.
So now a lot of shelters that the city owns, they lost the funding by end of the year. There's no more funding for them. So the worry is that all these people in those shelters, they're going to be on the street. So that's why I'm calling for a solution.
It's never going to end.
Which is we need to have a safe zone, put them in a safe zone, take them off everybody's
I get you. All right. Why don't they solve what?
Only a fool would cut out his job because they wouldn't have no job. Even the police department, they can stop crime. This country can stop crime. But how many people would be out of a job?
So if they solve the homelessness, then all the nonprofits would be out of a job.
Nonprofits would be gone.
Yeah.
They solve the drug problem.
Here's the drug problem. It's some of the ministers in the pulpit. Hey, they know what's going on. But he wouldn't have a job. If everybody was a Christian, what would he be teaching them?
Now, the latest big idea plan that's out in California is housing first.
Yeah.
You just give homeless people a key to a taxpayer-funded apartment.
Yeah.
No questions asked. And some people say, that's just going to enable this lifestyle further. It's going to put money into the homeless industrial complexes pockets, politicians, developers, nonprofits. There's a lot of fraud going on, a lot of waste. Who knows where all that money goes? But you knew that.
So, I mean, we are spending a lot more money. If you add it up, it's $101 a day in Fresno, California to incarcerate somebody, right? Now, they try to say we have 1,236 people in house. Let's just say that's all we have. Well, I mean, times that to 365 days out of the year for 1 year to incarcerate over 1,200 people is like $62 million. So our mayor would rather spend $62 million to incarcerate over 1,200 people than to sit there and better them. We've received probably about $500 million in homeless funds from the state, federal, everything combined. And over the past 5 years since COVID, basically. And, we have about, I would say 49% rise in homelessness. Just last year, we've had a 10% rise. Just a 10% rise in street homelessness, a 3% rise within the shelters. I mean, that's just way too much. You're looking at a couple extra 100 people. If we have 5,000 people in the street, 30%, you got 10% rise, you got an extra 500 people a year.
Is that housing or drugs or both? Lack of housing?
No, housing. It's direct. I mean, there's a lot of people that are in housing that have been addicts for 50 years and they're still in housing. So losing your house is not always about drugs. It's not always about drugs that brings people to the streets. The way the world is today, people's mental health, their people's conditions are getting worse for some reason, even house individuals. And, the cost of living, the cost of resources are going up to where even house people with jobs can't afford counseling and therapy and medication. So it's not just people that are more, it's the cost of living has gone way too high. And they need to start paying, the taxpayers really need to start paying attention to the money. Because if they don't, and they're only seeing us pushed off of the sidewalk in a back alley, just because you don't see us doesn't mean we're not there. We're there, but we're behind your house and not in front of it. Your choice, not ours. We want to be visible. We want to be seen because we want help. And until we get it, we're going to continuously be out here in the streets because we want you to see us. Now, aren't people out here sick? Yeah, there's a lot of people out here sick. But homelessness is a disease and it has a cure and it's called a home. Right. Housing first is not what it used to be. Affordable housing isn't affordable for all. So we need to really start talking about that stuff and educating our community and the taxpayers instead of leaving it up to data. I'm more than data. I'm more than just your billboard. Right. You make more money off of me, keeping me out here in the streets, transition me into a shelter, transition me into rapid rehousing, $100 in 6 months. That $300 rent went up to $1,400. I can't afford that. So guess what? I'm back out on the streets and I'm back in the system out here by the government and silly thing that's sweeping the unhoused into an alley. It is curing homelessness. It's not. We're still out here and we're getting worse. Our mental health is getting a lot worse. And once that goes, we reach for the bottle. We reach for the pipe. Now behavioral health conditions worsening and now a substance use disorder. Come on now. It can all be prevented in the first place. But if we really want to end homelessness, then let's prove it, because I really don't think anybody wants to end homelessness. I really don't. I think they're really making money. The government have a job. Yes, like right here, this Barbarella house has made profited $4 million last year. It's a nonprofit organization. How can you profit $4 million? And look who's outside. Why do we have people sitting outside? Why are they not housed? Look at it on the inside of that gate. That's the only shade. That's why they're on the inside of the gate. That's the only shade. They have cut down all the trees on the street.
But they're not actually.
They're all.
They're not staying in here. No. This is just a place for them to get resources. So they won't be breaking the law. Yes.
In here, you can sit in here. It's allowed. You can sit on the sidewalk inside there, all that stuff. No shade, all shade. People, they've found every single tree that was out here.
So how do you feel about this, the new ban camp that they've enacted here?
I don't know. I really don't know how I feel about that, because I mean, we should all just help each other out. Period. It should be equal all the way around. As one city as Fresno, we as Fresnerians, we need to stop just judging each other and just help each other. Like, because why are we gonna kick the next man when he's down? He's already down. Like, well, you look like a punk beating up a punk.
Do you think that that's gonna make things worse on people that are getting moved around instead of being able to stay in one place?
It's the person who makes it worse to me, honestly. But I mean, there needs to be more transparent.
We have a slogan on here: "Move along to where the hell you expect people to move along to?" The answer is out of the city, out of the state. They don't want you here. If you're homeless, you're just fucked, pretty much.
Transparency in it.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, anytime.
Yeah. You want to be in it?
Yeah.
What's your name?
My name is Big Mike.
Big Mike. Are you on the streets right now?
Yes, I am on the streets.
So what do you hold it up here? So how do you feel about the new laws that you guys can't camp in public anymore?
I feel that is really. I mean, where are we gonna go? We don't have nowhere to go, man. We're stuck. That's all I can say, man. I just got out of prison. I did 27 years in prison. This is worse than being in prison, man. I'd rather go back to prison, man.
What did you go in prison for?
I went to.
Okay. 27 years for snatching a purse?
27 third strike.
Oh.
Like, there's some shit that goes down.
Just out here just drinking 40s and stuff.
OG! You want to say something, OG?
I always want to say something.
He's out here hanging out.
He wants to. He's doing an interview on basically like.
You just hold it. Just hold it like this. Yeah.
The laws right now on homelessness and mess like that and what's going on out here.
I'm glad you're around because they've been like telling us to leave and they drop us off here. You know what I mean? This is the place they drop us off right here. And then they tell us that we can't be here.
That's the new drug in Fresno. Tell me about what that is. That's like 50 times stronger than fentanyl. They use it for elephants. I don't know what the hell it is. What is carfentanil?
You know, we're trying to figure out who even likes that stuff because out here on the streets, we don't like it. You got meth users that are against fentanyl. You know what I'm saying?
But carfentanil is on a different level. What is this new drug?
Oh, we're scared as hell. You know, they found like a good load of it here in Fresno County. Like, you can look that up. They just recently did a big bust here in Fresno on carfentanil. And so they're saying they're glad they caught it. We're like, what the frick is carfentanil? That's when we found out what it is. We're like, what the hell is this? And they're like, oh, it's 20 times worse than fentanyl. We're like, who brought this in and where is it coming from?
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows, but we know like fentanyl alone was killing so many of our street family members out here that were in addiction. I mean, it's killed so many of my brothers and sisters. I've seen so many deaths. Like, it's just, it'll never leave my mind the way we found them.
So do you think they're going to stick to it? Or do you think that they're going to slowly let things get back to where they were before, where they're not going to enforce public camping and it's just going to be like in a year, we're right back where we started?
It'll be fine tuned. We're still learning. So there's going to be a lot of case studies coming up soon and we'll figure it out from there.
They now cannot stop in one place. They're scattered. You're saying you liked it the old way?
So what I'm saying, let's find a better way.
A better way. Okay, so this way is not, you don't like the new way.
So let's find a better way. And let's find a safe zone. Let's find like 10 acres. Let's put them in those 10 acres, provide a wraparound service. Let's have it self-managed, but provide wraparound service.
Well, that's just a shelter.
It is not, because those people don't want to be indoor. So we can find 10 acres that have part indoor, part outdoor.
Let them camp, let them be outside if they want.
And I say, let's provide play to be part of it. It's meth is gonna take the edge off. Let's control the methadone, make sure that the dose is going down. We need to put them in environment, separate the homeless people from the gang members and the drug dealers. So put them in different environment. Once they are in control, and they live in a certain environment, they're going to say, I need help. Because this is how California works. You cannot force them into detox, into rehab.
No, they're saying they might start to.
They might, but now it doesn't exist.
Just completely out of their minds.
Right here.
What is she doing?
I do that same shit every day. Just going outside my door. I'm right outside my building, man.
And then you've got people in the street behind me. God. Hopefully it's not closer than it appears. I don't want to be any closer to this. I mean, just the drugs have just ruined these people. Is she pregnant? I don't think she's right next to me. I don't think she even knows that I'm even paying attention to her.
Oh, a big whiz. Yeah, that's it.
She's talking to herself. Oh shit, she's gonna hit my car. All right, better get out of here. She crazy.
Yeah,
damn.
Terrible, twin.
I mean, I am never surprised. Every time you come out and you shoot people, record people in that environment, you always see something new. I saw some new stuff right there. God. Yeah, so the new state law, the new Fresno law, the no camping, do you think that is making things worse for stabilizing some of the homeless folks that are able to like stay in a safe zone and in their area? Now they're scattered.
A lot of people can't go to certain areas for one reason or another. A lot of it is domestic violence. Like I went through that tough, even out there in the camp. I went through it tough. But the camp helped because I was allowed to stay in there and my significant other was out of it. So he couldn't get to me anymore. So that was pretty bad. It was a battle.
So scattering people is what makes things worse.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. If you don't have any type of stability, you have to get up and move every day. I mean, at the POV, yeah, you had to get up and pick up your stuff every day, depending on the officer, but you didn't have to move. Like, you didn't have to move out of that area, and you had meals there.
There's a lot more people out there, and apparently the whole no camping thing is not making things better in Fresno. I came in here with all these hopes about, oh my God, look at it, it's great, and they figured it out. I don't think that this is a solution really at all. They got to come up with a better plan than this. You can't just scatter people all over the place. You're not solving the problem. But you know what? I'm not an elected person. What do I know? I'm just trying to point stuff out as I see it and give people a voice to share their experiences. As the train, another Fresno train drives by. It's the end of the day, and I'm gonna go before somebody starts to look at me funny. The best little city in the USA, Fresno. Well, I don't know about that. But they're trying. You got to give them credit. Good for you, Fresno.
I'm all fucked up. All right, I got one more video for y'all, and that is the Airbnb situation.
All of the responsibilities escalating. I can't get in there to see what's going on.
A D.C. homeowner claiming an Airbnb guest has overstayed their welcome and will not leave. In this story, you'll only see on 7 News. We're digging into D.C. law, finding out there's not much that homeowner can do. Our Washington, D.C. reporter Felicia Ashley spoke with the homeowner and tried to speak with the alleged squatter.
The alleged squatter originally got into the home through Airbnb, claiming that her apartment caught fire and it needed time to get repairs. Now, this is back in February. Roshane Douglas says she knows to a nightmare when she accepted Shadija Romero's Airbnb reservation almost 10 months ago. That reservation ended March 29th after 32 days, and Romero hasn't paid another dime. But living in the home for over a month apparently lets her claim some form of tenant rights, and she refuses to let Roshane enter the property.
I never gave her any tenancy. I never gave her a lease.
Roshane tried everything, gave her a 30-day notice to vacate, called police, went to court, and even offered Romero $2,500 to sign a paper admitting she's not a tenant and to get out. Romero signed the document, but didn't budge.
November the 15th came and she told me, this no longer works for me. Do what you have to do. I'm not leaving. I went to the police with my order, and they said there's nothing that they can do, that I need to go to court, which I've done, and I do not have a court date until December the 11th.
Roshane put this sign up on her home so police and neighbors would know Romero was not authorized to be there. A sign Romero covered with a sheet.
I need police assistance.
I was there when police helped Roshane cut it down, while Romero hid inside.
It's shocking to me that you would abuse a system like that.
While all this is going on, Romero's social media shows her living her best life on trips and promoting her nonprofit. And Roshane is left paying thousands in attorney fees, the mortgage, and utilities for a home she can't even enter. I tried to get some answers from Romero, who was clearly inside the home, but she never came to the door. When a person walked out to her car, they didn't want to talk to us either. Roshane is waiting now for her court date next week, where she's hoping the judge's decision will allow U.S. Marshals to force her unwanted guest out once and for all. For now, reporting from Northeast D.C., Felicia Ashley, 7 News.
7 News has been reporting on reforms to rental housing laws in the district. Back in September, City Council passed the Rental Act. Supporters of the legislation say D.C. landlords lost more than $1 billion in unpaid rent since eviction moratoriums were lifted in 2021. The measure simplifies the eviction process and allowed landlords to remove tenants who violate their leases by not paying rent. Those against the act say it takes away protections for tenants. Our investigative reporter John Barr has been following the Rental Act. You could read what's in that measure right now on WJLA.com. New at 6 and only on 7 News. We are now hearing from the woman accused of taking over an Airbnb in Northeast D.C. The homeowner reached out to 7 on Your Side for help after that woman refused to leave. Our Washington, D.C. reporter Felicia Ashley is now live outside the home. Felicia, you have a lot of updates on this case.
A lot, and it all happened as we were out here working on this story. First, you can see the homeowner was able to board up the home, but the guest was able to get back in. In addition to that, though, I was able to speak with the person the homeowner is accusing of squatting in her home. She stopped us as we were outside doing this story and invited us in.
The police allowed her to hire a locksmith and break in. She gave them no documents. She gave them no court orders. She gave them no lease. She just came and said, I'm locked out. This is taking me somewhere where I'm not trying to be. I'm trying to stay on the right, but for somebody to just take and do, everybody has a breaking point.
I went back to the property today and saw child services show up because Shadija brought her daughter into the home while there was no power or electricity inside. Police also showed up because the homeowner's truck went missing after Shadija got back in the house. And when Shadija cracked the door open to get a package, I saw what appears to be a candles and essential oils business inside.
This is unbelievable.
That led to a virtual emergency hearing today. In court, it was revealed that Shadija tried to push Roshane off a ladder, took the utilities out of the homeowner's name and put it in her daughter's name, tampered with cameras, requested that Roshane pay her back for the food lost when the power was turned off. Oh, and she asked the judge she could Roshane as a hostile witness. I was with Roshane as she attended the hearing from her car outside the home.
And the sad part is, I feel sorry for her. I really do. But your problem is, I can't help you. But I truly feel sorry for her and her child and all of this. And I have a big heart, and this is the outcome of me having a big heart. But I really hope somebody can help her, but you can't do it at my expense. I don't have it. If the judge doesn't give me some release, I'm going to lose my property because I can't pay $4,000 a month and my other bills and my responsibilities like this. And there's no recourse for me.
Just moments ago, as we were working on this live shot and this report, Shadija came up to our car and said that we could finally speak to her. This is what she had to say, or part of what she had to say during our 15-minute conversation.
She said that we didn't have a lease, which we do not have a lease in place, but we did have an agreement for me to stay at the property beyond the initial Airbnb timeframe. So she's been back to the property almost every day. They installed signs.
Now, coming up what happened today is that there was an emergency hearing because of everything that unfolded. In that hearing, the judge did tell Roshane she has to turn back on the electricity. Now, there is another hearing next week where the judge will decide whether Khadijah can stay or if she has to go. Now, reporting live from Northeast DC, Felicia Ashley, 7 News.
And Felicia will have more on this story online, WJLA.com.
What a story.
All right, Tom. Well, only on 7 News. It's a bizarre dispute between two women involving an Airbnb property in the district. The owner claims a squatter is refusing to leave and locked her out. We spoke with the owner on Wednesday.
All of the responsibilities are on me, and I can't get into my property. There's a leak in the property. The water bill is escalating. I can't get in there to see what's going on.
Our Felicia Ashley also spoke with the alleged squatter. Felicia is now joining us live. Felicia, this story just unravels to get more and more interesting. What can you tell us about what the alleged squatter has to say?
Right. Well, I spoke with her and she maintains the fact that she says she is a tenant. And she says after her 30-day Airbnb stay got extended, she said she fell in hard times, some unfortunate situations, said she lost a lot of money. And that's why she couldn't leave at the set date that she had with the homeowners. I sat down with an emotional Khadijah Romero inside Rochelle Douglas's home. Did you book the Airbnb with the intention of staying?
No. I did not book the Airbnb with the intent of staying.
So why are you still here?
Because after the repairs were done, the place still smelled like fire and there was water damage. So the water damage was more substantial than the fire damage.
You didn't go back to your apartment because it still smelled like smoke.
And water damage.
And water damage. What makes you choose to stay here instead when the homeowner has made it clear she doesn't want you here, doesn't want to be a landlord? There's now no utilities on. There's wood boarded up. There's a sign outside saying she doesn't want you here. What's making you choose to stay?
So no, that didn't start until literally this month.
What didn't start?
The sign on the building or the utility, that wasn't something that happened prior to this point, prior to this month. So if that had happened months ago and that was something that I've been dealing with for months, I would leave. So now, with all of this going on, I am going to leave.
Romero says she is still going to have the Douglases go through the full court process to get her out because of what she says they have put her through and for labeling her as a squatter.
Squatter is someone who has illegally entered the property without your notice and you never had an agreement with them.
It's also not just if the home's vacant, it's if you're there without the owner's permission and you're not leaving.
Yes, if you had maybe that other part is there.
Maybe that other part is there. Oh my God.
Coming up at 6, more from Khadijah and why she says she is a tenant, although there is not a lease that exists between the two. I also spoke with an attorney for both tenants and landlords in these situations, and he explains how homeowners unwillingly walk themselves into these situations and become landlords. For now, reporting live from Northeast DC, Felicia Ashley, 7 News.
More now on a story that's getting a lot of reaction online. A DC homeowner claims a woman has taken over her rental home and refuses to leave. And up until now, she's run into one legal brick wall after another. So joining us now is Aaron Sokolow, a DC-based lawyer who specializes in landlord and tenant cases. Aaron, thank you so much for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
Talk to us about this because this has just been a wild story and it's raised probably the biggest question is how is squatting even allowed to happen?
So in theory, squatting is not legal and the homeowner should have some remedy. The problem is in the logistical way that a homeowner can get a remedy. And what you're describing in this case that you've been reviewing is that there's a dispute. The individual who's there says she's a tenant. The homeowner says that she's not. And you go down to court on an emergency hearing and there's a judge sitting there and the judge is going to hear from both. But the district is so pro-tenant and so fearful that there will be a wrongful eviction or a self-help eviction where the owner changes locks or turns off utilities or does something to cause occupant to leave without court order, that the judge is going to err on the side of caution. And if the occupant can show something that leads the court to say that there's a possibility that she's allowed to stay there, the court could grant the occupant's request at an injunction and mandate that the owner keeps her there until she gets awarded a proper eviction. And the problem is, in the district, that can take months and months. And it puts homeowners in a really tough spot.
Shining so much light on the court process, what that actually looks like. That being said, would you say the laws in DC are favorable to squatters?
Well, they're favorable to tenants, and one person's squatter is another person's alleged squatter, an actual tenant, and the court is going to make sure that it finds out the answer to that preliminary question of has that individual achieved tenancy status or not. And so you're starting with the conclusion that the person's a tenant, but that individual has a right to go to court and try to prove that she's actually a tenant and afforded all of the rights of tenants in the district. And therein lies the rub. It's not easy to get a court to find an answer to that question. It seems simple. In the eyes of the law, it could become very complicated, especially in the district.
How common is this? You say especially in the district. How common is this problem?
I have personally been involved in a handful of these over the years. So it's not every day that you see it. It's certainly a worst case scenario, but I've seen it before. So it's not a unicorn. It's something that comes up. Remember, in the district, you don't need to have a written lease. You know, a tenant can be defined very broadly. So if an individual can come, and in this case, it's a utility bill is in their name, and that's a common factor that a court would look at. If the tenant, if the occupant can say, you know, here's my proof of some payment, that can be enough. You know, I've had cases where my client, a property owner, a landlord, says this person literally broke in, but by the time, you know, it gets to the courthouse, they have some mail with their name and the property address on it or something like that. And the court proceeds out of an abundance of caution and is so hesitant to sign off on a self-help eviction that they say, well, you know, because the prejudice to locking this person out would be so high, we're going to give them the benefit of the doubt until we can get to the bottom of that. And get to the bottom of that can be a trial that's held 9 months later.
Just the timeline, which as we kind of were seeing in the package, the payments, this can be excruciating for people trying to pay and not even living at a property in the meantime. Aaron, what can homeowners actually do then in a situation like this?
My biggest recommendation is to be present and to understand what's going on. Accidental landlords, you know, if you just say, oh, I'm not an institutional landlord, I'm just renting out my room. They are held to the same rigors and standards as every other landlord in the city. So being knowledgeable about the law, being knowledgeable about what a court might say about these certain situations is of the utmost importance, as is being hands-on at the property. Usually when I've seen this, there's some length of time where they say, oh, you know, we didn't check on that unit for a while and we don't know what's been going on there. If you catch this right away, you might have a better chance at fending off an allegation that your squatter can allege a tenancy.
Why do you think, from your experience and what you've seen, the more hasn't been done to protect landlords and homeowners?
There's a very well coordinated and well educated and talented group of pro-tenant lobby in the district that, you know, really tries to make the laws as favorable for tenants as possible. And they've succeeded to a large part. So this will be a question for everyone's council member to say, you know, why are the laws as they are? But the courts that enforce the laws are very hesitant to take an action that's going to kick someone out of a place if they actually have an entitlement to be there.
Lawyer Aaron Sokolow, thank you so much for joining us to talk about what truly is a very wild story. Thank you so much for being with us.
You're welcome.
Really got an extended interview with this bro.
So first, let's just start with your first name and your last name and how you spell it.
Shadi Jerome.
Do you mind if I close?
That's fine. Just maybe not the screen door since we don't know if
So just close which one?
that one, that door.
Okay. Got it. Okay. Okay. First name and last name, spell it for me, love.
Shadija Romero, Shadija. Last name Romero.
Okay, so we know why we are here. Tell me how it got to this point.
In February of this year, I moved into the unit initially through an Airbnb. There was a month agreement, which I paid for on the Airbnb platform due to a fire, which I then asked the owner if we could extend the time frame in the home. We came to an agreement that I could do that. She sent me monthly invoices, which I paid those monthly invoices in order to stay in the unit. I had a month where I had a financial loss of over like $17,000.
Was that due to work or personal?
It's a personal issue. I helped someone in the past and it came back to bite me because I am, everyone can see, you can search me because I'm not hiding from anyone. So they were able to find me and then I was held liable for something I helped someone do. So that put me in a financial strain, but either way, I paid. I still made the payment. I made the payment late because I had the issue. I'm sorry, I'm emotional. I didn't mean to get emotional. I'm trying to speak clearly. The financial thing was, like I said, almost $17,000. So it sent me into a depression where I was considering suicide because it was such a big loss. I was trying to purchase a home. That's why I had so much money. But anyway, I paid the rent. I paid it late. In October, there was the same thing. With the invoice being sent, the invoices being sent every month. Prior to me going out of the country, well, actually, I was going to make a payment on the 15th of October. On the 15th of October, my daughter's car, her steering wheel locked while she was driving, and I had to get to her because she was on the roadway, and the issue I needed to make sure that she was safe and get her car resolved. That took me past the hours of bank hours, so I didn't make my payment on that day because the bank had closed. I had the emergency situation with my daughter. The next day, I went to retrieve the funds for the payment because I was going out of the country and I wanted it, taken care of while I was gone. But it wasn't. The money was lost. I wasn't aware of that while I was gone. I came back, and so the 15th was the day the payment was due. 16th, I went out of the country. When I went out of the country, because I had just had that big financial loss, I turned all of my phones off because I was trying to decompress from, what I had been experiencing. And I didn't turn my phones back on until later that Monday. When I came into the property on that Monday, so that's maybe 6 days after the rent was due, the electricity to the home had been cut off. And at that point, that's when I was made aware that the payment had not been made. I then called Pepco to figure out, first I thought maybe it was a power outage. So first I called Pepco, found out it wasn't a power outage and that the owners had turned off they had turned off the electricity. So then the electricity was turned on so that we could have power. They turned the power back off because they said I had no right to turn the power on. I went to the courthouse that following day to file an emergency hearing because they had turned the power off and I didn't want them to be able to turn the power off again. No point prior to this did I state anything about like tenant rights? Was I worried about anything about tenant rights? Because up until that point, everything was being paid every month, even if it was paid 2 days late, it was paid. After that, we've now progressed to the point where they come to the home almost every other day. I called the police. The police informed them that I was a resident or a tenant here. She said that we didn't have a lease, which we do not have a lease in place, but we did have an agreement for me to stay at the property beyond the initial Airbnb timeframe. So she's been back to the property almost every day. They installed signs. The police told me that I could take down the signs because they were not legal signs issued by the court. They were signs that she had just had made in an attempt to try to harass me more and force me out of the property sooner. I told them that I could not be out of the property within a short period of time because I had just had that financial issue. But that I would go through this process that DC has to assist people who have had financial issue in order to pay the rent. Informed that I would go through that, and that while they were going through the legal process while they initiated the legal process, because they had never initiated the legal process before to like have me move from the property, that I would ensure that everything was paid. And then it's just been a continuance of them, the police and you coming to the home, and the power is currently off. So yes.
Well, thank you for sharing your side, Juan. I heard you mention the tragedies of financial loss. I do know also when I went through the court records, the messages between you two, the Airbnb reservation, things like that. I heard you say there were payments, but transaction-wise, there was nothing for nearly 9-10 months.
Oh my God, this shit is getting crazy about a second.
The payments link that they sent. If I can go and grab my phone, I can even show you a receipt that says it's to, I don't want to say the name, but the name of their investment group that I guess oversees the property. One or 2 months, I didn't make the payment through PayPal. I made it through Apple Pay or through Zelle, but the payment was made. So every month she had to send me an invoice. I didn't have to request the invoice. She just sent the invoice because we were in agreement that I would be staying at the property. So that's untrue. I have not been here for 9-10 months and not been paying. That is inaccurate.
Okay.
And
I'll let you get after me just so we can run through all the, in case you have to get anything else. Let's start from the beginning. When you made the Airbnb reservation, because I saw the reservation you mentioned it was for a fire. Around that same time, court records show at your previous apartment, you were also getting evicted for not paying rent. And
so that wasn't for that place. It was for a previous place where something happened during COVID when everyone was not receiving payment. I'm an entrepreneur and I also have a nonprofit. So that's what that was for. The fire that I actually had a fire. There's a police report, a fire report for it. The police came out, the fire department came out, determined that it was an electrical issue in the wall that then created.
Was it at the same apartment building?
For
Ava Noma, that apartment, because that says 2023. It was you were there 2023, 2024.
So Ava Noma is where I had the fire. Yes.
Ava Noma is the one showing that you were in the process of being evicted for paying 1 month's rent when you were there for 13.
So no, that would not be accurate.
So the court records are not accurate?
I did not go to court for eviction for Ava Noma. I did have a fire at that unit, yes.
Okay. Just so you know, court records do show that they were evicting you It has documents you also filed in that process.
My phone.
It also shows you trying to apply for EREP to stay there.
I know I applied for it now through here, not for Ava Noma, because my payments were made for Ava Noma.
Okay. Just, the court records do show something different. I hear you on that. You mentioned that you're saying from the start of your Airbnb reservation to now, you've made every single payment.
Correct. And I can show you the receipts for those.
Okay. So you're saying Roshane Douglas, the homeowner, is essentially lying and saying that you have not made
Any
those payments.
Correct.
Okay.
She sent me links, direct PayPal links for payment.
Okay.
And there's no way I could pay it without having the PayPal links or having her Zelle information in order to send her those payments.
Okay. In some of the text messages between you and her, you did acknowledge that you hadn't paid.
Which month? Was it a May?
Multiple months, starting around August to now.
No. So it may have been okay, I didn't pay it yet, but it was then paid. But I have a payment for my August. I have receipts for my August payment, July, June, April, May, June, July, August, September, October. I have payments, receipts that show that.
Did you book the Airbnb with the intention of staying?
No, I did not book the Airbnb with the intent of staying.
So why are you still here?
Because after the repairs were done, the place still smelled like fire and there was water damage. So the water damage was more substantial than the fire damage. And once they started doing the repairs and even completed the repairs, when we went back into the unit, the lease was actually up in April of that year. Once they completed the repairs in about May, everything still smelled like water and fire. And at that point, now the lease was up.
Okay.
The lease was for an additional 20, I'm not sure, but it was for an extended period. So it was more than a year.
Okay.
And so the lease was officially up in April.
The lease was up in April.
And so then I had started a process with LEDC to purchase a home.
To purchase a home. Okay. And you're saying you're still here because the home purchase didn't complete, or?
Correct. So I started the home buying process with LEDC. They have a program where I believe it's called HPAP. HPAP will assist you with paying your down payment costs. This year, they switched the program to a lottery program for that assistance. So with the program, they will pay your down payment and your closing costs. Before, the program was just you applied and you got in. This year, it turned to a lottery. That program didn't actually open up until November. So the program didn't open up for you to even be considered for the lottery until November.
Where are you in that process? Or let me ask you this. You mentioned you didn't, in the middle of your Airbnb process, you didn't go back to your apartment because it still smelled like smoke.
And water damage.
What makes you choose to stay here instead when the homeowner has made it clear she doesn't want you here, doesn't want to be a landlord? There's now no utilities on, there's wood boarded up, there's a sign outside saying she doesn't want you here. What's making you choose to stay?
So no, that didn't start until literally this month.
What didn't start?
The sign on the building or the utility, that wasn't something that happened prior to this month. So if that had happened months ago and that was something that I've been dealing with for months, I would leave. So now with all of this going on, I am going to leave. The process was never to stay here for forever. The plan was to go back, and then if not, then purchase a home, which is why I started the home buying process. Now that we are going through this here, I am going, even though we're going to still go through the court process, which I filed documents. No one filed documents initially. So if anyone was trying to get me out of the home, they would have filed paperwork to get me out of the home. And any of the months that they said that I did not make payments, that didn't happen. No one filed paperwork. The Douglases didn't file paperwork until I filed paperwork.
They did give you a 30-day notice.
Which for 1 month that they did not receive a payment, and then they received the payment later. So let's say you're in an apartment or your home. Do you rent or do you own?
Own, but I also have a signed contract saying that I own and or when I rented, I have a signed lease saying that I
Okay.
own
So
it.
have you ever rented before?
Yes.
Okay. So when you pay your rent, if you don't pay your rent after, let's say, the 5th, then you get a notice that you didn't pay your rent,
Right.
correct? And then that notice might say, you haven't paid your rent. You need to pay the rent. We're filing this paperwork in the courthouse because you have not filed this paperwork. If you don't pay, then you need to vacate the unit.
Right.
Okay. So whenever she's provided a vacate notice, it might have been because the payment had not been received yet. Once the payment was received, she would send another invoice. And now we're in another month because that month that she did the vacate notice for was because the payment was late. If the payment was made, then there were no other issues. She then sent another invoice for the next month, and there was no longer an issue. The vacate notice would be if there wasn't payment made. So just like your apartment, like I said, if you rent an apartment, you pay the rent late, they give you a notice that you haven't made the payment. You make the payment, and then everything is fine. And that is what has happened. So it has not been since I've been here in February that I have not been making payments. That is incorrect.
Did the Douglases ever, or did you and the Douglases ever sign a document or agree to you renting this property outside of that Airbnb reservation?
We have text messages, yes, where they agreed to me staying in the property after the initial Airbnb rental period.
So even as I was listening to the court hearing, it was stated that after the Airbnb 32 days was up, you mentioned you want to extend your stay at the Airbnb.
Mhm.
And that's what that extension was, an extension of being an Airbnb guest. Are you saying you took that as an extension of I'm now renting?
No. So we did not rent. We no longer did any rentals through Airbnb. The Airbnb rental was only 1 month through Airbnb. After that time frame, I went through paying the owners directly. So we extended the time frame. They agreed to allow me to stay in the space till whenever, I guess, until I don't make a payment. And then they go through a process. The initial process was not to stay in here for an extended amount of time. No, but it was to stay beyond well, it wasn't even to stay beyond the 30 days. But once we knew that I had to stay beyond the initial Airbnb rental, we no longer went through Airbnb. So there was never an extension of the Airbnb. Everything went directly through the owner. You're saying Airbnb as if I went to the Airbnb, rented it for 30 days, said I'm staying, and I'm not paying you anything. And then since that 30 days in February or March, it would have ended, I've been staying here without them knowing, and I haven't been paying. That would be inaccurate.
So you're saying, correct me if I'm wrong, that after the 30-day and everything was on Airbnb, once it left Airbnb, that's when the agreement started of to you a month to month stay
Correct.
here.
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned that you are going to leave, but you're going to go through the court process.
No.
Okay.
No. I'm going to leave before the court process finishes, but we are still going to go through the court process.
And why is that?
Because now you have caused me, when you decided to lock. So the police informed her that that they are not allowed to enter the property without 48 hours written notice, because I was staying here. Okay. On Thanksgiving, while I left to have Thanksgiving, they entered the unit without my knowledge to change the locks, turn off the power. That is when they didn't turn the power off through Pepco. They did something to the breaker box where then the breaker box is not sending power to the home. After she turned the power off in the home, when we got into the home, she then called CPS to tell them that my younger daughter, was in the home without power, but my daughter was leaving. She left. She hasn't stayed here because the temperature was cold. I couldn't leave the property because they had taken the batteries out of the door, and the doors could not be locked, and my property was still in there. So although we're going to go through the court process, because now you have said that I'm a squatter. A squatter is a person who illegally goes onto a property, then they never have if your home that you own was vacant and no one was there, and then I decided I'm going to go into your home because I know it's vacant and you don't know that I'm going into the property. That is what a squatter is. A squatter is someone who has illegally entered the property without your notice and you never had an agreement with them.
It's also not just if the home's vacant, it's if you're there without the owner's permission, and you're not leaving.
Yes, if you had, maybe that other part is there, but we had an agreement. So I'm not here because I had an Airbnb rental in February to March. And I said, you know what? I had an Airbnb rental for a month. I'm never leaving here and I'm never going to pay you anything. And you need to get me out through the courts. That was never the case. We had an agreement.
You did say that through text, though.
Oh, I said that through text about afterwards when you decided to then start harassing me. I said, you're going to have to go through the court process. Yes, in order to legally get me out of the property. That didn't mean that I'm staying in the property indefinitely. I'm literally going to be leaving the property as soon as possible. Like, start packing up, because now it's gotten to a point where it messes with somebody's emotional being and their peace, and we're not doing that. There were payments made every month prior to that, so you can't say that you didn't want me. If you didn't want me in the property, why were you sending me invoices for payments? Why were payments made and you accepted them? Why did you accept any of those payments if you didn't want me in the property? Let's say you issued a 30-day notice in June. Let's say she did. I don't know that she did. Let's say in June, I didn't make my payment on the 5th or the 15th, and you sent me a 30-day notice, but then I paid the rent on the following day.
Why'd you not leave after signing the document stating that you weren't a tenant and that you would leave November 15th if she gave you $2,500?
So whatever that agreement is, that is an agreement that the owner, Mr. Douglas, he said that his wife was under an amount of stress because I had paid the rent late previously, and that she was now distressed, and he and I have had a pretty much cordial relationship after that. I told him I wasn't sure that I would be able to leave the property within that time frame because I had just suffered a big financial loss in the month previously. So there was no way I could guarantee that I would be out within that time frame. Before that time frame came, I informed them there's no way I can be out before that time frame because of this financial issue that I informed you of. They don't have to be accepting of the financial issue that I have, because whether the financial issue exists, rent has to be paid, right? But if rent is not paid due to a financial issue or whatever issue, I was then informed while I'm going through the process to then move out and get everything done that you had to go through the courts. I went to the court in order to make sure the power was on while we're doing that. The court informed me, the court attorneys at Landlord and Tenant informed me that nothing had been filed against me to get me out of the property. Nothing had ever been filed, and that I would have to file in order to protect myself from them turning the power off until I moved out of the property.
Okay. Where are
Yeah, man, that story is crazy as hell. That's all I got for y'all. Thank y'all for tapping in. I'm gonna end it now for 8 hours and stuff. Not expecting to be on the phone. So join us later for Blaccs Experience. So join us later for Blaccs Experience Enhanced. In the meantime, make sure you like and subscribe to all our platforms. Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook. Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook. Blaccs Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter. Thank y'all for coming through. Shout out to Twin. Shout out to Breeze. And shout out to Breeze channel. Shout out to Crew for coming through. Shout out to Mac 285. Shout out to you. Shout out to Michael for coming through. Shout out to Michael came through. Some new person, I can't remember. I don't know if it was a troll or what, but they came through. Shout out to DSB for coming through. Shout out to comments. It was somebody else. I can't remember who it was. I'm trying to pull their name up. It was 8 something. Oh, what up, Holla? He says he coming through. Shout out to Lady Cherry for coming through. And Shabaka. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and Black empowerment. Cherry coming. Signing off from the Maha income on illegal market for the city. We'll see y'all later for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Peace.